Okay, everything should be working. This is a brand new file, so God help me. I'm just gonna go ahead and introduce myself. Hi, I'm T5. If you don't know me, I'm a known shitter. I stream a lot. I play a lot of fighting games, but I don't stream those because that's my comfort time. You know, those are my moments where I get to laugh like a little goblin on my own. But I stream a lot of platformers and RPGs. But this is a game that I talked about. I want to say it came out a year ago. And I wrote a little article on it. I streamed it for a long time. And then it was like, yeah, 2.4 is going to happen. And then it took about a year and we're here. And I promised my good friend Tyron, who maybe worked on this game a little, that I would have I would have him on for an interview. And I'm joined by another special guest.
Hi, I'm Gunla.
Let's take a minute.
Conspicuous silence.
Okay, so I'd like you both to introduce yourselves before we get, too far into it. Don't mind this character; he's not in the official game, but maybe one day that will happen.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Keep agenda posting.
You got it.
I mean, I got all my Sega scribblers that I want to shill into this game eventually, but who knows, right? So I'm Tyron. I am one of the lead gameplay designers and programmers on Ring Racers. I also did a lot of sound and music for the game, and I ended up doing a lot of touch-ups of the networking code, which is something that I would recommend that no one do.
I am Gunla. I am one of the lead mappers for Ring Racers. I handle a lot of mapping across the board when it comes from the tutorials to other things to maintenance. So my grubby little hands have been through pretty much every map in the game.
Whoa, that's new.
The 2.4 upkeep cycle was basically just my ass touching every file in the code base while I watched Gunla touch every single map in the assets repository.
Yep.
And obviously we've had plenty of people that have been working on all sorts of maintenance, so it's not a one-man effort.
No, it is quite fucking extensive, actually. There's a lot of developers I could have actually had on.
We have a very funny-looking credits list, and in particular, big shout-outs to Eidolon, Toaster, and Ashnell for giving me some major help on the code side of things.
This game feels so nice.
I think everybody pitched in just about something. 2.4 was made with, a significantly reduced main team as people kind of moved on to personal projects and whatnot, so those who were still given a lot to get this update off the ground. Just show them some love.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust the volume a little bit, just so I know you're probably balanced well, but I'm gonna make double sure before we get too far into this. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. My relationship with these two fine folks is that we've known each other before Kart, and we kept in contact after it, miraculously. It's impressive that Tyron let me do this, considering I torture him every month, or every specific month of the year, rather. Even though I
we have our little December tradition called the Kusoge Advent Calendar, where a bunch of my alleged friends assemble an itinerary of 25 weird, messed up, and forgotten fighting games for me to experience blind, and I think I mostly have the majority of my internal organs from that experience, which I'd say is good. You can find some of the write-ups for that and some of the VODs at my personal site, World's Best, worldsbe.st.
I like the greatest game, Super Turbo.
It's true.
Weird, mild thing.
I love getting touched by any jumping button and immediately losing the round.
Yeah, it's great. Hyper Fighting was really good about that. I've noticed the boosters are a different shape. I'll ask about that later. Whoa, I forgot that was the look back button. Ah! Whoa. Don't tap that. You want to hold that down. If you tap it, you might have a headache. So yeah, this has been an interview that has been long in the drafts because, I was like, we'll do it when 2.4 drops, and that ended up taking a while because, a lot of refinements got made, as was mentioned. So I'm just going to bury the lead and admit that I forgot to pull up my questions doc and have it pinned on my computer at the moment. So we're gonna finish this lab, and then I'm gonna open up with some questions for Tyron, and then I'll go between Tyron and Gunla as we continue here. So,
All right, I'm ready for the Socratic grilling.
yes, I am really curious because I think I've asked you briefly about this before in the past, but I wanna throw it out there now. Because this was originally built from SRB2K, right? Like it was not its own project at first, but Ring Races is an independent thing. It was, meant to be a follow-up to that. What were your main goals when you were brought on to pick up this project and took the mantle out?
So originally I was actually brought onto the team for primarily sysadmin work, because at that point in the SRB2 cart support cycle, the previous game, I was kind of accidentally, like, I tumbled into hosting a lot of the infrastructure that made online play work. I maintained a couple of high-profile add-ons and ended up hosting the master server, which is the thing that powers the server browser in-game. And so I was originally brought on in primarily a sysadmin role, and the hierarchy of Cart Crew as a team is very flat. It's like, people do what they like, and if it's based, it goes in. And so what I like ended up expanding over time from, like, oh god, what is C programming, to, like, oh god, what is anything really? With, I think, some kind of crystallized end goal of, like, I want this to be a game that I can play forever. Because I definitely, like, I latched on to SRB2 Cart immediately as it dropped. I had a lot of fun with it, and I feel like my time with it, by the time I had started work on Ring Racers, had largely run its course. I felt like I had done everything I wanted to do in that game, and that the gameplay loop was, like, a bit too solved at that point.
Right.
To want to put a ton of time into games at that point. And so I think a lot of that focus comes out in the mechanical design of Ring Racers, where one of my main focuses is trying to make things really difficult to compare in terms of an expected value, like when to push, how are these things balanced against each other, sort of sense.
Yeah.
Where I feel like people are still trying to figure out what the best option in any given situation is, like a pretty considerable amount of time after the game dropped.
Yeah. Because I know a lot of kart racers go through this problem I speak of where people learn it enough to where it starts to become more about, like, completely rote map memorization, and the item metagame gets kind of stagnant because there's a limit in a lot of them to how much it can really influence gameplay, right? And you run into this problem where it becomes like, oh, who knows the shortcut here, or who knows this or that, and it starts being less about, like, the actual quality of the racing. It's really weird, right?
And then at some point, like, obviously, like, track familiarity is something that's, like, incredibly difficult to design out of these types of games, and even if you could, which I don't even know what that would look like, I'm not totally convinced that the result would be fucking good.
No, right. You want to make quarters intriguing, but you don't want to make, like, skipping huge swaths of the map, like, mandatory to be competitive with players that might be, like, a little better than you, right?
Yeah.
You want to
keep
it
one half of the situation is, like, small gaps in knowledge creating, like, big gaps in expected placements. And the other situation is when everybody knows everything at, like, the higher echelons of play among, like, other people who are as invested in the game as you are, what's left? Where competition players have that tendency to pare things down to really tight edge cases.
Yeah.
And so you would really like to make sure that the things that people are optimizing, once they, like, spend enough time with the game to get familiar with it and really invested into it, you'd really like to make sure the things that people are optimizing are actually fun or interesting.
Yes.
And it is famously difficult to design for that with without some degree of hindsight.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to ask Gunla. So you are, the head of, or one of the person who's a major hand in the mappings, right?
Yeah.
So I'm really curious, what kind of racing games were you, like, really active in before playing this one, and did they have any sort of influence on how you were making maps for this game?
So, that's really good and interesting. Because for the most part, my earliest days with playing games, like racing games, is like old Mario Kart, like Super Circuit, Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Kart Wii. Wii's probably the first one that I was really into, and then a bit of 7. But SRB2 cart really scratched a specific itch, like just in terms of control and in terms of like making things. Because I started out obviously as a modder before joining the team. So
yeah, that checks out. I can kind of see that lean in the track design, right? You want to make turns good, you want to make the flow really good with the mechanics. And I do think Mario Kart at baseline generally has really nice track design to follow, you know, in terms of like, this is a good like rudimentary rule.
I'm less versed with like 8 and MK World, since that's kind of around the time when I started getting more into stuff like SART and
yeah,
eventually SRB2 cart. So
all right, let me pull up the document again because I'm so awesome at pinning things. All right, there we are. All right, so for team members, I'm curious, Tyron. I don't know, you're not really like the team lead in that sense because you mentioned it's a really flat hierarchy, so I guess you could only partially answer this. But when people were talking about like, hey, I want to work on this game, what was like the selection process like? If you have any insight.
Selection process. Okay, so everyone I have ever seen get added to Kart Crew basically gets abducted.
Yeah.
With absolutely no warning from a related community space.
Oh, that's exciting.
Where basically the criteria is like, you have displayed visibly like aligned and based taste in other locations, and so if you would like to help out, here are the keys to the development repository, and we'll answer questions if you are at all confused about what's going on.
Right.
But typically people just get abducted and watch the development process, and then your brain tends to activate with like, wouldn't it be cool if, playing off whatever everybody else is bringing to the
right,
table.
yeah.
But like in terms of explicit selection criteria, it's mostly just like the most critical thing I would say is like a day-to-day culture fit. Just like, can we have sensible conversations and work on stuff as friends?
Yeah, because
that's really the biggest thing. Is like it's like we need to be well acquainted. We need to know at least for what I was kind of given the runaround for, because I was basically, I think it was one day after work, I kind of got asked in a DM, and that was kind of it.
Get pranked. Now you're making Sonic fan games for the rest of your life?
No, literally, I ended up in the main development channel like, hey, I think there was a role management mistake, I can see the development channels. And somebody was just like, nope!
Guess what, motherfucker, now you're here.
And my understanding is that this is basically how everyone gets brought in.
Oh, great. Yeah, because with Gunla...
Because it's funny every time, because once you get hazed with that, you really want to see it happen to somebody else.
Oh, that, I can share a fun anecdote. That happened to somebody in the Plus R channel, like the Plus R Discord for modding. My good friend Krakan, who was there with you when he hit you with the Faust Infinite and GGX 1.5. Yeah, so him and I were both mods on that server at one point. I'm still a mod. And what happened to him was that he said no to the DM offer, but Hano forgot. So he just got added as a mod, and he was like, why am I a mod? And Hano's like, oh, my bad, I forgot. And I was like, well, you're drafted now, buddy. And he was a mod for a bit before he eventually stopped. But it's a similar thing, right? Where it's just like, hey, you're a good fit. Just get in here, you're fine. You know, you work with us, it's good. Even if you contribute like 1 or 2 things, as long as you're helping out, it's perfect.
The other thing is that the way that we get work done is very frequently like people from different disciplines piling together into the same voice call and just doing a sprint on a particular feature that needs both of their expertise.
Yeah.
And so like, I mean, it's a group of friends, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's how the project managed to like receive as much development effort as it did, because like day to day, like of course it's always work, but it's also just a lot of fun working on something that everybody enjoys to play.
Yeah, getting able to like see the fruition of your hard work and play it like this in such like a direct setting, and see a whole ton of other people playing and enjoying it, and taking the time out of their day to give feedback. Is like it's great, right? It's a good feeling. Creating is really fun, even if like 2 people touch it. It feels like, you know, that's 2 more people than 0, right? Like this is something I've shared.
We do have kind of... We try to discourage people from working on things in isolation for too long, because even if what you're working on doesn't end up coming to fruition fully, like, people being involved with the start of whatever feature or asset or what have you that you're working on can often take it in a better direction than you were able to come up with on your own, and even if it isn't finished, that idea lives rent-free in other people's heads and sometimes gets resurrected in another form.
Right, like...
And of course, like, you do need to obviously do the pre-screen, because not everything's a winner. Some stuff needs, like, significant reworking from the concept stage in order to, like, mesh well with what we're building, but that's...
Yeah, quality control is an important aspect as well.
And so it really helps to know from the outset. It's... flat organizational structure does not mean, like, drop 17 maps into the game and talk to no one.
Yeah, you want to let people know what you're doing.
The most I dropped at once into the game was 6, so...
That's not bad.
When was that? I forget.
That was, I want to say, like, January of 24?
It must have been one of those nights where you were like, hold on, I'm doing cart stuff, and you said that for like 2 hours. Because that's my little anecdote. I know when Gunla got added to the project, because in the group calls, he would go, hold on, I got some cart stuff. I was like, oh, you're working on that! Like, that's exciting, that's really fun. And that was like, it felt like almost every night, and it's fine. But like, I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, you can take a look at my GitLab history and see a metric shit ton of bright blue squares for days where I checked in and made code changes or like otherwise reviewed pending feature branches, etc. You can see a big block of fucking bright blue squares that's basically every single day I had access to a computer, and then like a 7-month period where I completely disappear because I'm building a house. And then like
yippee!
Day 1, my internet and my PC are hooked up in the new place. It's right back.
Yeah, the dedication on this project is something that has impressed me since I played it, because I was just like, man, not only were a bunch of updates pushed really early, but also just the... You can feel it when you play it. You can feel it. Like, damn, somebody spent a whole lot of frickin' time on making this feel good, and making this map feel, like, really nice here, and constructing this turn to piss me the fuck off. And, like, it was...
The game is almost unmaintainably large.
Yes.
At this point, and we are starting to feel it. Just, like, the magnitude of what has been built from so many different people is, like... It represented a pretty significant challenge taking on 2.4 with a reduced team, because it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
We have about a gazillion maps. We have about a Brazilian different gameplay systems, all of which interlock in very precise and difficult to audit ways, and are held together by code that is like... So if you take a terrible code base and you replace every single piece of it, it's still dog shit?
The answer is yes, because it always will be. Because it's a video game.
Structurally, unfortunately, that challenge on an engineering level is... And anybody who watched me tuning Ring Veil during the 2.4 release candidates understands that the rule we arrived at is it's SRB2. Hard things are easy, easy things are impossible.
Yep. I just like always assume any video game is probably programmed like decently as a disguise, but pretty badly under the surface, because like even the best games nowadays have this, and it's fine. That's just how it is. It's spaghetti that you can eat, you know? Like
yeah, it's a difficult as a somebody working on the software. It can be really difficult to tell the difference between like it's okay to do this a little bit slapdash for rapid prototyping because I won't need to touch it again, versus like I will absolutely need to touch this again and need to make sure it plays nice. And that's made significantly harder when core pieces of the work in question, like the entirety of the damage system, are just like big incumbent shit of Theseus nightmares.
God, it sounds so exciting. I'm sure you wake up with a big
I feel like
smile.
I've learned so much during the process of this, but also that, like, part of my soul has been scrubbed away with steel wool and a very abrasive cleaning agent.
Now, for map designing, I imagine this still applies for maintaining all these maps, right, Gunla?
Nightmare.
Oh,
Tell them about the software.
It's like a completely independent problem that is also just like, fuck.
We have too many maps. That's just the honest way to put it is like when it comes to big, wide system changes, it is like 150 or so race maps, which is what a lot of the changes, especially for 2.4, were predominantly oriented towards race. Which that is a terrible thing you could take out of context.
Whoops!
Race mode!
Race mode! This is a great stream where I get the developers to say some very interesting things for later. Oh, thank you,
Be
Adam
sure to
Adler,
sentence mix
for the
this
raid.
as abrasively as possible and post it everywhere.
Oh,
I see.
thank you very much for the raid. I apologize if I can't address everything since we are doing an interview, but thank you very much. Hope your stream went well. I'm gonna slide over to the next question. All right, so I mentioned that, like, what were your goals when you got brought on? But what aspect of SRB2 Kart were both of you most pressured to try and improve upon? Because I know there's a whole bunch of things that you wanted to, but which one did you feel the most pressure to really deliver for?
Ooh, that is a tough one, because I think by the end here, I think I've had my mitts in just about every single direct gameplay system.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the unifying force that is tying all of them together is trying to solve the comeback problem, right?
Yeah.
Where you're trying to strike this balance where people still feel like they're in every race, no matter, like, what kind of bad things happen to them. But at the same time, you want people to feel like their results on a race-to-race basis correspond to, like, the decisions and mistakes and, like, good pushes that they're actually making.
Yeah.
Because as soon as people feel too disconnected between, like, race results and their ability to, like, drive and make choices, you get really disaffected and it breaks all of the rest of the systems.
Yeah.
Keeping those things tied together was a big area of focus for me personally. And, like, obviously it was the overwhelming majority of actual, like, under-the-hood gameplay adjustments in 2.4 was trying to bring that a little bit more in line to introduce, like, some degree of consistency to a game that is, like, still modeled after the classic item racer without, like, breaking the ability for people to participate in races from behind.
Yeah, because, again, I mentioned that problem of, like, small knowledge gaps and, like, learning how to do this and that. Like, it can feel hopeless in games that have really designated, like, shortcuts and loadout metagames. But I think this game has, the gate system and a lot of, like, very specific choices involving items and how they impact your racing and where you want to push and what kind of corners you want to make in your ring system, to where, like, it feels like you can usually punch up without it feeling egregious. Like, you need to make the right play at the right time, but you can do it even if you have a little bit of a gap in knowledge compared to somebody else.
Yeah, it's like, and that's not to say that Ring Racers does not ultimately have, like, several different strata of terrifying skill gaps that can be imposed on people, but that, like, we'd like it to be an enjoyable experience even when, like, one of those is present.
Yeah.
And, like, at the same time, it needs to be an enjoyable experience without creating, like, tons of flip upsets that make you feel like you wasted your time learning to drive.
Yeah. And you want players that are behind to not feel like they don't get to race or do anything cool. Which is, part of the experience system and all that is in single player and multiplayer, right? It's a big deal, right?
Yeah, especially the experience system as it applies to single player, giving you, like, an explicit numerical system for, like, even if you drown at the end, you still get to take some credit with you.
Mm-hmm.
Is, like... Well, it's all kind of pointed in the same direction, I would say, so pointing to, like, a specific system that I was most pressured on is, like... That's the thing, that's the main challenge about working on the gameplay side of this, is that everything has ended up tied together so tightly that it becomes really difficult to tune things based on, like, data or straightforward logic. It's combinations of intuition and observation and, like...
Vibes.
Vibes is the word. The word vibes appears so often in code that I write.
Mm-hmm. It's important. Play by feel, you know, like... That's one of those things that I describe about, you know, competing in Plus R and how to make decisions in that game. It's vibes. It's vibes-oriented. You can't just, like, trust everything you're seeing on the screen at the moment. You have to be, you know, confident in what you're committing to and trying. Right?
Yeah, play your own.
The key word is code with the vibes rather than vibe coding.
Yes! Oh, we're not going to talk about vibe coding?
LLMs do not understand our code base. It is too fucked up for them.
I read it once. I read it once and I said, oh, this makes sense. You labeled it pretty well, but, you know, I'm also fucked up, so, I mean, maybe that's the problem.
Very little of the new code is badly written, but the unfortunate reality of it is that sometimes it had to be hooked up or placed into systems that were already bad, which is, like, I cannot stress enough, this is not an impugnment of anybody that came before us. SRB2 is, like, a project that is nearly psychotic in its enduring ambition, but, like, large portions of it and SRB2 Kart were written by teenagers.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a project that
that's the only thing that's going on there.
It's existed for, like, longer than some people playing it have been alive. Like, it's
absolutely.
It's one of those games that is old. I think it's old enough to drink. I truly believe this. It either is or it's very close. In Canada.
Cider really does taste like a fucking freezing pop.
Now, Gunla, I want to pivot this to you. When it came to making maps and, you know, trying to improve on SRB2 Kart, what was, like, the big thing you felt pressured to try and make better from that one?
So, when I first started doing things for SRB2K, I was predominantly a character maker and sometimes a map maker. In particular, the opposite happened once I started on development. Probably because most of the characters that I made are characters that cannot go in the base game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I did not feel very confident in my map design when I was starting out. Obviously, going from SRB2K to Ring Racers 2.0 to 2.3 was a very different process, to say the least. I think there are a lot of my earlier maps in the game where I definitely had to iron out some of my weirder map quirks, roads that were way too wide, or just a shortcut design that wasn't very good. Mm-hmm. But there's a kind of a clear through line from, like, my quote-unquote earliest maps in the game, like Cadillac Cascade, to some of my late stuff like Thunder Piston, or even on a visual standpoint, Las Vegas is probably still the level I'd say I'm proudest of in terms of all the work I did to make it look as good as it is. And obviously, well, that wasn't just me. That was specifically, a lot of it came from Formation as well as some supporting code from Lap. So.
The other thing about that type of stuff is that a lot of the time, like, the people working on assets, maps in particular, they're working against a moving target where everyone is kind of simultaneously, like, as the gameplay systems take shape, we are all figuring out what systems and set pieces and types of course design mesh best with the gameplay grammar that we're still, like, working out. So the map adjustments that were made for 2.4 in particular represent a little bit clearer of an understanding of, like, what the game is doing well and, like, how to bring out the things that it's strong at through map design.
Right, and the variety, I think, is what always impressed me. Even the maps that I didn't, like, super love in this game, I always thought, you know, it felt, like, really ambitious. And I appreciate the hell out of that, considering, like, a game being willing to swing and maybe stumble a bit on that swing, I respect a lot more than one that never really makes that effort. And thankfully, I think a lot of games do this, even if it's in small ways. As I've come to play a lot of video games, I've come to understand that a lot of games do take risks in really small or large ways. But this one in particular, I think, was really awesome about, like, damn, man, we really want to make Deadline cool. I mean, it might not have worked in 2.3, but, like, we really wanted to make that, like, super sick. And I appreciate a lot seeing that, you know, play out, right? You
The
know,
existence of Carnival Night is doing something good for the ecosystem.
So I can go on a little bit of a slight tangent here. A lot of our course design, specifically with regards to like when we're adapting levels, we try and take set pieces from the original level that we think could work in this environment. And you can see that in levels like Carnival Night, where they're very faithful. They might not necessarily be a level you consider to be competitive, but it is an extremely fun, very chaotic. It feels like you're kind of in the zone if it was adapted for a race.
Yes. And that's awesome.
And a lot
because,
of courses,
even Sonic games never tried that. Oh, what's up? Sorry, my bad.
And a lot of courses, for what it's worth, follow that same adaptational strategy and end up being like very solid traditional circuit layouts. Or you think of something like Launch Base Zone, where I think that is like some excellent adaptational work, where like you can side by side the original level and understand exactly what set pieces are being translated over, and it's still like with some intelligence about how that's applied. Obviously, we're not just mapping it like 2D to 3D, but with some intelligent interpretation, it ends up working really well as a circuit map.
So I'm sorry if this like comes off as insane glaze, but like it really does feel akin to something like Sonic Mania, where like I know that the hands that have been touching this fucking love Sonic games, like without a question. It is
absolutely.
So you can take that to your grave. I would compare it to that game, with regards to that, with what you're mentioning. It's so good. Okay, let's see. Question documents. Open back up. Oh, so I know I mentioned you just kind of got pulled on. Was there a certain moment where you felt like really, really invested more than you were when you first started? Like, what made you really excited and passionate about this?
I think my work on Ringbox was probably the point where I understood, like, oh, as somebody with moderate programming experience and like a developing design sense, I have the opportunity to like not just do what needs to be done for this game, but figure out what needs to be done for it, which is like a significantly scarier and more exciting prospect than like bug fixing and simple, like straightforward feature implementation. And I think like people working alongside me can probably track about how my additions to the game start getting kind of crazy after that point, where like, because in the original SRB2 cart, we had big, fat fields of like 30, 40 item boxes. And so everybody would get an item at every single set. It was impossible to miss them, and the result was usually that like every single item set became a unreasonable war zone, which was like kind of both it created readability issues with trap items that were placed in those environments, but also it just guaranteed that as the game scaled up in player count, chaos becomes like completely unavoidable on a design level. And so the idea of like creating, okay, we're going to use fewer item boxes than before. This is like Salandoni's insight primarily. We're going to use fewer item boxes so that there's something made a little bit more explicit about the idea of like swooping in from someone to steal a set. But if you're following their line a little bit further back, we guarantee specifically that you get non-disruptive speed rather than an attacking item. So players that are closely... That was sick, by the way.
I know, that was pretty cool.
Players that are closely grouped together are kept together, but without like increasing the amount of total offensive chaos on the track. I did the work on that implementation, and I saw it come together in like an immediate improvement in terms of like players clumped together at sets and having like meaningful driving interactions instead of like basically self-immolating every single time. And that was the point where I was like, oh, wait a second. There might be something here where it kind of... I felt my own personal focus on like emphasizing the weird handling model we've got going kind of crystallized there. Because of course, like I was brought on in such a like limited capacity initially, and anything I was working on was kind of like oh, well, we got another person who knows some programming, so as long as Toaster holds my hand and baby gates me through explaining C-pointers, then, like, I'll do something like the spectator director cam, where it'll, like, follow vaguely interesting players while you're in spectator mode instead of just sticking to one player no matter what's going on. And that was largely the scope that I was developing out for a long time, but... I mean, I feel like I had so much support from the team to, like, explore some wilder design ideas.
Yeah, you know, like, God forbid, you know, you played so much garbage every December, and, you know, you do a lot of other video game projects, and it's just like, you know, you probably have, like, a million ideas swimming around in your head, and you're put on something like this, and you're given the opportunity to, like, yeah, I want to make that flourish, right? I want to make that sing. I want to at least, like, try it to see, like, maybe it's worthwhile. And then when it comes together like that and it ends up being that, it's like, whoa.
Because the immediate connection is always just that, like, you can tell when you've made something that's lighting up the relevant regions of your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, making the right tweaks that make that night's, like, in-dev net game feel like just a little bit tighter, just a little bit more fun, piece by piece. That's like, it became a little bit addictive, I think. Where, like, I've kind of long since accepted that I'm going to have changes I want to make big and small to this game, probably for as long as I think about it.
Yep. Now, for you, Gunla, what was that moment when you were mapping out? I'm kind of curious, like, what in your workflow made you just really go like, damn, I'm super locked in.
I think there's one or two levels I could say where I felt like I started to kind of get it. Probably they were pretty much right next to each other. It was Isolated Island and Sega Saturn.
Isolated Island is such a good map, man. Oh my god.
Specifically, Isolated is like the first point where I think I did a really good job with adapting a level that wasn't as easy to do as like Regal Ruin. Obviously, Diamond Dust Classic is the first take I did on Diamond Dust in the game. I don't think it's as sharp as the newer version, but Isolated, and then Regal, obviously there's Regal Ruin, but that's like very faithful to the original. So it didn't present as much of an adaptational challenge as much as a make sure the level looks like the one in the Saturn version. But Isolated was specifically, you know, I got a bunch of footage recorded. I was reviewing it over and over again just to try and figure out what would work. I think I ended up working with Oni on pulling in a lot of the background visuals from like the skybox into the main level. It was kind of a perspective that I hadn't really seen before, since I had mostly had some assistance with making textures before that point, and that was kind of like the moment where I think I started to get it. And then later levels, I would just be able to do a lot of stuff on my own. And I think as things got later and later, like I think I would say probably one of my favorite efforts in terms of like visuals past that point was Operators Overspace, which took roughly like a year from start to finish to get into the game. At least from when like I started dev.
So I was like, I'm gonna try to pass him, but he bonked me in a pretty good way, I think. It worked out. Oh yeah. This is a really, really fantastic game, if anybody's curious. Alright, so here's a good question for both of you. Before working on this, and you kind of brought it up earlier, and I brought up like, oh, what was like your inspiration, but did either of you like really get deep into any other racing games besides kart, I guess I should say? Or was that like the first time? Because I'm interested in hearing how that colors your experience with designing this game, right?
I've had a lot of interest in racing games for basically as long as I can remember. Shoutouts to the Volkswagen Beetle racing game on the N64 that I barely remember, and I'm not totally convinced I didn't dream it.
Oh. Yeah!
But, like, racing games are kind of amazing to me because it's, like, the idea so often is, like, simple set of known inputs to, like, unbelievably complex, impossible to fathom set of known outputs. In particular, I think, like, growing up, I really enjoyed the Wipeout games. The anti-gravity racers for, in particular, the PSP ones. And then later... It took me a while to discover Outrun 2, which I would say is, like, Ring Racers is my favorite racing game, but Outrun 2 is my favorite driving game, and also the only game in the entire world where I will argue that it is actually perfect, that there are no changes to be made to it.
Damn! You know, that's
of course,
like me.
Who worked on that game? Huh. Why do these Sega guys keep showing up time and time again?
Those motherfuckers. Fuck you. That's what I think about the people that made Mario 3. Like, you know, you could stop. At any point, you could stop.
Yeah, it's like video games are over, art's over.
Like, what do you mean there's a Mario 4?
I've always had an affinity for racing games, I think. And, like, despite all of the ways I can talk about things like Mario Kart 8 not scratching the itch for me, I can't keep myself away, regardless.
There's still something charming about it, that you can just boot it up and play it, and, you know, the result might be, like, a load of crap.
No, absolutely. The split screen online in that game is like, okay, sometimes my race results don't correspond to anything, but, like, I can definitely pick Excite Bike Arena with my buddies while, like, slightly intoxicated, and then, like, complain about red shells and laugh my ass off.
And God, the music and everything about that game, like, the extent to which it's, you know, a game, in other ways, beyond, like, just, like, that racing element is so good. And it highlights how important that is, right?
Yeah. But I think, like, in addition to kart racers, which I've, like, had an interest in basically since I knew about them, I've also, like, always had a passing interest in, like, both anti-gravity racers like F-Zero and Wipeout, and also, like, actual proper motorsport, where, like, I don't drive, but driving is kind of, like, a fantastic set of control mechanisms for video games. Like, as a set of inputs mapped to complex outputs, like, I mean, there's a reason we're still doing NASCAR and F1 and all that. And so I'd like to think that I have, like, kind of a balanced perspective on, like, the various types of control systems and, like, the various approaches to comeback in particular, from, like, extremely aggressive in modern Mario Kart to, like, literally does not exist at all in a lot of other item racers. Like, if Wipeout has an item table, I have no clue. I swear to God, you get Quakes in first place in that game sometimes.
Diddy Kong Racing be like, we got an item upgrade system, guess what? The guy picked TT, it doesn't matter. Like,
yep, just drive. Just drive.
They picked you.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I never tell people this, but, like, that's the other half of my tag. Like, I say it's Key Snash, and that's all it was, but it was also, like, the exact sound that game makes when you hit the time trial on button, and he goes, I'm TT, and it keeps saying T. I was like, you know, I liked that game a lot growing up. We'll go with that. But yeah, that's interesting to hear. Let me pull up my doc again. I keep on tabbing it. I'm so good. Professional. Yeah, so, you know, I think this question got answered itself by you mentioning just, like, you've always had a fascination with it, because I was going to say, oh, you know, did those experiences have any big yield on your design here? And almost everything you mentioned...
My ability to yap is gonna knock you on your ass, dude.
No, perfect. That's what
I have so much to talk about.
That's why you're here! That's why you're here. It's so great. Alright, so here's a question, because, you know, we can't stop bringing up fighting games. Because God knows anybody do that. What is your favorite fighting game? And, you know, did it have any sort of influence on this while you were making it? Since there's a lot of through-line comparisons.
I think the fighting game influence in Ring Racers comes more from, like, a matter of discovering and refining my own taste than wanting to adapt any specific systems or play patterns. Definitely a good understanding of the grammar of fighting games is, like, it gives you a good set of tools to understand and think about concepts like advantage and space control in a way that can be brought over to other systems. And of course, there's always, like, the perennial joke from the FGC retirement homes, X is a fighting game, where X can be anything from fucking beer pong to mahjong, right?
Yeah.
But in particular, my favorites, I'll give two answers for this because I think the first answer isn't going to satisfy everyone. My true favorite fighting game that has ever been created is Super Smash Bros. 64.
Oh, that's awesome. No, who's that gonna make sad? What?
But is it a fighting game though? Or also like, why that over any other Smash game? Isn't that the funny touch of death game?
Captain Falcon, the missing link. Hello, like
me when I forward throw, forward air, forward throw.
Woo! Dude, what's
so
DI? Isn't that the
good.
thing you do when you get hit? Because you DI off the top to Captain Falcon? God. He's the
And of course, like... and Ring Racers does have DI, of course, which is, like, directly taken as an idea from, like... basically, the exact way it functions is not just taken from Melee, but taken from the implementation of Melee-like DI in Snap the Sentinel, which is, Sev and Sal's GZ Doom Boomer Shooter project that everybody should take a look at.
And so what's your second answer?
My second answer is Uni 2.
Yeah!
I love the Under Night games, and if I ever see a Byakuya or a Carmine on my screen ever again, I'm gonna jump into a river.
Okay, so Gordo did get buffed, so I might have to pick that game out. I did hear.
Uni 2 both, like, gave me a expanded taste for terrifying gut check neutral and, like, horrific resource management scams.
The lie of meter.
Where, like, using those types of systems, like, Grid and Shield to, like, create really tense situations. I've always felt an affinity towards that ever since, like, getting to grips with the game a little bit better, and it does help that my main got buffed 15 patches in a row until everyone noticed that she was completely broken.
Yeah, you know,
but the other thing about... Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, like, the whole grid system, I think, is really interesting because it's almost this external factor. It's a grading system in a way, right? That aims to...
It's very, very video gamey. It's, like...
Yeah.
It's as arbitrary gets, but... it gives the game a pulse of advantage-disadvantage that makes the rest of the systems function better.
Is it my turn to answer now?
Absolutely. Yap away.
Please just feel free to talk over me at any time, because I know that.
Nah, I'm listening. So I think for me, I'll answer like what I play more fighting games than racing games. Like I obviously mentioned a couple, but like my earliest exposures from childhood were Mario Kart Double Dash and NASCAR Thunder 2003.
Yeah.
But my favorite fighting games are Skullgirls and Smash for Wii U. So
Skullgirls? Okay, that's a really evil combination, because that's like one game where you don't get reset because Bayonetta just hits you and you die, and that's the other game where you get reset and you hold, like, the least seeable shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's not possible. You're not telling me you have to pass, like, a seeing eye test and lie to an optometrist to block, like, a left-right in Skullgirls. I refuse to believe a human
Can I tell my Skullgirls bracket story?
Oh, yes! Go ahead.
you can tell the Skull... There's your... You can go ahead.
So I entered Skullgirls at Frosty a couple years back because I'm like, oh well, I kind of play this game. I like playing lobbies with my friends. I like know B&Bs with like my kind of scuff team, and like I am familiar with fighting games in the abstract. So like I expect to go 0-2 to people who like play this game properly, but I'll at least like have some fun and like give myself a chance to get out there and like see what the game is like in person with like strong players. And my first match, I sit down against Peacock Painwheel Band. And after the first perfect and halfway through the second perfect, the guy turns to me while still zoning me, visibly eyes no longer on the screen, and asks, "So how long have you been playing?"
Oh. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine.
Fighting games teach you something incredible, which is like sometimes you play your favorite game and have a terrible day.
Yeah.
When you play a game that's asking that much of you, sometimes inevitably, like, it's just not your day, especially against strong competition. And learning to recognize that feeling versus, like, the game being broken is, I think it's been an important lodestone for me in Ring Racer's work. That's the end of the story.
My contrarian reason for Smash 4 is part of, like, that's part of the game when I joined my local community. That's when kind of things really started for me. And even though Ultimate is definitely a better game in terms of balance, there are a lot of bits of movement and the way that defense works that I like more in 4. Skullgirls for me is the game I took seriously for like the first time as a fighting game. Obviously, like, BlazBlue holds a very, very special place in my heart, but I am not good at that game. It's not influenced me as much in terms of, like, course design, although obviously I've been very cognizant of, like, how I design shortcuts and, like, the importance of making sure that you make shortcuts that are both good and don't take people away forever. I don't always succeed at that one. The modern answers, I would say, would actually be Vampire Savior and Rivals of Aether 2.
Good-ass answers.
Oh, yeah, Smash 4 is really interesting by comparison to, like, Ultimate. Because I do think... Yeah.
You saw that I was playing it last week.
I did. I know you were very happy to play that.
I was very happy to play
it. Like, oh my god, it's
control again.
Dude, I do miss Cloud Up Air. I mean, like, as a self-admitted scrub, that move made me feel better than I am. And I think many games should have such things. I don't know. I think it's nice to have.
I feel so strongly that, like, the most important thing to identify about a new fighting game that you're picking up is, like, is this a I love the systems game, or is it a I love my character and I hate everyone else's character game?
I like Bayonetta, Mii Brawler, and Greninja, and I hate everyone else.
Yeah.
Yippee!
I like Clarin and Loxodont, and when they keep nerfing Maple, I'm just gonna say nothing and wave.
And so obviously a lot of that comes through in Ring Racers, where I think a lot of the people who are, like, most invested in designing the systems or, like, providing in development feedback are, like, somewhat acclimated to the horrible situations that can happen to you in their favorite fighting games.
Not that I'd know anything about that.
We try not to shy away from that level of friction because it is, like, in a lot of ways what makes our favorite games what they are.
Yeah, you know, you're always going to remember that. You will never forget it.
With that said, if I have to fight another Kirby, I might end up on the news.
But you don't like Kirby, dog?
I'm so glad fewer people are playing that character in Modern 64.
You don't like Kirby, bro? You don't like Tilt?
I don't like about 4 of Kirby's moves that unfortunately make up about 98% of the character.
You know, I'm realizing something just as we're talking about this, and we were talking about fighting game and racing game inspirations when I was younger, and I'm like, why did I not mention Kirby Air Ride in, like, any capacity?
Well, you know, it's like a given. Okay, like, you know,
I must be the only person on the development team who, like, missed out on that when I was growing up.
No lie, I do think you would love it.
I've played it some. I do like it a lot, and me longingly staring at Air Riders through the glass window of the department store like a street urchin at a loaf of bread.
I'll let you know how it is.
Please do, and also, like, gripping my knees out of frustration. That I won't get to play it at launch.
It's okay, it's okay. The economy will fix itself, surely smile. It will not be bad. There will be no American century of humiliation. I'm not confident, actually.
I'm sure it's fine.
You know, I don't have to...
Sakurai really said maximum of 6 players, and I just breathed out. I'm like, okay, one of the greatest game designers to ever do it couldn't balance 16-player, and decided not to. Maybe we should just relax a little bit about that in our own work.
Yep. Oh. And I don't know if you could tell what my favorite fighting game is.
Surely there's just no way to know.
There's nothing on the screen that would indicate anything about that kind of information. And
yeah, I only have to scroll up about 3 pixels to see, like, an Anji hitbox that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, see, it's funny. You'd look at my feed now and you'd be like, what? Why is Cliff in the game? Aren't you an Anji main? No. And that entire thing, not to make this too much about me, but because we're all just sharing fighting game anecdotes here, that entire tangent came because the entire region of North America started downplaying Anji for no fucking reason, and I got really annoyed. I was just like, you're kidding me, right? You don't think this character is worth a damn? And I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna find out if you're right, and they weren't.
It's tough, like, at the top of these, like, super polarizing, high-friction games, like, there are tons of people who know a lot about what they do, but at the end of the day, the competitive sphere for a lot of this stuff is, like, fairly small and insular, so, like...
Yeah, a lot of things kind of just...
As much as I don't want to be the tires on exits guy, like, established community wisdom is vulnerable.
And I think the more vulnerable it is, the better your game is. I think it's good that opinions can shift and change. Like, this isn't me shaming North America. Like, I'm not saying that they should feel bad for thinking Anji was weaker. That was the information they were working with, right? And, like, he hasn't, like, drastically jumped up in impression, but he's definitely not as bad as I was led to believe. And it's just a matter of, like, it's interesting in how that can shift and how that changes with mindset and, player approach. But enough about Anji, he's not in this game yet. I haven't paid $300 for a sprite set for him yet. Let's open the questions doc again. What's next? Oh, baby, this is a great question for you that won't make you want to put a pencil in my eye. Having made this now, what have you learned about designing for player experience? Has it colored your desire to ever work on something like this again in the future, be it fan game or otherwise?
Okay. You want to take that first, or you want
You know?
You know what? You go.
Alright. So, the biggest thing I've learned, especially as we've gone later on, is there is such a thing as too much content.
The unmaintainable amount.
I will be very candid. I do think we are the kind of an unmaintainable amount. Like, we just have a lot of things, and it's very good, but it is very unrealistic.
Yeah, I'm kind of fucked up that you're like, 2.5, the content update, and I'm like, whoa, 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 yeah, sorry.
2.4 Lightning Shield brought to you by me, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for immediately tasing me. I really appreciate it.
The other side of the answer is that my brain and my kind of desires going forward are actually in a a completely different direction for what I want to do. So we made the racing game that I am happy with and I like to play. And I see myself working on more narrative-based things going forward.
Finally, Dr. Robotnik's Ring novels. You could do it.
No.
I believe in you. No, you don't want to write about Dr. Robotnik? You don't think he has anything interesting to give on, like, social commentary or anything? No?
I want to hear another 60 pages of, like, the story of manufacturing spray cans. That's what I need in my life. Okay, so, I want to preface what I'm about to say with that I don't think that when I say this, it reflects mistakes that we made necessarily in, like, the conception or the planning of the triaging phase, and that, like, the way that things turned out with regards to Ring Racers is probably the only way they could have turned out that got everyone a game in the end. So, just keep that in your head while I explain the 2 rules I will be following in the future. No fan games, no free.
Yeah.
Waste of time. And in particular, if I want to add a third to that, don't use bad technology.
Yeah.
Just, please, God. Like, the mappers can probably tell you a lot about how, like, there is a strange quality to the landscape of 3D creation software that makes Zone Builder, like, strangely well-suited to quickly prototyping layouts in this type of a game, and it has features that other tools are missing that are sorely missed when people try to migrate. But, like, I mean, in a perfect world, it would have just been Godot. And we don't live in the perfect world. We had a ton of legacy content and legacy systems, and, like, existing momentum working with the tools that we had, and in particular, the assets burden would have been just unbelievable. But, like, do not work in Doom Legacy, or, like, PS1 Homebrew, or Click Team Fusion.
What?
Because of inertia, if you can at all avoid it.
There's aspects of this game in Click Team Fusion?
I'm just thinking of, like, projects that I, like, greatly respect that are built on bad technology.
Oh, yes.
Because it really does hurt you in the prototyping phase to be, like, tripping over all of the foot guns left in your fucking garage.
Yeah.
The technology matters.
I think, like, if you're doing something like Homebrew, you should be, like, either at least at minimum an experienced developer, or you need scope within that hardware. It has to be really well maintained and controlled.
Yeah, like, I don't think a game can exist. A game like Ring Racers, I don't necessarily think it can be made with, like, adherence to a strict, like, start of project scope. A lot of what the game became is, like, the reason we went from SRB2 Kart V2 to Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers midway through development is because we recognized that the number of things that can be done with a formula that still, like, is identifiably friendly and familiar to Mario Kart people is limited, and too limiting for where our tastes ended up shaking out and where the fun we were finding was leading us.
That's just... I like the idea of paid work as well. It doesn't even have to be a lot of money, but just, like...
It's, at least, leave the option open. Because the situation that we're in is that, like, all of us obviously have, like, a deep love for classic Sega and Sonic in, like, whatever capacity we brought to the table here. But, like, if it's worth working on, it's worth, like, owning completely.
Right.
Don't carry water for corporations, even if those corporations occasionally produce Outrun 2. That's my primary, broad takeaway from a lot of this.
Well, the other thing about free...
In terms of, like, designing for players specifically, I think an awareness of player expectations and the willingness to, like, shape that as a first priority, like, landmine to be defused is, like... My awareness of that has become, like, hyper-vigilant paranoia at this point. Expectations are so important. Like, people don't leave the 30-paragraph negative Steam review on a game that they self-selected out of because they knew it wasn't for them. Or the game that allowed them to appropriately set their expectations beforehand and go in at a place and a time where, like, their mental was correct. And, like, they felt prepared and inclined to engage with the type of game that they were playing. People leave the overwhelmingly negative Steam review that's 30 paragraphs long when they feel like they were tricked.
Right. Or misled.
And avoiding, like, the shadow of an appearance of that is like, well, now we know, right?
Yep. And
pretty good prank to make, like, F-Zero for freaks and then make it look like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I don't think it's all that dire, but definitely, like, the changes we've made around things like the landing page and the game's opening moments to, like, make it clear what someone is about to experience and, like, to guide them by default in a low-friction way towards, like, an experience that is going to be a little bit more predictable to them and follow, like, a more familiar structure is, like, Well, we've seen a lot less rough reception after those types of changes got made, and I think for the most part we've managed to make them without diluting the core appeal.
Yeah,
is, like,
well, in a lot of ways.
2.4 is like, let's soften down as many of the rough edges as we can without making the game less fun for the people who like see the core appeal in it. Let's reach as many people that this type of design can reach. Is the hope.
Yeah, expand your audience, but don't lose sight of like your vision, right? 'Cause, you can't please everyone, and I think despite some people applying that criticism to games, I don't think there are many games I've ever played that felt like they were trying to do that. At least one's worth my time even a little bit. Even if I don't like a fighting game, I can't say like, oh, I completely wasted my time on it. Where the hell am I going? There we are.
What a launch.
I actually didn't even know that Quarter Pipe was there.
That's pretty exciting.
It's
hey, you made the game, and look at I'm teaching
because
you new things.
People act surprised when I don't know about shortcuts, and it's like, I didn't build the maps, we got too many.
Calling that a shortcut might have been really
Go!
generous. Yes, let's fucking go, dude.
Oh my
You're
god.
gonna lose life here.
Yeah, it's over, it's over. I mean, it would have been really sick to hold that together, but...
I'm wondering how I want to jump in on this one, because I know my take is pretty different from yours, Tyron.
You can say it. I'm not gonna stop.
Because I'll say on one hand, I know that we have a jank as hell map making system, and that a lot of lessons are very important. I think I have some dark, morbid, like, attachment and understanding of how HVR and Zone Builder works, because every time we have had our map makers complain internally and they have watched me map, I just tend to armor through any sort of potential crash issue that happens and feel weirdly at home working on it. There's far better mapping software and the like available for other engines, but I mean, you already probably looked. If you've looked in the mapping channel, you've already seen that I have worked on things even after we did finish 2.4.
Yeah, it's the nice thing about having all of the changes that rely on each other in 2.4 now out as a unit is that, like, should people want to work on additional stuff, I'd like to think that we can do smaller releases at this point now that we're not, like, relying on a bunch of systems that pull on each other to be released at the same time. And that's not like, don't call that a roadmap. If you want to get developers, if you want to get zero communication from developers, the best thing you can do is take off-the-cuff potential future statements and phrase them to other people like they're concrete plans. That is the best way to get people to shut up. But with that said, like, I mean, obviously, Gunla is still, like, interested in producing some content for the game. I think that a couple other mappers have expressed some interest in getting, like, concept layouts taken care of. We even teased one map that didn't make it to 2.4 this time around in, I believe, the Two-World thread.
What do you mean you're adding maps?
Right?
The hell is your problem?
Like, go to bed!
We just were like, man, we got too much shit. Guess what? We're adding shit. I'm like, what?
It's... There is a certain compulsion. I feel the same way that Gunla does about gameplay systems, where, like, I have long since stopped expecting that I will ever create a state of this game where I feel like I am 100% guilt-free putting away the balancing levers and letting the meta exist as it does. But luckily, those things are getting smaller, and I think, like, part of the long tail of this now is gonna be me figuring out how to, like, leave well enough alone, I suppose. There is the existence of the possibility of an update is always gonna, like, buzz at my brain a little bit, because there is no, like, definitive put it down, book closed, can't type of date. So there's always that question mark, but on the other hand, I feel like I've basically worked on this game every single day that I've had access to an internet-connected computer for something like 2+ years straight. And I don't know. You guys hear about Luminous Arise?
Dude, I love when you're like, man, I'm gonna take a nice break now that it's out, and then you don't do that. I think that's so fun.
I have not opened map making software in like 2 weeks. The Google Docs have been what's been open, and I've been having a good time.
Yeah, we just watched shitty anime. That's in
well,
fact
not that kind. The creative writing kind.
Oh, you know. That happened anyways, though. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
In terms of my future projects, like, unlike a lot of people on the team, I can see myself working on a racing game again, because I think racing games are based as hell. But I don't think... I'd want it to be more of an arcade racer than an item racer, because I feel like Ring Racers has explored basically all of the territory that I want to cover in terms of, like, the gameplay grammar of item racers and the way that the problems I feel they have can be solved. Y'all like Ring at Midnight? I don't know. Food for thought.
Yeah, you know, it's like... I think this game is in a great
think I could relate.
This game is in a great state. And I assume that the content update will probably, if I had to estimate, largely be just more characters. If I had to guess.
Probably just more courses.
Really? More maps? You're insane.
No, I mean, no. Here's the thing: no guarantees, but like, that's just what I've been doing.
Oh, you're crazy. I love it.
If 2.4 is the last release of the game, I will breathe out.
Yeah.
And like, I have no specific plans at the moment for anything else, besides a couple of gameplay systems that I am keeping an eye on, because the reality of building a game like Ring Racers is that you cannot possibly anticipate the way certain tuning decisions are going to shake out when given to, like, the strongest players in the world.
Yep.
I think I'm pretty good, but I spend too much time working on the game to play it like some of those people do.
Yep. Similar with fighting games. Even the people that make them, like, you know everything, but, like... Players are just naturally more salient to being in a variety of situations you cannot replicate while also making the game. Like, it's just not happening.
And for what it's worth, Tape's in your chat right now talking about characters, but, like, explicitly ones people don't want. Like, we're just gonna keep adding random guys. Okay,
not
so there's
Zavok.
two different kinds of
come on!
Not
You gave me some perfect criteria. That is something nobody wants.
There's don't want and then do not want.
Yeah.
And those are two separate ideas. Like, the new character introduced in 2.4, don't want. Zavik, do not want.
You don't want you don't like the, oh yeah, I see what you mean. Like, I'm just giving you ideas for horrific updates. That was really loud. I love that. That's how I know you made this game. Ow.
But yeah, 2.4 is like... It has been designed such that if it is the last update, then we will all rest easy and chillax about it, because I think we've left the game in a good state.
Yeah, no, it's... Playing this right now, I just want to point out, it feels really good. Not that it never did, but, like, there were explicit mentions in the changelog of improvements to handling, and I am feeling it.
Yeah, Neutral Drift in particular is, like, one... We have left the boundaries of the interview question at this point so robustly.
I don't care, whatever.
I feel that Neutral Drift is one of those big systems that is, like, pulling the game's handling together in a way where, like... The thing about kart racers is that the fundamental way your vehicle interacts with the ground is not, like, that deep or interesting compared to, like, capital R racing games.
Oh, right, I
with,
forgot.
Like, serious shit going on. Like, you compare, like, controlling go-kart and Mario Kart versus, like, hey man, boot up Assetto Corsa, boot up Forza Motorsport, and, like, the system's complexity is just not even close, and so I feel like 2.4 is a lot better in terms of, like... And of course, prior versions had this as well. We like to introduce small changes to the way that, like, your relationship to speed gain and grip and angle change over time. But Neutral Drift, I think, is the one that's active all of the time, that introduces a always-on degree of complexity to the, like, core kart racer handling without changing anything about the buttons that you use or the basic structure of turns. It's just about, like, sensitivity to angle and momentum, and rewarding people with speed in a way that goes a little bit beyond, like, yeah. In a way that goes beyond, just get your ideal mini-turbo level and then exit the corner straight, you know?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to use this. I gotta do it. Here we go.
How much are you gonna get out of this downhill?
Not enough.
It's tricky. You gotta get some real height to get a significant forward boost with that. You can't hold back while you push it, though.
Ooh. Oh, that's the cactus?
Give that a try. Jump scare yourself.
I love doing that. That's how I play this. Flip with like a shocking degree of
the overwhelming feeling on the team is ring racers can be done. And I'm definitely going to enjoy bringing, because like I feel like I became a lot stronger as a designer and a programmer over the course of working on it.
Right.
As much as I felt terrified of the idea that working in this archaic, stupid-ass engine that makes us touch 18 files at a time to add one variable to the player, real thing by the way, was just going to, like, erode any skill development that I might have been doing and leave me no better off than I was before. Like, in the end, I feel like I do manage to, like, think more clearly about procedures. I have a better sense for, like, pain points and potential awkwardness and, like, how to design systems that are, like, a little bit more analog than digital, that make it hard to, like, determine boring optimal play breakpoints. It's just it's been a good experience. When I say, like, I have so many horror stories that I can talk about, but on the whole, like, I am really glad that I put the time into this game that I did.
Right. Like, there's no regret. It's not like that, at least. Alright, so this is the last written down question. Well, not that's a lie. But this is one of the last ones. What is an amusing development anecdote that has stuck with you until now?
Oh. Where to even begin, Gunla?
I don't know. My brain immediately thinks of Jet's lawyer, and that's about it.
Of what? What happened?
Well,
let's just say Jet's got a lawyer, and he's getting him out of some pretty unfortunate charges.
What?
The number of terrifying verbal stim in jokes that, like, evolved like a bioweapon in a petri dish during the course of a particularly heated development in that game, that then, like, didn't go away the next day somehow, and just stuck around for weeks on end and rendered everyone's language completely incomprehensible. The most recent funny development anecdote was definitely discovering that EXP had not been working for the majority of the development time of 2.4 up until release candidate 5.
Wow.
That, like, everyone had gone completely crazy trying to tune a system that had an intermediate calculation placed in the wrong location, and so had never done anything since, like, a certain code refactor. And so we're all sitting here, like, claiming, oh yeah, that game felt a lot better. Oh, I don't know, I feel like the distance was a bit off that time. Oh, I don't know, I feel like maybe this needs to be moved to here, or we need to be more sensitive about this particular tuning constant here and there. And
fucking gaslit yourself.
Turns out that, like, if you think that you know what's going on in video games, you don't, because the people who make them with access to the source code who use it every single day don't.
Oh, that's so fucking awesome. You're trying to figure out what's wrong. Stagger mash. No, I couldn't go over the water.
I forgot to put it in the patch notes, but Bubble Shield Shakeout has a input limit now.
Oh.
if you can shake at, I believe, 6 inputs per second, it will give you full value. You can shake faster and it won't penalize you or anything, but it won't get you out any quicker.
Yeah.
A lot of changes like that in 2.4 where it's just like, okay, the basic idea is working the way that it's supposed to, but, like, let's just correct something about it in the ecosystem to tune it down a little bit. Because, like, I mean, insert Virtua Fighter 5 Stagger Mash gif here.
Plus our players. I'm fucking wiggling. It's even better on my stick. Do you want to hear what my Stagger Mash sounds like? That's a fun anecdote. If you're ever in a voice call,
I get to hear this every December when, like, I'm getting thrown in a Yu Yu Hakusho game.
Alright, so it sounds like this. That's me doing Stagger Mash.
Yeah, and I hear that every single time I get picked up by some fucking guy in a crusty Super Nintendo fighting game.
I'll walk across the room to get that, but that was worth doing. Oh, that's so fucking funny that you're just like, I don't know, man. I guess we should try adjusting it.
The other thing is that, like, a lot of game mechanics will, like, survive only 1 day or 2 of testing before they get put up on the shelf, never to return.
You go back there.
The people don't know about crack dashing. Trick panels used to be fucking wild. And by used to be, I mean, we're wild for about an hour before we realized the mechanic we had built was, like, number 1, awesome, and number 2, impossible to explain or convey to anyone.
Yeah.
I think my funnest story about that from a mapper perspective was the original version of Atlantis that was up for around 8 or 9 hours.
Oh, you were telling me about this in a.
I've told you about like old version of Atlantis.
Dev Atlantis, you called it. And I was like, what?
Where the map was substantially harder and just a lot more mean, and I had to do an immediate course correct. Because as mean as Atlantis is, and it's probably the only one I would say, there's maybe 1 or 2 that are designed in the game that were kind of inherently made to be either lower or higher on the number. Atlantis was designed to be at the very end the entire time. When I made it, I'm like, I know I want to design the hardest one. I will do everything in my power to make it the hardest one, and I went a little too far.
And as it turns out, video game difficulty is arbitrary, and the hardest thing in the game is nowhere near as hard as what the systems allow for. That's the time to lose password is a reference to, well, you know.
Oh yeah, because I remember that I have a direct hand in.
Yep.
That one is literally one that I inspired. I said, hey, dude, you know what you should do to be really spiteful? You should just, like, have the AI on max all the time. Wouldn't that be really funny? And you were like, hey, T, check it out. Type this in. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't mean that. I was being facetious. What the hell is your problem?
Yeah, and I put that in the 2.0 support cycle because I knew that a challenge like max difficulty all rivals was possible, and that we just didn't ask the player to do it because when you give the player an opportunity to do something, it's you as the designer are communicating to them that this is worth doing because I allow you to do it. And I don't think that most people need to do that.
Yeah.
I left it in so that because I knew that some people would be capable of it and would be itching for more, but that's the reason it's behind the cheat code.
I mean, it's the same reason we don't really gate anything behind S ranks or master, don't we? There might be 1 or 2 things that are gated behind master, if I remember.
It's the only thing behind master is like there is one specific keyable unlock that requires you to engage with master difficulty. And everything else caps out at vicious mode, which is still, like, vicious is tough. Vicious is pretty spicy, especially in 2.4, where we were able to, like, make the AI a little bit more consistent, and so, like, their performance on the maps they're strong on isn't as crazy, but the performance on the maps that they were weak on has gotten significantly better.
It's more well-rounded in that regard, right?
Yeah, but master difficulty is, like, it was always for freaks. It was always intended to be freaks. if people didn't find it hard as hell before, it was because it was, like, tuned wrong by mistake.
Oh, this fucking thing. Oh, I can never forget it! Oh, God.
I love this map, dude.
I do.
Gigapolis lately has actually turned into one of my favorite maps to play on.
The Seesaw is just like, welcome to the simplest to construct counter-steering challenge in the world. It also might be impossible. Like,
who cares?
It requires a weird degree of familiarity to navigate that effectively, and I think, like, I appreciate that about it.
Gotta have a password that makes people go through the old, what the fuck was it called? It was one of the Sonic 3 competition maps. It was,
Are you talking about Balloon Park?
Yeah!
With the bugged elephant? Well, I actually like Balloon Park a lot, and I feel like it got a really rough reception because, unfortunately, part of it was bugged. Collision with polyobjects, which is like a hexen construct for like movable walls and shit.
I'll say this, as a mapper,
It was just
I choose not to engage with those. That is a system limitation that I don't operate with.
yeah, but polyobjects were completely screwed up in a way where it would like
not here.
Reflect your momentum strictly wrong. Nice.
Oh god.
So like, instead of getting reflected opposite your momentum direction, you would get reflected exactly. Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
Oh, you can see that awesome backbreak sprite.
Yep. And that, I'm pretty sure I remember that that death pit was added there because people would launch at a really weird angle or something of that matter.
Yeah, people would get launched backwards and lose a ridiculous amount of progress from like Eggbox and stuff, I believe.
No, the last time I streamed this game, both of you yelled at me because I clipped into something and got stuck. That's what I remember. How the fuck is it always you?
Anybody who was watching the release candidate cycle for 2.4 saw the same maps get touched 7, 8, 9 times because there's just so much content, and Ring Racers allows you to do things that most kart racers don't.
I have to remember the input.
Where like if you look at like the normative way to build a modern kart racer, they don't allow for speed changes like the speed changes we put the player under. You look at like Sonic Cross Worlds. Been enjoying that, by the way, even though I have my own stuff to say about some of the balance decisions. I do think it's like it's pretty enjoyable.
You're allowed.
But you use a boost wisp and you go from like 200 to 240. Meanwhile, you use a sneaker in Ring Racers and go from like 40 frac units per tick to like 90.
Meanwhile, you use the lightning shield and you enter the fucking hyperbolic time chamber in age 2 years.
Yeah, you just you travel through time.
So since we're on this level, I always kind of like to point this out as like a fun fact. This level was made in about 3 hours. It's very fun. I kind of decided to do this over the course of like an evening where I was just free. But yeah, on things getting touched a lot. Why do I keep talking? The map I think I've changed the most in terms of like not just the release candidate cycle, but in general would be Cadillac Cascade. That was the first level of mine that was even thrown into the game. And all of the shortcuts and many of the sections on that have changed so many different times that it's just kind of crazy. There used to be like a physics-based speed cut, and over time, especially with 2.4, most physics and speed-based cuts have been completely removed because they just simply don't work with how the game operates now and how people can just push things to the limits or just go at speeds that are so variable that leaving things down to a speed pad to get someone from one side of the course to the other is just a risky game.
Yeah, a lot of those types of physics cuts, as opposed to like tripwire cuts, were always vulnerable to like extremely strange things happening to people. But we wanted to tighten up some aspects of the game in that way, in particular so that like stuff like the new Super Ring, we no longer have to keep such a tight control over when the frontrunner is allowed to gain speed and by how much. at the risk of like breaking shortcuts, etc. It's freed up a lot of design space. Tripwire is like one of the great necessary evils in the design of ring races.
I like it. I like the way it sort of prevents certain dominant paths from being too good while still allowing them to exist for people in the race.
The other thing is that we don't discuss this a lot, but it actually allows us to build a lot more forgiving off-road than exists in most kart racers. Where, like, if off-road doesn't have to function as, like, a cut protection system first and foremost, then players are allowed to interact with the edge of the track as, like, a type of terrain where you're allowed to clip your wheels in, or, like, use a burst of speed to mow through the inside of a turn in a more organic way than, like, you have set one wheel on slightly disheveled grass.
Oh, second place, baby.
My incendiary take is that I almost never use off-road in any of my levels anymore.
Yeah, you can tell it's a Gunla layout because it's like it's all road, and there are ring capsules on the edges of the road.
Wow,
that's the tell.
You're getting called out. You gonna take that?
Everybody's got a tell. It's not a bad thing.
You're gonna take that? You should boot up +R right now and fight for my amusement. No. That was what this whole stream was for! No, I'm kidding, no.
I mean, that is my stereotype, because I know that one of the levels I did work on recently. That is just how I do my rings, because my philosophy is that there should be an even balance of people that if they want to get rings, they go on the outside of the road if they want to stay juiced up, and then if they're on the inside of the road, they will gradually lose resources as they use them.
Yeah, it does provide a natural kind of comeback lane for people who are under the effective items or ring box to, like, take more effective lines. It's an element of track design that I feel has been a little bit de-emphasized in some of the recent game states, but it's still, like, it can be a real power position for the front runner if they're allowed to grab rings on lines that are, like, the fastest available.
That's a fun little interaction. I know why. I'm pretty sure I know why that happened.
That one's good.
That's just very unlucky.
Let me step away for one moment, by the way. I'll be back in a minute or two.
Alright. Intermittent break period. I thought I'd just ask Gunla a question. Who knows?
Well, I'm right here, dude.
You are. Alright, here's one that I'm gonna ask you. You mentioned, like, some of your favorite maps, but what do you think is, like, not necessarily your favorite, but what would you say over the course of development from first release to this one is, like, the most improved map in your eyes? Like, one that used to be very, very rough, and then you thought, you know, this is a lot better now. There's probably a few candidates that come to mind that you definitely had your hand in. But...
I would say one of I can tell you one that's like I've had a lot of involvement with helping it out, but the ones that come to mind immediately just off the cuff are Gigopolis and Dimension Disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Dimension Disaster had a lot of love and care that was applied to it. It's somewhere on page 2, but Gigopolis, I know that Barkley in particular has done a lot of work with it, and so is Cremation. That level is just a lot. I think it's a lot more fun. There was a bit of a weird balancing act with the three-way split for the tightrope.
Mm-hmm. That's a good choice. Gigopolis,
but I think levels that were already good for the most part, I think stayed really good. Obviously, Chemical Facility needed just like a couple of tweaks, namely with regards to like waypoints and the mod scale, and it became a lot more of a bearable map. That map was fixed for about a year before 2.4 was launched. But in terms of like my favorite level in the game, because obviously that's a pretty easy throwaway question to have, I would probably say Launch Base.
Yeah. That's my favorite level in Sonic 3, or one of them anyways, so like... No shit, it's gotta be good here. I'm glad you picked this special stage background, by the way, so... one of the Sonic
I picked this
CDs.
one because I thought it was funny. Toaster did Special Stage 1, and I'm like, I want to do one more. Just
Of
'cause
course, yeah, it's got
nice and easy to
funny
do.
Robotnik face. That's
Got the
really what it
Robotnik
is. You didn't pick the one that sears my eyes out, which is pretty nice. The rainbow one.
CD1 has, we do have I think Toaster did add an option for, like, when you're in Reuse VFX mode, you are able to, it turns the sky and makes it not destroy you. But I know there's also that one, I think it's 5 or 6, that also has that Porygon Electric Soldier skybox.
Beautiful. Or ugly. Probably more ugly, but you know, hey. Oh! There's a beauty in ugliness like that. But yeah, that's an interesting, that's a good answer. I like that a lot. Gigapolis is a map that I do like a lot too. Every time I play, even in the first versions of this game that I played, which I imagine by the time those came out, it was in that state. Whoops. I mean, Deadline... I think when that map worked, it was tight as hell. But... Speaking of tight maps, I love this one too.
This is, I would say, this and Las Vegas are my favorite levels that I've made.
And I mean, it's not just the music, okay? Although this is not The Good Future, which I think is a song on this that is possible to get, right?
No, this one just has the US and JP soundtracks.
Ah, okay.
Good Future is used as the motif for Mega Collision Chaos. So.
Okay, I do remember it being in the game. Because, like, that's one of my favorite Sonic songs ever. This is also a map where I got fucking stuck on stream, and you went, why the fuck is it you, man? And I think it was between one of the...
Was it the tripwire box?
No, it was right around here.
No, it was... I think it was getting stuck in one of the... My bumper, my little funny bumper boss.
Yeah, it was the spinning spikes, yeah.
Solve my maze, Superman.
Solve my maze, find my... I saw that when I was on vacation for $15, and I realized it was still not like $15.
Definitely not. What the fuck?
I was at a hobby shop, so...
Yeah.
Ooh!
Yeah, set pieces that are just, like, patently insane to have in a normative racing game.
Like this one up here. Which is now mandatory in 2.4 because lights make fun time.
You should bounce around, it's fucking collision chaos. If you weren't bouncing here, you're like, what the hell's going on?
Well, what did you even attack, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna
Light
go...
Snake has been such an interesting thing to have in the game. Like, the idea of a respawn mechanic that doesn't set people back but actively pushes them forward is great for, like, mental after making a mistake. Gets the player's mind off things pretty quickly. But it does need, like... We try to solve things on a system level, but there are some things that just need manual attention in terms of, like, hey, respawning at this location skips a section of the course that would take you longer to complete if you drove it normally. And just a lot of little things like that.
Oh my god,
that
dude!
Ended up needing some attention in 2.4 as people, like... there is no way for you to prepare for what players are capable of, both in terms of, like, abusing the systems and in terms of completely misunderstanding the systems. That's not an impugnment of anyone's intelligence, it's just a reality that people playing games come in with drastically different internal brain states, and that you can't cover for how people interpret things without...
Oh, speak of the devil. Alright.
So like I said, 2.4 tries not to remove the game's personality.
Oh!
Dude,
I'm pretty sure that's actually what happens in the Cliff Mirror. But we're gonna save it though.
That is a tailor-made situation for Ringburst. Something that bad happens to you. Get me the hell out of here. I
don't remember what the input is for that, actually. I I didn't do the new
Hold whatever
tutorial.
you map to Ringdale. Yeah. You didn't do the new tutorial because the developers can just explain things, right?
Yep. And it'll make perfect sense to me.
Uh-huh.
When I dodged that spike ball, I was gonna say, holy shit, cliff dash, low profile. The same thing. Let me see. Let me go check my buttons to be sure, so I know what.
It's funny because that exact same like going too fast, bounced out of the box situation happened in prototype type layouts for Hot Crater.
Oh god.
I have never seen it happen on Collision Chaos.
That's awesome. Ringvale.
Well, the thing with Collision is that
Left
I
bumper?
tested it by just having myself mashed rocket really, really hard.
Yeah.
I don't think I can control. I don't think I'd be able to control someone going like, doing like a like a flame dash or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add a new debug command that just zips you directly forward at 700 fracs.
Oh, so you're trying to prevent things like that? I get it. Oh.
It's
I thought that was
tricky.
funny.
You would like it to happen ideally like because of something that's like some confluence of circumstances that it feels like a player could have avoided. This is actually like one of the big philosophy changes from 2.3 to 2.4 is not even really a philosophy change so much as a refinement of taste. Things that are left in the game because they were funny that became less funny as we continued to encounter them.
Right, like
Hold
it
on,
has to be.
Didn't you just do this, Cup?
Yeah, I'm doing it again. I want a gold.
Oh.
I'm not satisfied with that. I mean, I am. I'm glad that it got recorded. I'm not happy that I'm being a little whiny. So you know what? No new content for you.
Fair enough.
I'm glad that whenever I have either one of you watching me play this fucking game, that something stupid as shit happens to me. Because that's me playing every video game ever fucking made.
The live demo is an unimaginable fucking thing to witness as a developer. My favorite part was actually my dear husband Friday. I had to leave like I kept playable builds away from them for a long time because I needed a player who was like here's my reference point. We need someone to test with who isn't good, but wants to become good, but historically has problems with this type of game. And a lot of the single-player tuning, especially on the lower difficulties, ended up being about that. And oh my goodness, the number of things that you see when you give somebody with no preconceived notions about what they're looking at a controller.
Oh yeah.
Number one, like 500 new crashes and controller input problems. Controller input is wild. I've got company over this week, and I actually encountered a bug for the very first time a couple days ago, where if you bind your profile controls so that the default confirm is cancel and the default cancel is confirm, then you actually need to hit a one-frame link to confirm your profile on the character select screen.
Put a cheat code for that. Call it plinking or something?
Or if you're holding the button for any longer than, like, one internal game tick, it will just back you immediately out because your profile control mappings swap as the profile's applied.
Dude, does that mean there's tech where if you make the game run at 30, it'll register the input slower? You can
I mean, it's a 35 tick rate game, so, like,
I guess
1 frame Fahrenheit, right, you know?
Oh, yeah, I got you. One frame vibe. Understood.
Yeah. It's like a 1 frame in Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
Vibe-based link.
1 frame in...
We're pause buffering in the 15 FPS game? It's that serious?
Yo, 1 frame link in EFZ be like 1.5 frame link.
Yeah,
Thank you for running at 70 fucking whatever the fuck FPS. Thank you. I'm so glad you did that.
The Mortal Kombat game's running at like 56.
Oh, you know, I couldn't mention it.
Old one of that.
But I don't think the Castlevania Chronicles music is on this cup. But I did do a deathless clear of that game on original difficulty. And let me tell you, very awesome, but don't do that to yourself unless you're really dedicated. It's super fun. One of the greatest Castlevania games ever made. It's also like kicking a cactus. which, you know, many people wouldn't recommend you do. But
Yeah, I have my own opinions about Roasted Ruins, thank you very much. That damn cactus cut at the very end of that final turn. People sliding in between the cactus and the inside of the turn.
oh yeah, I mean,
have watched at least 15 friends or friends of friends make some kind of post about that fucking cactus.
I love that.
I think you saw me do like the most fuck ass cut on that track, and you went, "How the fuck did you do that?" And I'm like, "I don't know, dude. I was just like drifting, and the game was like, hold my beer. You got it, bro."
Yeah, the willingness to leave that type of emergence in the game with, like, the number of places that you can get to with, like, abrupt speed changes. That's, like, the most significant change that was made in terms of, like, difficulty was the adjustment of Gear 1 mode, or Relaxed Grand Prix, where, like, it kind of previously existed as the Mario Kart 50cc analog, which was a very confusing to have in this. It was confusing to have in this type of game because, like, 50cc and, like, the target audience of ring racers kind of don't interact in the way that you'd expect. Where instead, like, in 2.4 we've brought the base speed up a little bit, so it's only marginally slower than Gear 2, but just put some dampers on the ways and the abruptness of, like, player speed changes, so that when using, like, catch-up items in particular, you're not suddenly, like, driving a significantly more punishing version of the game. Because that's a big nexus of design problems for ring racers. Design problems and design opportunities comes from the fact that we don't have a auto-drive catch-up item, like the bullet bill equivalent. There you go.
Oh no!
Gold burst! Gold burst! Gold burst!
Ring Bale, the great and beautiful necessary evil.
Cliff player hits button and D button at the same time, laughs. I've said it's just fucking gold burst. It's pretty similar. I like it.
It has been extremely funny to read all the FGC retirement home people going, like, they put burst in a kart racer.
Oh, they put DI in
like
a kart racer.
I had so much fun writing large portions of the manual.
Yes, a shrimp really did fry this rice.
The name triangle dash.
Fuck off.
A technique on its own.
Fuck off, dude.
Because it's like, you can tell exactly where people come from based on whether their response to seeing the words triangle dash in the manual is, oh, like the triangle attack from Sonic Heroes. Or, Mag-fucking-Nito!
Dude, we need like the Magneto one frame crouch light kick buffer equivalent in this game. if you want to like try and find a way.
Surely there's something I can do in position.
What I can say about Bale is that I made an image once that got thrown in Death Leaks, I'm pretty sure. It did not come out of a place of love.
I hate it! Fuck, I hate it! Oh, I should go to the right. God damn it! I keep
This Bale
forgetting.
tastes so good I could die.
I am Luffy. Everyone else is Blackbeard.
No, see, Hano and I had that joke where, like, we were both playing Justice players on Quick Match with and, like, one of us was hitting Jump S and getting, like, completely owned and going, I fucking hate Jump S, and then I JS'd this Justice player from, like, space after, like, slashbacking a nuke, and I was like, damn, I love Jump S so much. And I said, we really gotta make that, like, an image. Like, with the One Piece thing. I think it'd be perfect.
It just goes back to what I'm talking about with, like, sometimes in games you love dearly, deeply frustrating things happen to you, because the design space that allows for that deeply frustrating thing is also what allows for deeply elating and satisfying things to happen to you.
Yep. You know, video games are not supposed to just inspire one emotion, they gotta inspire many. And that's why when Metroid puts in this jackass that's really annoying, I think that's the funniest shit ever, because you're probably meant to get annoyed. I don't think that character's meant to make you happy.
I heard about this last night, bro. We don't need a repeat.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying. They made that motherfucker annoying as fuck. Do you think they didn't know?
I have never been happier to not know that much about Metroid.
Although it makes
watching
it
the
so much
reception has
funnier.
been beautiful.
And watch, and the game's gonna come out and nobody's gonna care. It's gonna be really funny. I can't fucking wait, dude.
If the video gaming public excels at anything, it is finding something to be mad at.
Yo, somebody put Miles in this game? That's what I'm saying. He's gotta be like, it's about to get nerdy in here when he pops invincibility.
One of the cut features that we never did because it would require a big like backfill of all the old characters, as we wanted to do a unique gloat line for when you hit someone with a power item. And of course, I demoed this with like a Hungry Box voice clip.
You gotta be like,
insert
fucking
whatever one
fuck!
you're thinking of.
Is that the one?
It's the one.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I want that exact line to come out of Tails as they body slam you with invincibility.
Dude, my friend said that, I have to edit, like, so we were fighting this, this Dizzy player from Japan, very strong player. He was doing, like, an online, like, little, like, come and fight me on QM, checking out international opponents and stuff, even if the ping's a little high. And we were playing, and I got, like, the equivalent of HBox, like, crying mid-set. where I just, like, landed a throw on Dizzy in the corner and had 50 meter. And I was like, I need to edit that into, like, the video where it's just, like, Cliff lands the throw, and then you just see HBox in the bottom right just start crying.
You just cut immediately to the grayscale obituary of Dizzy.
Because you know what? This character really is just Puff.
How do I drill rest people as Cliff?
Throw 2S, 236S, FRC, dash, 214PD.
I'll remember for that.
Yep.
They said lyingly like a liar.
Oh, you know it. Just remove their OTG state, which is something that you should be able to say in Guilty Gear. And, definitely is not the result of somebody thinking way too hard about the fact that he puts the sword in the floor. What if he put the opponent in the floor for combat? No, I don't think.
I don't know whether you got anything else on that, Doc, but every time we talk about fighting games, I think about how, like, a lot of the things that I like the most are, like, borderline unteachable.
Oh, yeah.
Without, like, immersion learning and a great deal of, like, moderate pain.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that reflects in this game, if I'm being honest.
The constraints that you don't see a lot in game development is I feel a lot of mechanics are, like, permanently swept off the table on the basis that they're not teachable. So, like, there's an invisible narrowing of design space on the basis of, like, in, like, the normative structure of our type of game, what are we allowed to do to teach the player stuff, and what does that allow us to design to begin with?
Right.
And I always think about that when I think of fighting games, because you see fighting game players go like, Under Night has a great tutorial, and then you play the Under Night tutorial.
Yep. I think the reality that I've come to understand about, like, anything that makes a game or a book or anything good is just, like, understanding that people are gonna come to it because they want to, and, like, just trusting their autonomy and their agency. And just, like, believing in that shit. And whether or not it works out for everybody, or a very small amount of people, as long as it's working for the people that you want it to work for, then I think you have essentially succeeded. It's hard to say, because, like, success is so often defined in today's society by, like, money, really, if I'm being completely honest with you. But I think there's more to it than that at an artistic level.
Like, I try to resist the, like, completely contrarian view. I feel like there's a lot of, like, chintzy, nuance evaporating sayings like, oh, if it's liked by everyone, it's loved by no one. And it's like, I don't think that's always true, but I do think that, like, the ability to drill down to, like, a very specific focus even if like there are aspects of it that can seem needlessly exclusionary, is like games like those should still exist, and I've spent basically my entire upbringing being raised by experiences like those that I don't think can be replaced by things with less friction.
Right. Because I've always felt that whenever people express this kind of, like, topic, I feel like they shave a lot of nuance off to get a lot of attention. Where they make it seem like the demand was ever that something shouldn't exist. Because, you know, that's the kind of language that is heavily promoted online. And I think
that's sort of what I mean about expectations, where it's like the types of people who are inclined to leave the, like, 350 hours played, not recommended Steam review.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we like to pan that, we like to make fun of it, but, like, it seems so profoundly normal to me for someone to have, like, a rough reaction to something that they feel like should or could be for them that isn't.
Yeah, it's like rough and emotional. I think it's fine to have that reaction, right? It's just, you know, you have to sort of leverage it against what's reasonable.
Yeah, because at the same time, there is the part of me that, like, when people complain about things like fighting games still having motion inputs, I get it. I understand, and I empathize, and I think those feelings are, like, we should be allowed to have those and to explore them. At the point where you say, like, no fighting game should have motion inputs, you lose me.
Oh, yeah.
And so it goes for a lot of, like, polarizing design choices, things that, like, maybe violate your personal rule for, like, what degree of friction, what degree of complexity, what degree of jank you are willing to tolerate in order to make an experience better for a specific type of person. Anyway, no game should have input buffer.
You're actually spitting. You're spitting, dude. Why do we live in the world of, like, 5-frame swamp buffer and also the DP puts you in recovery for long enough to cook food? I don't know why both of these things had to be true at the same time. It makes no fucking sense.
I only learned recently that SF4 Omega had, like, the 3-frame buffer, but not out of, like, loss of control states. So, you would, like, you're +0, but, like, because you're the one acting, you can act on the first frame easily with a 3-frame buffer, and the person who's blocking you has to hit reversal timing to trade.
That's tight.
I think about that and it's simultaneously like, this is great and this is terrible, and I just get a nosebleed.
So, like, L canceling, here's what I'm gonna say about it. I have come around on it, specifically because I think playing Guilty Gear a lot has told me that, like, timing is a fundamental aspect of a fighting game, right? And what is L canceling if not just a timed input?
Yeah, it's like, I've come around on that stuff. I feel like I don't know if I would necessarily design a game with that sort of compulsory input, and a lot of my work on Ring Racers 2.4 has been to, like, reduce, like, compulsory decisions of most kinds. Things like, oh, it is almost always strictly better to take a quarter pipe wall transfer set piece with fastball try dash. So we design the acid drop so that behavior that is more intuitive can be fast there.
Yeah, like, I don't think I would make a game with L canceling. I wouldn't say I love it, but I understand why they have it.
And I wouldn't remove it from Smash 64 either, even though if
Exactly.
somebody wants to switch it off, if it's like their bugbear, it's like, I get it. Fuck, having to input the Nintendo Power cheat code to have good frame data is irritating to you. Most importantly, it violates your expectations. Expectation management is such, like, if there's a single skill that I'm taking with me from, like, the release of Ring Racers, specifically the release rather than the development process, it is expectation.
Oh my god. You can talk about it now. This is a safe space. You can say what you want.
My quick comment before we go into expectation management is I like whip flag.
Yeah.
I
Dog,
like whip
that's
flag.
what I'm saying!
I miss whip flag not being in Rivals 2.
We added it to this game.
Yeah, we did.
We gave insta-whip extra lockout periods if it doesn't make contact with something, so you can still, like...
We need to punish people for not driving properly like normal people on the road.
So, like, what I'm gonna say, Velocitoni, I know you're like, you understand what the fuck? Listen, Plus R is a game that is, like, rotely constructed around arbitrary 2-frame windows on many moves. Like, it's built around that as a foundational execution check. You don't necessarily need to play well, but you need it to succeed at high level and after at a certain point when you're fighting strong players, right? And so to me, L-canceling is like that. Like, it is just, that is what it is. And so, like...
funny blue flash.
Having played it, people's opinions on FRCs change when they play the game long enough and just let the game be the game. And they understand the importance that other players can drop them too, and that, like, they are not the only one playing the game, there is another human. There is another human, critically, who also has to do these inputs that you can take advantage of. Like, it's important. It's very important.
There's interplay there.
And that's also why the fact that Plus R having no buffer is really fucking important. It's really, really important.
Hey, but are you sure you don't want defensively weak characters to be able to hit reversal timing every single time?
Dude, do you want to turn green so you can be plus? And then if you turn green again, you're plus again. And then if you don't turn green, you're minus. Did you know that?
If I turn green, can I green drift?
That's what fucking Drive Rush is.
Green drifting is so fucking unfunny! We've had good community in jokes, but green drifting is the worst of the worst.
The only reason you don't know the only reason why I like the green jokes. I only know is the reason why I like the green jokes.
It's because green is a funny word?
It's because of Gear Green. It's because of a One Piece joke.
Oh god, I don't... See, and here's the thing, I'm never gonna finish One Piece, or ever start it, because I'm just like, I'm horrified. One Piece is bigger than my retirement fund. Like, I could never... Weird quantification, I know, but don't worry about it.
The people want to know about crack dashing.
Well, you get a powder, and... Wait, hold on. Which?
It kind of feels like that, honestly. Crack dashing was like a specific handling state that you would enter on Trick Landing that gave you, like, basically an altered slip tide that followed special speed conservation rules.
What the fuck? Yeah, no, I understand now why you left that. You're just saying
like,
that
it
made
was,
me go, huh?
It was so hot. It was so fun to control, but it was like, we do actually have a line for things that are unconveyable that don't make it in the game. The threshold is high, but it's like, I mean, we've experienced it enough times in, like, in dev or during, like, testnet games where you can add a mechanic and it does not exist until it has clear conveyance.
Let's go!
Debug visuals are not enough in order to test whether a mechanic functions. It needs conveyance that is, like, near final level for people to, like, understand and work with it in a way that, like, makes sense and allows them to make good, like, value judgments and push-pull calls with it.
The one that kind of comes to mind for me there was probably Smooth Landing.
Yeah, Smooth Landing is
you
a
fucking
tricky
named
one,
that.
especially.
You named that. Ooh, I forgot that it was called that. I know why you called it that. I fucking, oh my god.
I know because I was a little bit of a vocal one about that.
Yeah, where, like, in development versions of Smooth Landing, the short, like, stumble land that you get when you land from a high drop while you're, like, really off-axis and sideways, it used to be significantly more active, and the ways that you had access to mitigating it were not in the game at the time. And I honestly think it probably could have existed in another engine. Scary, scary, scary!
Nah, it's fine. Be worried about it.
I can't wait to tell him to never bail.
The relationship between, like, your roll angle and your look angle in a game that is 2D, where we convey your character state with a 2D sprite that is billboarded, just did not give people the tools to, like, have a adjust your angle to land clean mechanic in the game at the level of prevalence that it was at.
Why are you worried about me veiling, bro? You need to tell me what's next.
It also, I remember early on, it basically made, I think, Kodachrome Void basically unplayable.
Yeah, just basically any interaction with those slopes.
So, okay. Why would you tell me to not do that at the end of the race? I have no fear. Are you kidding? What am I worried about?
I said scary. I didn't say don't do it.
I'm the one who says don't do it because I always tell people never bail. when they die and when they retire, it's on them. Don't fail. That's all.
Nah, I simply won't die. That's how I win with Cliff. You kill the other
Bale's
person.
existence and like the player's relationship to ring count as a like kind of the primary front and center push-pull mechanic in the game, where like being at 0 rings is simultaneously a like strong state and a weak state that's very contextually dependent.
You think Alex Lee has ever talked to a Sonic fan?
Question mark, exclamation point.
I mean, like, okay, this is just like an actual ass song. That much I am very aware of, in that it is not video game music in that sense. But it just makes me wonder. It really does. But it's not like I don't like house music. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. Like, it's funny because I occasionally hear a comment like, wow, the Ring Racer's soundtrack has such a unified aesthetic. Oh. And I just have to hide my mouth behind my hands a little bit because while I understand what people are saying, like, no, I get it. It's like,
I get
it comes
that,
from
like,
a relatively, like, unified and consistent place of, like, aesthetic sensibilities.
Well, yeah.
But also, like, when people upload stuff that we didn't create as Ring Racer's OST, I go feral. And also just like, oh my god, the music situation for this is so all over the place.
I hear house music on the radio and I'm like, holy shit, it's Ring Racers.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
Jazz, like, from Persona 5?
Woo!
We've only had like two or so instances of like that actually ending up being a problem. And one of those was pretty easy to resolve and the other one was a little more difficult. Of just like this is just kind of a messy situation.
Like, in particular for me, my existence... We love Tumble. The existence of my music in this game is basically an accident. I was always brought in for sysop stuff, and then when I started, like, kind of stepping up development work, it was always in a programming and game mechanics sense. And despite having not worked on music for, like, a decade, basically the entire development team collectively bullied me into letting certain, like, whips into the game or developing... Oh, so many things happening right now.
I don't want to say how many times I've died at that section in the last, like, week.
Oh god. Fuck it. I'm gonna believe.
Uh-oh.
Bon? No, I'm done. I'm good. It's over. I think, what was the mechanic you can do in I almost called it Burnout. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
It was
if you're at 0 rings, you can hold your item button to charge up the insta-whip.
Yeah.
That guy. The insta-whip has become such an interesting part of the game design because it was originally designed as a, like, a last-ditch escape hatch for, like, the number of bad things that can happen to players in a game that allows positions to be as mobile and damage states to be as volatile as Ring Racers. And at some point while we weren't looking, among strong players, this was beginning to happen in dev, but like the state of strong play in prior release versions of the game made it even more apparent. It became an offensive tool. And balancing that has been very complex.
Yeah. That is.
Plays the RR OST is so cohesive.
I do actually have more questions on the dock, not like a lot. So at a certain point, I think I'll just head it over to the viewer questions, since I think I've asked almost everything important that you probably haven't been asked by some random website that I'm sure you've done an interview for at least once. Have you? There's no way you haven't, right?
I mean, not me personally.
No, yeah, but like the dev team, I'm sure has gotten like requests for comments or no, really?
I don't. We've done like only a couple. It's been pretty limited.
Because I want to say this did get pretty big coverage when it came out, which was cool to see. Because
We're still waiting on like. Good.
I like being able to glaze my friends. What can I say?
We would like to do a little bit more of a public push now that 2.4 is like properly out, but everybody has needed to breathe. And like the initial state of 2.0, it was very much a case of like, this comes out now or not at all.
Right. I do think
like,
this is...
At some point you have to draw your line.
This is a really good version of the game to get people started. I think from like the seconds I had skipping the tutorial though, but when I looked at like everything that was there to onboard people, it definitely seemed like a lot more coherent.
It's very much a best foot forward type of patch.
Yeah, this seems like almost all of the major improvements were in the areas where you felt, yeah, the core experience could be better.
And of course, I wrote the most like scary looking set of patch notes ever for like the total freaks who have been with us since the beginning and really want to know about every single thing that's new. But like, the new mechanics are almost all passive mechanics.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've engaged with them, sort of just kind of chilling. Because as big as that changelog looked, it's the game flow is largely similar. It's just like these things enhance the rough edges a bit without making them not interesting. Which is great. I think the experience system
nobody wanted to like sand off the game's face, you know?
Yeah. The experience system I think is perfect. I think like that is a really interesting way of handling item balance and also making Grand Prix feel like it's not all about just getting first. It's about just like racing well, finishing in a place where you can advance.
That particular thing is like, if it had been entirely up to me, this is kind of what I mean about like synthesis and these ideas going through like a lot of eyes before they hit like a testable iteration. If it were up to me, EXP would have been an invisible system, like dynamic difficulty in arcade games, and it would have purely affected item odds, but I do think that in the end it gave us a lot of benefits to like use it as an explicit scoring metric. It's just like, my natural sensibility is lie to the player because I play pinball.
Yeah.
The unbelievably large amounts of arcade game design that are just like lying in a nuanced way for the player's benefit.
Okay, we're okay.
Scary.
This track is one of my favorites. Oh, being able to pick up your own items fucking rules, by the way.
I am so glad that finally got to make it somewhere because it was a prototyped mechanic since like some in development versions of my team play mod for SRB2 Kart.
I think it's so much more
tested really well there, but I never managed to get it over the finish line because it was at the time where my interest in Kart V1 was like waning significantly. But the things that snatching does for Duel, man, that's like, I had a good idea of like the ways that like upfront item play would change by like removing self-damage and as a benefit removing a series of like intentional hit momentum exploits that are otherwise really difficult to patch organically. What I didn't know is how in our infinite lap duels new to 2.4, the track would eventually have so many hazards that people were able to pick up their own hazards and replace them constantly. So like, there is basically never a moment where you're not like trying to kill someone in a duel that's gone on long enough.
That was like right over the fucking hill. I couldn't see that.
Oh, not
Rough.
the uphill!
It's okay,
The uphill at the last minute.
Oh, that was good. That was good. We pulled it off though.
Miracles.
Yeah, the way picking up stuff works also means it feels less shit to like try to use an attack item that maybe bounces off the wall in a weird way. Like you feel a lot less punished when you miss. Especially with, like, you mentioned how volatile the damage dates are. I think that's a really, really important thing to convey, is that, like, yeah, now you're not as vulnerable to, like, self-immolating your entire run, you know?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, too, because obviously, like, the first thing that you think of as a designer when thinking about, like, okay, let's remove self-damage is, okay, what kinds of item shots that were too scary to go for before now become possible and attractive, and what does that do for like people who are trying to overtake? Because obviously now there's like an entirely new category of fucked up things you can do to people with an item, where like previously you would have to worry about it being reversed on yourself, but now like you hate yourself and you just get to try again. So the standard of offense has raised pretty significantly as well, and we've seen like we're starting to see players get real inventive and, like, juggle items in front of themselves to, like, free up the ring input, because the control overlap between rings and items is
the wrong way.
very deliberate and an important part of, like, the way that our item play functions. The idea that as you hold an item, you're kind of losing some value out of the potential usage of rings.
The one I can say that feels like the most dark, evil pack that I have seen is Hawks.
Yeah, the Tox Lingering Clouds are not so much designed as evolved. And like I keep saying, if I could list probably 20, 25, 30 things right now where I'm looking at the way that it's shaking out in both casual and competition games and going like, do we need to keep an eye on that? And then for every one of those, I have about 4 or 5 ideas for what I might do to it if it needs adjustment. And so like...
So hey, over under on
I will
this
never
map?
finish this game, I will only abandon it. Is the take that I've got here.
Over under on this map, by the way?
Oh man.
I love this
Joypolis
map.
is so hot.
Dude, I know it's like a bot
wanted to put
opinion,
up a really...
but like, man...
I wanted to put up a really strong staff ghost for this map, and I've definitely seen people talking about the platinum time, so I feel like I did my job, but it's a fun one to try.
No, I'm just like, man,
to keep my hands busy.
You put Mitsuyoshi singing, I'm in. I'm in! Oh, fuck. Fuck me. No, and oh! Looks like it didn't fuck me. Got a bubble shield. I'm sure I can make use of that. Cliff player jumps for the first time? True?
It's true.
Not known for doing it. Oh yeah, I can stand that on here, can't I? No, not quite. I think that was the top I was thinking of, where you can, back top. I haven't gotten top yet. I'm so sad.
Hold item and hold back on the control stick.
Ah, yes. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. These multi-mode items is like, that's another invisible design restriction of a lot of other games, where they're just not okay with people not knowing what to do with an item under any circumstance. And so it, like, tightens the design space a lot, because, like, a player who is flailing on their controller must always be able to get rid of their item and have something happen.
Oh, I died.
Rough life.
And on the other hand, we got a bunch of these multifunction items where probably the most famous use of it in 2.4 is that you can lob the stone shoe, you can set the stone shoe, or you can immediately chain it to yourself and slow yourself down with a gigantic boulder.
And there are use cases for all of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I view working on this game kind of like going, I will be Sisyphus. Is what you said.
One must imagine Sisyphus cooked.
He's so happy. I mean, if Sisyphus could be in a cart... I'm not saying that's a content update character. I'm just saying...
The cart would just be the boulder.
Yeah, you imagine he's just rolling it?
Yeah. My Sega Scrimblows are very specific, but I'm not an artist, so I can eat shit, I guess.
You know what?
My Sega Scrimblow is Ori in the game.
I don't want anybody on this team working on this game unless they are incredibly motivated for the thing they are doing. This is like...
My Scrimblows are not Sega characters, that's what I'd say.
Oh god. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's fine. It's only lap 2. It's only lap 2. It's only lap 2.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Suffering builds character.
It's true.
Oh, hell yeah. This is cheap, though. Oh my god! See? Look, I already don't know where I am, but we've already made great progress. Actually, I don't think my placement's gone. Oh, there we go. I was like, it hasn't really changed, has it?
Yeah, that specific interaction where people pick up a rocket sneaker and then press the item button 100 times because it's a golden mushroom, and then, like, go to space.
That's awesome.
Is one of the primary motivations for the reduced boost effectiveness in the lower difficulty modes, where it's just a little bit friendlier for people to get to grips with the core handling without having the properties change out from under them.
See, playing Plus R gave me brainworms, and so you can see how it impacts this game just sending me to fucking Brazil, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. Like...
Fucking something incomprehensibly bad happened to me? Yeah, Tuesday.
What? I don't even know what happened there.
Spun out into a proximity mine on the right.
Alright. See, the people that make this game know exactly what the fuck is happening at every given moment. It's great.
I'll be real with you, I only know because we added a visual with a proximity mine that shows its radius. And, like, conveyance is balance is game design. That specific choice made it so much
asshole.
weaker as an item.
Oh,
no!
Yeah. Was that insta-whip? It looked like it.
I think you just got stung. You went to 0 and gave him a left tap.
Yeah. Bubble? Oh.
And this is round 5, too.
Was it bubble?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You got a couple of lives to work with.
Oh, I got plenty. I'm not pressed. I can't get emeralds until a certain point anyways. I don't know what that is. I guess you could just tell me. But it'd be a spoiler, wouldn't it?
It's entirely point criteria. There's if there is a like timing based lockout in the game, it would be news to me.
I'm pretty sure it is just score. But something I like that I find funny, specifically about GP in particular, is why you shouldn't bet.
What?
Yeah, ring bonus is those clincher victories feel as good as they should in the moment, but you need a little like if you can blow out the AI, ring bonus is the mechanism that gives you a little bit more margin of error in terms of ranking requirements.
Yeah, so
and EXP has a lesser extent to that, so like there's comparatively fewer people who are getting high ranks based on like last minute toss-ups, which means that like it's just another tool to manage player expectations. We're not showing people high difficulty content or like compelling them to bring their ranks up to a certain standard. The design challenge is mostly just to get people to continue playing the game and progressing cups, because like people are crazy deranged completionists, but like the best way to learn really is driving in a bunch of novel environments, you know? So that's why like, it is harder to discover certain things than to enter them subsequently.
I've definitely said off the cuff before that we should add ring bonus to standard race scoring. That's what I'll say.
I wonder about that. It is sometimes mentioned. People occasionally complain about ring bonus because like it teaches bad habits, but like does it though? Racing against CPUs is so fundamentally different than racing from players, regardless of like the smoke and mirrors that we try to do, and in particular the amount of ridiculous like bot tuning that I got stuck in a tar pit for over the course of 2.4 in dev.
Bot tuning is tough. It's tough. It's tough.
It's tough, and it's tougher because they have really specific requirements about the way they function. Like, they don't see, you know? Like, allowing them to, like...
Oh, how do I get the...
raycast forward and traverse the map, etc.
Oh, let's do it.
Is like... clang.
That's right. Play my map!
I find it really funny that it's like, this cup teaches you how to use the brake. Like, what do you mean?
the communication in progress banner slowly doing its job.
Yep.
Read!
I don't want to. This is sick. We should experience some of this, right? Yeah.
We did also go back and update a lot of these to include new mechanics in, like, optional bubbles. Boing.
Oh, I see. So that's meant to teach you that you can do that, right?
That's one way of doing it.
Reading
wall
proven
spikes.
impossible.
Yep.
It's the brakes tutorial!
And release your Excel and hold break. Ah, I see. So you can just... What?
You do that. Don't worry about it.
Wait! Okay, so I might be the GOAT, right? Like, that's pretty good, right? You gotta admit that I'm actually the best.
I've had that happen plenty of times.
I'm actually
I
the
have
best
such
gamer.
the most profound headache just flared up right behind my eyebrows.
Cliff player? Cliff player? Cliff player ignores hitbox?
It's true. Me when I anti-air the wall.
I dash. I am less vulnerable than when I crouch. This makes sense to me. I play Cliff.
True visual of Melee Mario back air hitbox.
Use... Oh, I see.
Yep.
So I'm actually worse at tutorials than I am at just playing the game. Have you run into that before?
You have streamer debuff as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
It's a well-documented thing, especially with regards to ring racers, that, like, people who are, like, people who have functional brains while not streaming turn into, like, trilobites when they turn on OBS.
Okay, yeah. And then just... Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
No, I don't know, man.
Other way!
Oh, other direction.
I wasn't gonna tell him.
We got
just
X
yet.
signs on that side of it, and we got a big right turn.
Ah,
See,
yeah.
conveyance is unbelievable. Trying to do, like, highly polished teaching tools like this is incredibly difficult when, like, you just cannot cover for the limited attention budget of players and, like, the things that they think they already understand, so they don't need to, like, continue taking
E-break.
in new
Yes,
information.
this is the, Oh god, how do I hit those two buttons on my controller at the same time? That it? No.
There is.
Okay, okay. So if you... Okay.
Yep.
Because the visual does not quite match my actual controller layout.
You can piano the keys as well.
Oh, you can plink. Listen,
Well, not necessarily
I
that
don't
kind
wanna...
as long as they're both down, you don't have
Yeah,
to,
as long
like,
as
press
they're
them
both
same
held.
frame or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Listen.
What are you playing this game on that's like a difficult layout?
Oh, it's not. I was just like, I couldn't tell what two buttons it was. Based on, you know... Because that's not my middle and my left. I'm on a Switch controller, but I'm assuming it's treating it like an Xbox controller, so like A is the wrong way.
Yeah, if you've got, like, this is such a tricky thing, is that so many Switch controllers behave badly when they're, like, remapped to X input. It's, if you pause the game and go to your control setup and change button display from modern to modern flip, it will correct for the Nintendo button flip that a lot of pieces of controller supporting software do. That makes me want to, like, throw myself off a cliff. Because the modern button legends was, like, almost exclusively my feature, and I just about killed myself trying to do it. Yeah, so if you scroll to the top of controls here...
It's done it. Oh, well, look at all
Modern
these.
flip.
Emulator! Not on real hardware! Downvoted. What?
So the next...
the next prompt,
control
yeah,
message that
yeah.
comes up, that's cached, unfortunately.
No, you're fine. Can you imagine if I got on your
It's
ass
like,
about that?
because this is done as a series of hacks to the text input system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's more correct for you this time, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's perfect. You got it. God
There you
bless.
go.
Oh yeah, so you want
Yeah,
to
because sometimes Switch controllers mapped as Xbox controllers just lie. Yeah, the modern control mapping stuff was like a pretty substantial hurdle for new players to clear when already like dealing with a lot of things competing for their attention in the tutorial. And like it's just a layer that... I mean, I've got the experience. I have spent my entire life, like, reading incorrect button display while I'm playing emulators and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I keep hitting the wrong button to advance text. I'm used to it being a face button.
Yeah.
That is just old habits dying hard.
For sure. That's the other thing. So much of, like... A lot of the constraints on anything new we added to 2.4 is that we already use too many goddamn buttons, right? Get put in the hole, idiot. Yeah, the big 2.4 change to the presentation of the tutorial, in addition to Eggman's Way, just letting you skip it completely, and, like, dropping you into Playground instead, is that we try to reduce the amount of time in between players learning information and, like, repeating it for themselves, where, like, working memory is just a tough thing.
I got an achievement noise, apparently I didn't hear it. That's exciting. I'm sure I'll find out what that was later. Get fucked in the tutorial.
And I will say, by the way, as long as we're talking about button display, I will start a brief tangent for, do you know how many fucking different ways Reproduction 6-button controllers map their buttons to X input?
No.
There are like 7, and I don't even think I got all of them.
Don't you love video games?
There's no standardization whatsoever. If your pad has 6 face buttons, what those extra face buttons are going to be, and what its bumpers are going to be, and what its triggers are going to be, have absolutely no standardization whatsoever. And so the button display option that gives you responsive Saturn prompts, because I'm like, oh, surely this will be a free edition, because we already have the graphics, and I already have the glyph translation system. 7, 8 different controller presets. Because Hori does it differently than 8BitDo, does it differently than Retrobit, does it differently than Retrobit, does it differently than Retrobit, because they have like 7 different product lines, and like some of those products behave differently based on whether they're in direct input or X input mode. And anyway, I would recommend not making video games. It's my conclusion to all of that.
And keyboard.
Controller support is a complete nightmare. Please use, like, middleware or engines or things that have been well tested against. Do not just write raw stuff against SDL. It's not worth it.
Fuck these Ligma, I don't know. It's bad. It's ass. That's all I know. Everybody I've heard work with SDL hates it. Let's go! Sissy Fitness!
SDL is the best thing for what we are doing. And, like, we owe a lot of debts to people who work on the supporting software that makes this game possible. Like, we hard open source. The game is GPL.
What the fuck did I do?
That's a feature, not a bug.
What did I do? I heard the parry sound from 3S. What happened?
Exactly that.
What? What did I parry? What?
Oh, dude.
Dude, is that a fighting games reference? Dude, I heard the parry sound and I was like, is Hugo about to show up and kill me? Like, what happened? Oh, fuck.
Every time I see a thumbnail about Hugo being useless D tier, my blood pressure rises by another point.
Oh, how I wish it were true, but just not really, because high eyesight. It's not really. So, yo, real talk.
I need to watch more SF4 Hugo. Fucking.
Oh yeah, you want to watch some really interesting SF4 Hugo,
some of the
right?
funniest.
Look up SF4 Hugo versus Goken.
Ooh.
You know what the quirk of that matchup is? Have you seen it?
No.
So you know how Goken has like those angled fireballs, right? You know how the medium one goes like up and forward? Hugo can't crouch it. So
what?
Medium button fireball both hits Hugo jumping and hits Hugo standing. This matchup is ass. Did you know that?
So you just stick out buttons. You're like, yeah, man, I don't know, focus something. Do your best.
You know, I could pull it up at some point. I think I should, for the fucking culture. It's so funny to watch. But, so, we're talking about Hilltop. This is my favorite Sonic 2 zone. which either tells you a lot about me or a little.
Have you heard Hilltop without the harmonica?
Okay, no, but that would make it a bad song, wouldn't it?
It's so uncomfortable.
And let's just
I've
not
probably
go there.
linked it 7 or 8 times in development, and every
Dude.
single time I get the same reaction.
Have you had water without ice?
It's true.
It's a little uncomfortable, isn't it, when it's room temperature? Maybe I'm about to take a swig of that right now. Also, I gotta ask, what made you
More shit in
decide...
your document, by the way.
Yeah, I'm out. Oh wait, there was more! Sorry, you're right. Hang on.
I don't mind. I'm happy to sit here and talk about Street Fighter 4 on the Ring Racers interview.
Yeah,
But,
well, I
like-
mean, we've kind of gone through it. Oh, okay, so... I know you mentioned the core racing changes. I guess you've already answered the question on, like, what were you really focused on for 2.3 to 2.4. So I'll ask instead this one. For 2.5, what would you consider priority? Not final. Don't consider this me asking for like a fucking time lapse or anything, or like a timeline. But what would you say is on your mind for 2.5?
For 2.5, principally, I would like to lie on my floor and stare at the ceiling for at least 3 weeks,
Yep.
and then go to a major, and then go to Maui.
Oh, are you going to Frosty's?
I'd like to. It's
Hey, if you go, I'm going.
Things are a little bit tight around here because I finished development of a free game while building a house.
Yep.
So
But if you go, I'll be there.
we're
That could happen.
I will also be there. So.
I want to travel for more events so badly, but yeah, 2.5, if it exists in any form with any contributions from me, will probably just be marginal gameplay tuning things.
Yeah.
If I were to go for absolute, like, pie-in-the-sky stuff, like, things that I simply do not have the spoons for right now, but are, like, potentially an ask me again in a year type situation.
Right.
A little bit more support for team play, because, like, right now I think the feature, like, works and is fun, but is a little bit underdeveloped in terms of, like, UI polish and conveyance. And, like, there's a couple things with regards to, like, single-player progression structure that are tied up in a unfinished development branch for Online Grand Prix. And
Oh
a lot
my
of
God.
different things would have to line up at the same time for that to actually see a release. So I will tell no one to expect it, but that is the absolute pie in the sky.
That's
Besides
super exciting.
No, bro.
Yeah, there's a couple of things.
Ooh! What the fuck was that?
I just want to know that your Discord stream bitrate turned into
It went bad.
Oh, that's exciting.
over-sharpened LeBron.
That's good. I wasn't even trying to do that. It just kind of happened.
Yeah,
I gotta-
your Discord stream is totally honest.
I got a bit of a simpler answer, and that is to say that one of the things I've been working on is, like, at the very end of my bucket list in terms of maps I wanted to make. The core layout itself is
The
done,
little
the
Buskers
visuals
map.
just- No.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd try. Oh my god!
Where the fuck did that guy come from?
That was so much hit lag, dude. I, like, time stopped. You should make the game for. Woo!
That level what I wanted. Oh my God.
They just don't make them like they used to. Oh my god, that was by mere milliseconds.
That's pretty excellent.
That was that entire race was like great, dude. Let's fail upwards some more. Let's inherit more money from rich people.
As I was saying to
Sorry.
continue. First off, no, I could not shovel Little Buster's map into the base game even if I wanted to. Two, the map that I have been working on was actually, I don't think it was possible until some code changes happened pretty late into development. But if I do that level, then I will probably be satisfied.
I'm just glad that this came out. then Tyron was like, "It's finally time. It's interview time. I have alcohol. It's interview time. Time for interview."
I'm eyeing some of the extra cans of cider in my fridge, but I mean, like, I don't know if I want to drink more liquid ice pop.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it was like good, but also like maybe too overindulgent, right? Like in the taste.
Yeah, it's like it's very sweet. It's like, I think if I have another one of those, I'm gonna feel it on my teeth.
Oh my god.
At least not without like something proper to eat.
Dude, I fucking love Rabbles of Ether music. Man, I don't even know how to describe what it sounds like, but it's kind of like, do you know the word for it? I wish I could, like, describe
I know
the
that
exact...
Flashy Goodness is a wizard, and
yes.
a huge personal inspiration. Tower of Heaven is one of those game soundtracks that sticks with me the same way that, like, Link's Awakening does.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
I think I'm about out of official questions. So, people in the chat room, this is your time to shine. I'm going to audit your question. If it sucks, I won't ask it. But so, just, yeah, I gotta keep it straight. But if it's really good, feel free. If you worked on the game and asked Tyron a question, you have a very good sense of humor. That's what I'll say. Because you could just get that at any other point in time. However...
Can you do me a solid and just, like, no-look 6-month anyone who talks about rip-wheeling?
What? The fuck does that mean?
Rip-wheeling and Green Drift are the two least funny community jokes, and every time I see them...
You're making up words.
I age a little bit, but I age in reverse, where I just turn into the crying baby that's being pitted against the hydrogen bomb in the Power Scaler Discord.
The Benjamin Button.
Yeah, there we go.
You like spiritually bald. You know? You know what I mean? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
We chose not to put limiters on those. My game design philosophy in every place where it can apply is don't put a cap on anything until I'm absolutely convinced that I need one.
Make the sprite stretch real funny. And you're right,
the
it
VFX
is.
work on this game is so ridiculous. So
that's the right turn. I'm
we
a dumbass.
wouldn't get away with half of the things we get away with in terms of like design without like there being VFX for everything somewhere.
Oh,
I learned firsthand actually that people really like the squash and stretch.
I like the squash and stretch. I think it's great.
If Ring Racers was in any other engine other than id Tech 1, how do you think it would be different?
I mean, saying that it's an id Tech 1 is itself kind of a little bit anachronistic because, like, we got, like, floor over floors and stuff. Like, Doom Legacy, the source port that was, like, the ancestral grandfather of SRB2 is, like, still a fair bit farther along than Vanilla Doom in some pretty significant ways, and has received, like, numerous feature updates since then from both, like, at every stage of this horrible Chimera development. But I will say that, like, a 3D engine changes the world. I think, like, real 3D instead of fake 3D would have opened up so many possibilities for the game that it's sort of astounding to even consider them seriously. But the number one on my mind day to day is that, like, split screen performance wouldn't be a Crisis level stress test. Because the software renderer is like, I credit it for some of the enduring problems regarding, like, course readability and visual conveyance. Because legitimately it is just, like, not very good technology in terms of, like, resolving 3D geometry into pixels on your screen. And things like the high contrast floor and wall patterns that we often use would be way different in terms of visual comfort with usable texture filtering instead of just getting blasted with absolutely nothing directly to the screen. So, like, with an upgrade at such a baseline in terms of, like, both visual conveyance and, like, our ability to do things in 3D that don't involve, like, hacking around the fact that slopes only kind of tenuously work, There's no Z direction substepping, so people can phase through stuff when they're moving too quickly vertically.
That's awesome.
I'm glad you're here so you could answer those questions, because I don't have shit I could say.
Like, oh.
I mean, how would you feel if you got to actually use real 3D software to design levels? That's something I don't know anything about myself. No more control sectors for sloping.
I mean, as is, there's, especially with like ACS and the current way that HVR is, you really don't have to rely on a lot of that stuff since you can use it. You can use ACS. A lot of my current stuff, like most of my newer levels, I think the one I just made and like finished up the visuals on, I think I only have like 50 to 20 FOFs, and it's like a fully visually designed level.
Oh, okay, let's see. What else?
So this is like the assets people always give different answers here, where it's like Zone Builder is legitimately pretty good for certain types of mapping flows, where like it's easy to prototype a layout by just like draw the mini map out of lines and then it's drivable. And like in terms of long-term add-on support, obviously the barrier to entry is way lower in terms of like draw 8 pictures of your guy and that's Eraser, rather than like Lamau learn 3D modeling software. But then you ask, like, and of course, everybody on the assets team has their own caveats about that. And, like, Gunla is the most, like, ridiculous zone builder cope soldier. So, that's fair to you, right?
It is fair to me, because every time I see Barkley cry, I'm like, I don't feel this way. I know I'm not right. But I don't feel
you
this way.
You ask the people on the technical parts of the game, and it's like, this is the worst code base I have ever seen.
You couldn't shit any bigger if you were a buffalo, like.
It is incomprehensible the amount of bespoke inefficiencies that the game has accumulated in terms of, like, development tax on every single fucking thing.
And you've got it running
like,
at 120
not
FPS.
strictly anyone's fault in a way that they need to be held to account for. Like, oh, I fucking hate this person for working on the software that would eventually become my favorite thing that I've ever created. But, like, oh my god, dude. Just, like, do not. The things that I have... The places that I have had to go in order to make online play as functional as it is, I would not go with a gun.
How about with, like, a spear? Or something more traditional. What the fuck happened there? Okay.
We definitely need, like, some sort of handheld mortar. It's for me. I use it on myself when I'm done.
Solid Snake forward smash on my body at all times. So somebody asked, what was the day you first added the bumper like?
Oh, the drop
target
Yeah.
predates my involvement in the team, I think. Although I am responsible for the sound, and
why didn't you have that
adding the
one yell like
sound
Hbox?
was like I believe that is the first sound asset that I put in the game, and was like kind of the gateway drug to me doing a lot of sound design and eventually music work for Ring Racers. And the reason it was a gateway drug is because the immediate aftermath of the drop target having a sound was the funniest series of net games I have ever seen, because we kept raising the sound fall-off distance to make sure it was clear what happened to someone even when they were far away. And so the call would go like complete silence for a couple of seconds. Ding! Fuck!
I think drop target was added after I got in. Because I think you got in before me, because I got in around July 21.
Oh my god, it's been that long.
Is it?
Because
I might be a little bit confused on my timeline here, because remember, it's been like...
Yeah, it's been like 4 or 5 years.
I'm such a baby when it comes to, like, the development timeline of this game. I didn't work on any of SRB2 Card except for some of the extended support releases. I didn't work on SRB2 Card Z, I didn't work on SRB2 Riders, I didn't work on SRB2... I think I was an embryo when Doom Legacy was, like, being discussed.
We are little babbies compared to some of the other people in terms of, like, tenure.
But definitely, I remember working on the sound for Drop Target and immediately discovering that, like, it is conveyance. It is visuals and sound and gameplay together that make the best jokes.
I remember comparisons about it having a Android sound notification, or maybe it was an iPhone sound notification. I remember making a stupid dev leak.
What you should do is make it make like the
clocking
WhatsApp.
Tails in the face.
You should make it be like the WhatsApp whistle.
What's that?
Somewhere deep in our development Discord, there is like the Samsung ringtone pitch bent to fluvial beat deposits that we were going to use for something. I put my foot down on some of my Dumber posts.
I still think
Maybe
HBox yelling would have been so fucking godlike in this game.
I need it to be Tails specifically. I need you to get invincibility body slammed by Tails, and for him to speak with the voice of God. If we want to use that for Discord. Was it, or was it Z-votes? Ah, the voting system's another one of those things that I feel is like a little bit underspecified in the final product, but...
It's so funny, right? Like, you talk to a lot of people and they're like, it's great the way it is, and like, as the person that made it, you're like, man, no, I think it's gotta be here and there.
I want to be wary of like people saying, oh, well, you're always your own harshest critic.
No, it's true.
I don't know if that generalizes. Like, I think that you should still be vigilant for like flaws in not just your work but your own thinking, and I think that like using that as a thought-terminating cliche to get yourself off the hook from your own worries is like, if you're worrying, there's something going on and you should investigate it. With that said, basically every single like piece of negative feedback I have ever seen about Ring Racers is something I have thought of myself 6 months earlier.
Yeah.
It's like we really are close to this game, and I think like most developers operate that way. Like, if your team is not so large that your like team needs a manager, then probably you're similarly close to your work in a way that we are, you know? Sneaking ahead.
The one little ring.
My response is that I definitely am my own biggest hater. There's definitely I've definitely gotten past that point of like being frustrated with my own work to the point where I was blind to my own criticisms. But it is something that I had to work out in particular, and it was not easy.
All right, let's see. What were the idea behind the ring boxes and having jack boxes be so strong? It's a pretty simple question.
Ring box is such a fascinating mechanic because I feel like it is an exact split down the line of like ring box is useless and ring box is strictly better than items. And I feel like when I achieve that level of player disagreement, it is usually indicative of something like functioning well on a design level in some sense. Because definitely like ring box is explicitly preventing you from accessing a specific type of comeback tool, which means that like it needed to feel good and feel strong, which are kind of separate things sometimes, although more tied together than you would think. Definitely the ring box era was the start of this game significantly speed creeping itself over SRPG Kart, because as it turns out, like, we have a good handling model, and like the challenge of driving at speed is an interesting one that is like compelling to most players. But like, the amount of speed you need to give people to be the equivalent of something like a invincibility.
Classic.
It's just, that's a lot of distance to make up. Look at the minimap in any given game of Ring Racers, and you notice that we let players get significantly farther apart than almost any game, even in prior versions. So that, like, the same sort of dynamism that we apply to simple speed items also had to be applied to, like, the linear ramping speed of Ringbox. And definitely the first draft of those mechanics that people saw in 2.0, I mean, like, we all saw Chao's dominance in time attack. That, like, those balance mistakes are ones that I still feel a little bit of chagrin for. because I feel like the timing and development was just kind of wrong. Staff ghosts have always been a major thing because, like, staff ghosts represent an enormous amount of work from basically everybody on the team, and they, like, lock the game balance around them because they need to be able to play back in the engine, which is a tricky thing. So the initial implementation of Bring Back that people saw in 2.0 was, like, definitely high-tuned enough that competition players started break-checking each other at sets to grab a little bit of that silver. But, like, it does need to be strong to feel good, because it is just verifiably less flashy and less disruptive than something like invincibility. And that's the point of it, to give people a mechanism to, like, get back in the race without the, like... We're taking away the opportunity cost of, like, disrupting other players. So it needs to, at the very least, make up similar distance. So, like, TLDR, fast good. Fast also necessary for gameplay dynamics that we desire.
You just wait, everything's gonna slow you down in the next version.
Well, that's why we got Gear 1 as the escape hatch, I think. The dynamism of Ring Racer's speed is a lot to swallow for people who are, like, who are struggling with games that are, like, more predictable in terms of, like, their handling models. So a lot of the focus behind, like, trying to route people to Gear 1 through relaxed mode, through auto gear, etc., is just to provide people with a game that has, like, a lot of the same resource push and pull, but without, like, so much of the bite of aggressive speed changes, because that's, like, that's something that I feel is very much part of the identity of the game and what it does well and what is fun about it. But it's also just a lot to swallow inherently. So, like, especially as an onboarding point, just give people a little bit of a break.
Yeah. If you just want to vibe to the nice visuals and do some relaxed driving.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's so much about this game that doesn't actually require you to be a freak in order to appreciate it.
Yep.
We've got mappers and environment artists doing stellar adaptational work and original work. We've got a bunch of great tunes. And, like, as much as some of the discourse about, like, levels of difficulty and, like, gameplay-related accessibility options bugs me sometimes, because I feel like people elide a lot of nuance about, like, intended experience and the types of emotions that you can only inspire with specific types of challenges that players interact with in specific ways. Like, it would feel irresponsible to the rest of the team for me to not at least try to provide a easier arrival point for people, considering that I was also actively making the game faster for the majority of 2.4 development.
Realizing that
the change that made it the
Oh, sorry, what?
although the change that made it the fasterest isn't mine.
Oh.
The rebalanced ring boost values. That's all Oni, and that stuff is like, whew, that was a lot to think about in terms of stat balance long term.
So what is the requirement to get a secret stage score?
First time is 370, afterwards it's 350.
370? Okay, I gotta be clean.
Yeah, 370 is set deliberately high, I think. One of the most discussed things in the aftermath of initial 2.0 release is that players who had no business seeing certain types of things were seeing them way too early before they were, like, anywhere near familiar enough with the handling model to handle them. And so the initial target's set quite high to make sure that, like, we minimize false positives and make sure that people are really comfortable before we show them that side of the game.
Right.
But then it lowers a little bit after that to reduce, like, repetition.
I'm here realizing that inexperienced players struggle a lot with speed changes. Is that a sudden realization or an understanding that built over time?
A little of column A, a little of column B. Playing more like current item racers, current kart racers, gave me like, there's a design pattern in these games where when you boost, you go exactly the same speed. How strange. You know? Like I said with Crossworlds going from like 200 to 240, with boost items, and that was well after I'd made the changes to relax, but it was kind of vindicating to see, like, oh, okay, so this really is a design pattern. And especially, like, the tricky thing about the old relax difficulty wasn't just that the bitey speed changes were still present and still just as, like, difficult for people to understand if they came in with expectations from softer games, but that, like, now the low end of the speed changes when you're not under a boost state feels a little sluggish. And so a lot of people who would have had a better time on Gear 1 once they had gotten the basics of how to maintain, like, speed, self-selected out of Gear 1 because it felt bad to move around when there wasn't speed to be had, when they didn't understand, like, how to structure ring boost or any of that. Really, there's just a lot of stuff that you can't know before, like, hitting a wide audience. We do have a pretty wide internal tester pool, and in particular, members of development, like, made an effort to, like, bring the game to spaces where you wouldn't expect it to be, and get some first-time impressions from people who, like, had never seen it before. And of course, I had to keep my dear husband in the dark about large portions of the development, because it was really important that when the time came to balance single-player, Freyaday could be bad at the game on camera with the whole development team watching. Sorry, Frey, I love you. Also, Frey's on every single map as a staff ghost. Just keeping you company.
Shoutouts to Frey and Farron for doing that. That's a
yeah, the two of them were real sports with that, where it's just like providing a lower performance target just helps a lot with player expectations, I think. But yeah, it was definitely like, I always kind of had an idea that the abrupt speed changes were the thing that was tricky for people, because you see it in unskilled gameplay a lot. What changed over time was my idea of how much, like, addressing it needed to be prioritized.
Right.
The primary thing that feedback does for, like, this team, I think, is determine what stuff gets looked at first, because almost everything about, like, rough edges and pain points we knew about and just didn't understand what to tackle first, and also had absolutely no, like, development resources or spoons left to, like, continue iterating past the 2.0 release. It's like, something has to come out or I will explode.
Alright, I love this. For Tyron, do you think that Arctic Thunder is the realistic dystopian future of kart racer design?
Okay, this one requires some explanation.
What is Arctic Thunder?
The game?
Arctic Thunder is a midway arcade racing game about snowmobiles. It is an item racer, it's a combat racer, and it is one of the only games I've ever seen where your input just does not matter at all. I have never seen any evidence in Arctic Thunder that any handling decisions you make influence your speed or final position in any way. Because, like, as much as Ring Racers is designed with, like, a sort of, like, respect for arcade games and a willingness to, like, step back and introduce a little bit of friction, a little bit of gaslighting, etc., in order to, like, put players in the right frame of mind and provide them with, like, compelling challenges and last-minute victories. Like, the dark side of that is that arcade racing games are fucking fabricated as hell sometimes. And, like, that feeling playing 2.3 with strong players and realizing that I had the same kind of feeling as Arctic Thunder where I was watching the fireworks show was the beginning of realizing, oh man, we might need to do some tuning for, like, the players who are the strongest here, the players who are starting to get to grips with the systems and realizing that, like, the level of importance on, like, driving versus item play is lopsided, that the incentives associated with comeback items are allowing people to come back without the usage of the comeback tools and leave them in places where they don't need to be, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And so in that way, an understanding of, like, having played other games that make me feel like I have no control over the final result is definitely, like, it's a taste development thing. I highly suggest people play games that they don't like, because understanding what works and what doesn't work about weird and unfriendly stuff is often a way bigger boon to, like, developing your design sense and your tastes than just, like, finding more things that you do like.
So, for those wondering why the cliff mod looks so good, one of the credited artists on in this area, Motor Roach, is the person I paid to do those.
But of course.
You gotta get the highest bidder. I'm also in these credits by technicality. I can actually.
You are, yes.
I can finally explain this to Tyron. You finally get to see it. I don't know if I've ever told you. Well, when we get there, I'll tell you.
We did try to be extremely exhaustive about credits, and on the occasion where we get things like song bylines wrong, we always try to fix them up quick in the next release. Because this game really is just... So many hands have touched this thing. It is a little unwieldy to even think about.
Excitingly...
I've been yapping my head off.
Yeah, I'm gonna be meeting some of these people at Frosty's, which is exciting to think about.
Battle movements.
That'll be so cool. Dude, Mr. Man and Mr. Mike. You gotta have them both.
Yeah, a couple
we
of
got
nights
into
were
the
definitely
gigantic
spent.
list of... God.
Yeah, several nights were definitely spent, I think, with Oni and I going through a lot of this. It's definitely a Google Doc or two of just reviewing all of this and making sure crossing our T's, dotting our I's. We tried to be as thorough as we could for a reason.
Let's go to
Yeah, and here's the big ol' list of sounds that got lifted from Horn
Garfield,
Mod, or, like,
caught in
grabbed
the
from
act!
various arcade games.
Garfield mentions Microsoft Plus for Windows 95. No
There's
way.
at least one truck horn noise that's attached to a I talk about this every time, but like almost all the followers are one guy. Tape, what the fuck did you do? What is your, like... How do you maintain the motivation to put
X-Men
so many
Children of the
Google
Atom!
guys
Let's
in
go!
games? Yes, sir!
Yes! That game's so fucking awesome, man.
Big ups to all the community contributors. We are pretty lucky to have a number of like reasonably active programmers who, especially during the 2.4 release candidate phase, polished up a couple of things that like we were either like not equipped to handle at the time or like genuinely missed as fixes. Open source is a feature, not a bug, even if it causes us some incredible headaches sometimes when people like snoop around and misinterpret game mechanics.
Alright, here it comes. This is where I show up. Salty Splatoon, that is the Discord that Gunla and I watch god-awful anime in.
Is that the Harem Anime Wheel Discord?
Yes, it is!
Oh my god.
Have you seen a picture of it? It's quite funny. It might
That's
be...
my husband!
Yeah! Wait, you're part of the group? Yes! Oh, you didn't know! Oh, you didn't know that! I'm the person that made the fucking wheel for it. I'm responsible for it. I'm evil. Ah! Yep. The guy who got fourth at Frosty Faustings also has watched way more things involving familial relationships than you should ever do in your life.
Let's end this conversation here.
I'm speed.
Push your rank harder. Oh, so is it S rank?
If I laugh, I go to Tabua.
Flicky.
It's a pure point requirement.
So like the letter rank, is it S or?
S is not even on the table until you're in that stuff.
Okay.
No.
But you do need to be like
Well.
on A pace and then some.
All right. Well, that was pretty good. I'll keep going. I mean, if you have more to talk about, I don't know. Oh. It's actually been 3 hours. It does not feel like a true statement, but.
All I know is that at some point I gotta go get dinner.
Oh yeah, I mean.
The diabolical thing about working on this game for as long as I did, which is still a drop in the bucket compared to people who've been working on stuff like SRB2 Riders since they were teenagers, is that I could talk forever about the shit that we put together.
This is still like about the length of an average stream of mine. We're not done, so you're good. You got forever, more or less.
Into the muck.
Yeah, dude. Going right in there. Oh, this used to be everybody's favorite cup. You know.
SPB Cup got a bad rap, I think, just because the elephant wall was bugged. The elephant wall in Balloon Park knocked you, like, in a maximally unhelpful way away from it when you were, like, bumping it.
Fuck.
It was like, you would steer into it, and then it would knock you away from the direction that you were steering.
So, Gunla, if you do have to step away, that's fine. I will not...
I'm still here for now.
Yeah, I will not stop you. Step you.
It's like, I had lunch, like, 8 hours ago, and between that, I just had a little bit of yogurt.
We are very much in the viewer question stage of things, but...
Yeah.
I don't know how
nice
often he is able to look over on this hot SPB Cup gameplay.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm too busy looking at myself going the wrong way over and over again. I think which far greater importance. Oh. Your fellow dev team members are telling you to eat food.
I know, bro. Give me... Alright, tell you what. I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Don't fucking speedrun your food. Eat your damn meal.
I'll bring it over.
You have better discipline than me. I was like, hey, we got popcorn. Surely if I become hungry, that's enough, right?
No, man. Dude, I'm getting grilled salmon, rice, and corn. That's what I'm eating.
You should let me air dash. You should call it air dashing. Nobody's ever thought of that before.
There was an initial, like, one of the unspoken rules of gameplay mechanic development at the outset was, like, that we don't let the player change direction in the air because it breaks maps. And over time, that became, like, if the player changing direction in the air breaks maps, the map was already broken. Because the number of, like, unusual things that can happen to you in terms of, like, damage launch states meant that basically every single one of those ended up happening to players who were trying to play legitimately and mind their own business eventually.
Okay, so this map is really funny because I just did that and oh god. This map is really awesome because, like, I remember... Whoa. When I first played this map...
Yeah, software renderer.
When I first played this map and I was like, this is very goofy. I got used to it and it's very... buggy beautifulness. And then when, like, the update came out, it was like, yeah, we've made everything about 20% bigger. I was like, this looks so fucking weird. And then it's all white. I was like, whoa. There's so much more, like, room now.
Yeah, the scale up, it's like, I think they play better in the modern versions of the game, but I also do miss the, like, bitey technical tightness of, like, the pre-scaled versions.
It's funny. It's funny to have, like, a fucking ant farm enclosure. Be like a track, you know, like... What the fuck? I forgot they did that.
Surprise!
Here's a trick. Go off the track. I feel like recovery is actually easier than it was in older versions as well here. That could be placebo, but...
Every once in a while I hear a take like that, and it's really funny because almost all of the substantive systems in this game right now are, like, intended to make comebacks a little bit more difficult. But you're not the first person to say that.
Well, I think like, maybe more difficult in the sense that you won't make, like, a wild comeback without good racing, but, like, the way it scales stuff just makes more sense.
Fewer unbelievably bad things can happen to you on the way back up. Generally because, like, Grove Invincibility terrorists with the driving ability of trilobites are not typically in your vicinity for long enough to disrupt you.
So, like, in that metric, I think it does make it easier to do. God, I always get turned around there. Oh! The fucking funnel of hell.
The other thing is that, like, single player is an area where we control a lot of things about the progression of a race more tightly than, like, when you're racing arbitrary players, even players of a similar skill level. Because, I mean, the CPUs are just the way they behave as arbitrary. Like, we reduced rival frustration by making CPUs all behave more like the rival. which should just tell you a lot about how, like, this entire area of design is entirely about perception and expectations and context, rather than, like, the actual true nature of difficulty.
It's vibes, dude. It's vibes all the way down. No, no Vanilla Lake, please! Very specific emotion that just, like, brought into your mind, right?
I'm gonna step away for another minute. If you wanna keep feeding those viewer questions my way when I get back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can yap like the best of them, you know that.
You got it, buddy.
Moment.
I will hold it down. I'm very rusty at this game, so please forgive me if I mess up on the item catchers. It has been genuinely, like, at least a couple months since I've played. Well, thank you for tuning in, Tracker. I hope you're doing fine. I know your time zone makes this a bit of a cruel joke, but I'm glad you are here. I have caught every time you've mentioned me giving Honey the Cat credit. She is loved and appreciated. Actually, my choice to have her as Cliff's rival was just because she was in a fighting game. I think that was the only through line. There's like no other reason. I was like, well, we need 3, so I guess I'll think of a good reason for this. Alright, I will be noting these viewers.
I grow even stronger.
Thank you for the follow. I keep them anonymous, but I appreciate it very much. Oh shit. Oh! Oh! You're never
I grow even stronger.
You're never gonna see anything like that again. Until you do. Oh my god. Can we get it? There's 2 more. This is a very...
I grow even stronger.
This is a very, very big map. And people must really like that Silver Surfer voice line.
I grow even stronger.
I grow even stronger. Fuck. I grow weaker. Ah. Following knowledge. Following because you showed elite ball knowledge. I'm just a competitive fighting game player, but I appreciate it.
Fighting games fucking suck. Nobody
Alright.
should ever play those.
Oh. Okay, I'm good. Do not go past the position line. Somebody said if you could turn back time, would you still make ring races or would you do something else?
100%, no question. I get so many hypothetical time travel questions that I just don't understand because my life is awesome.
All right, how about this? If you could go back in time and pull my chair out from under me, would you do it?
I made a kick-ass video game with a bunch of my friends. Learned a lot about, like, my own design tastes. Learned a lot about, like, how to program and screwed up environments and structure, like, mechanical ideas into, like, easily expressible logical procedures. I got back into music after, like, more than a decade long of just, like, not making anything with, like, a huge inferiority complex about it and receiving, like, incredible creative support.
Yeah, I remember mentioning, like, dude, you make fucking music? Like,
right? Fucking, I don't know that I make music. Sometimes it just happens to me. It's like, I've never thought of myself as a musician first and foremost. I don't know what I am if not that, but, like, you know.
We missed the spray can. In true baller
Well, we'll get
style.
it next time.
In true baller style. Can you get it in any game mode, actually, or is it just Grand Prix?
You can.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
We explicitly wanted to leave it open so that you could get spray cans when, like, just goofing around online with friends or, like, explicitly hunting for them.
Yeah. Oh, you fuck me! Fuck me!
These gray springs!
Oh, so you understand.
Beautiful stuff.
The kids are calling it edging. Okay, we made it. All right.
Is that true?
That's what. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I accidentally did that. Oh god, I forgot about slip tide. Is that what it was?
Yep. We've got it in the tutorials now too. It's like it ended up being a pretty important part of like driving well under power item effect in Gear 2 specifically. So it was always meant to have a tutorial, but just didn't make the cut for various reasons.
Yeah, because
so we fixed that problem.
You know you're working on this for $0. This maybe
the pithy is like we do not accept payment for the game. In fact, we lose money. Is I think the line.
These fucking springs are gonna kill me, dog. Oh.
Yep. Oh, Chrome Gadget. I came back at an interesting time. Have I missed any questions that might be pertinent for me?
Well, I mean, I can't imagine you would go back in time and not make ring races, so probably not. Unless you'd make like a Little Busters racing game, but you wouldn't know about that in the past, so maybe not. Well, I guess you would now if you went back.
I mean, like, I would have loved to, like, make the game with, like, some of the hindsight that I ended up getting from the initial release period. Like, wow, did I not understand? Like, I thought, okay, well, there are problems with this release, but, like, they're relatively small problems, and I don't anticipate receiving, like, a completely disproportionate wave of, like, profound hatred. And, well, it would have been nice to know, is really what it comes down to. Expectation management just doesn't just apply to players.
Question for Tyron that may have already been answered already. What's the piece of music in the game that you put the most time into?
I think UFO Catcher got, like, probably 7 or 8 different, like, B-sections in addition to just, like, getting fiddled with an overwhelming amount.
But man, did it turn out great.
I'm glad people think so. I feel very disconnected from my ability to evaluate my own work. So I watch my friends go like, "Oh, this is great," and I'm like, "Okay, that probably means it's great." And then I watch the world like respond more positively to my music than to my game mechanics on 2.0 release, and I'm like, "Huh."
Somebody says a question related to ring racers. Even as a high tier player, I have lots of trouble catching up using tripwire cuts. Fear because of item loneliness. I've heard 2.4 catch up is supposed to be more tripwire cut based. Is this true?
So, speed-based tripwire pass is, like, an interesting area of tuning because, like, tripwire itself is kind of a necessary evil, like I've talked about before. It's one of the few remaining, like, highly consequential binary breakpoints in the game where if you're below a value, you're screwed, and if you're above a value, you're awesome. And so, like, our concession to that is changing the target value in an analog way, which is why the Sonic Boom threshold drops when you're far behind and raises significantly when you're close to the leader, with the idea that, like, there are a lot of things in this game that speed.
That was actually awesome.
That's kind of hot, I don't know.
Oh my God.
If you had a drift spark during that, I feel like you could have done something illegal.
It's not fun to have people just kind of trying to bag for tripwire speed. And there were a couple of instances pretty late into the process where we had to change things on the fly on a map-specific basis. I know one in particular. The specific was in, I want to say Autumn Ring. I'm sorry, Daniel Dapple, but we did see that.
Yeah, Autumn Ring is one of those where you get tripwire speed very far away, and then like quickly close the distance to the wall spring. Yeah, it's the tripwire situation is a little bit strange because I think we've done a lot of good conveyance work on like when a player is approaching tripwire, but it's still like it's a new idea in the mental stack for a lot of players to like pay attention to the fact that the threshold is now dynamic. You can't just like look at your speedometer and go like Lamau 200 anymore.
Yeah.
And there's a sense in which that's healthier, but it's also like I'm not totally convinced that the conveyance work on that front is like ironclad. we're obviously fighting a lot of technical restrictions with
Oh.
regards to like the way that maps are set up and the way that things are drawn.
Somebody's going to bed. They just wanted to say huge props for 2.4. It's excellent in just about every way I could have hoped for. The new GP in particular is really fun and very addictive.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations, your game is good. Not that you needed me to tell you this,
So-
but
Mm.
but I will.
I know a couple people who you could have an interesting argument with.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, I am happy with the state of 2.4.
yeah. This is great.
There's always going to be something that I'm thinking about because it's in my nature to tinker. And the way all of the systems are tied together means that, like, very small changes to things that seem isolated can have massive knock-on
I mean,
effects.
fuck. You know, when you played my fighting game, I talked like that. Like, like, oh, there's some stuff I want to do here. This and that. Like, it's just natural when you make something to just be like,
This
man.
slip is kind of outstanding.
Oh, we got it. See, easy game.
Look at that shot.
Dude, it's so easy. I'm saying, man. They call it capsule, I call it easy. I don't know. I am just
Well,
saying.
of course you call it easy.
Oh, true. And then I split up. Very much. And man, I'm shocked there's no reference to that in this. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I just haven't heard it yet. Is that still a redeem on your stream, is it not?
Hmm?
The easy, you know. The thing.
Oh yeah, the loud, easy. Yeah, that's... And I still hit it manually every time because I'm a fucking Cro-Magnon who doesn't know how to set up automated alerts with, like, a tool that doesn't want me to charge a subscription.
Really? Wow. I guess it might be depending on, like, what you want the alert to do. But it is kind of complicated using Mix-It-Up.
The entire broad field of, like, scam middleware for, like, prosumers is such a exciting field.
Dude. I was there back when that was for streaming software, too.
You like XSplit?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've streamed long enough to know what the fuck XSplit and free trial period for that is.
I mean, XSplit is, like, clown software in current year, but I still do maintain that there's a couple features it had that I miss. Like,
Is it still around?
I actually don't. I bet they've turned into some AI-first, like, corporate video
Please stop.
conferencing startup.
Please don't remind me. But
Vibes-based broadcasting.
Unbelievably, XSplit Broadcaster is still here, and their headline feature on the main page is the ability to simultaneously broadcast in horizontal and vertical formats, so you can Twitch max while you TikTok max.
oh, I thought they were gonna say finally Tate mode for streamers.
It's...
This is a joke for like 2 people, but guess what? One of them's in this call.
I mean, shoutouts to fucking channels like Pop Up Pinball, who actually, like, use the ability to upload vertical video to YouTube for, like, a format that makes sense. Like, I am taking a video of this entire pinball machine.
Oh god, I heard
Pinball's
Tails.
so cool. I feel like there was a point at which, like, pinball became, like, a driving force moving this game forward because, like, every time I opened up Pinball FX and streamed to the dev call as background noise, it was just like, will to live plus 30 for everyone in attendance.
Are you a big fan of pinball? I guess
I feel
you are.
like pinball has that scary, like, push-pull dynamism that is entirely determined by, like, how tight its timing windows are and how completely uncontrolled everything is, because it's just like a physical wall, you know? And, like, the supporting software that holds up these kind of flabbergasting works of, like, arcade game engineering is, like, 50% incredibly punchy immediate feedback and 50% lying to the player, which is basically the exact same formula used in Ring Racers in my submission.
Well, I sadly do not think that's a 3-7. Not even close.
Nope.
Yikes. Yuck. You know what? Do I play that old ass cup? I want to do at least one special stage. We're gonna get it.
You're bleeding a little bit on your rings, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to tighten up, ring bonus and like, you're gonna need to play well to the end. It is a I will not win swords. It is a high cutoff to make sure that new players don't luck in, which means that like the initial entry is gonna take a while, even for players who are like starting to find their footing.
Remember, kids, never bail.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I didn't do it. You know, Sonic Mania has pretty good movement. Do you know water is wet?
I've heard that about it.
Yeah, some could say. Some could say Sonic Mania has obstacles.
Galactic might!
Thank you!
I am
Oh,
reminded
look who
every
rated
time
me!
I come here.
It's the only Australian you know! Which is not true, but one of the only ones. Thank you, Oren, for the big raid. I appreciate it.
Has arrived. Every time I come here and remember who's on that cycle hazard, I remember that Heavy Magician is like a character who should not exist in this game and does it anyway.
Your favorite character?
Getting the opportunity to put fucking robot Mokujin into this game is like, there are code side features of that character that I could not have done without Toaster's help. In particular, like demo sync was kind of a nightmare.
I do appreciate that it's a really clever implementation of like what that character did in Sonic Mania. I think like that, again, it ties into how you mentioned like, oh, we're doing the courses in such a way, right? But like this is also, you know, a Sonic character being completely accurate to how they were in the games, where like there's like a facsimile of other characters, right? Like this boom transformation.
And de-transform when they get hit. Yeah, it's like, because I always wanted to have something like that in the game because I really enjoyed in Survey 2 Kart. I appreciated being able to like quickly re-random my character at the start of the race and actually wrote some scripts and add-ons to help me do that more efficiently. Especially in add-on servers where like just getting a random scatter shot of whatever happened to be loaded on the server at the time was a really fun way to experience whatever people's particular taste was. You know, in the era of SRB 2 Kart, before every single server ran a 255 mod stack that took an hour to download. And so I wanted to bring that over to Ring Racers and just thought for the longest time, like, what is the way to do this that, like, actually makes sense to fucking fold into everything?
I think when it's the first race, if I don't get first, it's super easy to just do that. Also, big fan of how fast everything loads. And hey, I'm not playing this game on a hard drive anymore, so you don't see that weird stop whenever something happens.
Oh god, yeah, because we load into code sounds on the fly. So if you have super slow storage, that
my hard drive is not slow,
sometimes a long enough voice line or a long enough sound is just gonna pop you.
The SSDs
Keep coming, by the way. I'm strapped in.
Pardon?
I finished my food, so I'm good to go.
Welcome back.
We're fucking locked in. We're streaming till 1,000,000 o'clock. I'm out of questions. We're just hanging out and talking at this point. This is more like a fucking vlog. Maybe one of us will sell you an app.
Feel free to
something.
pass on anything that's interesting, though.
I will. Man, you really made those guys just like in Sonic 2.
They were made bigger, actually, for 2.4.
Thanks.
Did we really?
Yes.
I hate you.
That's funny as hell.
I hate you.
I think Sec just has a good sense of humor.
Don't you worry, we're gonna be meeting at Frosty Fausting's. I promise I won't put something funny under your chair before you sit in it like a whoopee cushion or anything.
I promise I won't hit you with the cliff overhead IRL.
Jumping kick. If a human being did that, I'd be really impressed. I'd be like, damn, you must do
The cliff
fucking...
overhead, like there's one instead of 700.
Yeah. It's just you do one 700 times.
There you go.
Isn't it great? Bruce Lee talked about that.
sure that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. Oh!
Yeah.
Nice.
That's perfect. It looks like it's a color I like, too. Purple? Pinky? Okay. You remember what spray cans are in each stage?
The layout is randomized.
Oh! Yeah, do you remember what ones are in each stage?
You always get the same colors in the same order, and the order is random on your save file, I believe.
Yep.
Holy shit, Ring Racer's rando win?
Every once in a while, somebody comes into the Discord asking about, like, what they would need to do to set up Archipelago. And, like, that's another one of those things where it's like, I would be willing to do some code side support for that in the future if, like, it ends up being needed. Because I think that idea is just cool as hell, and I constantly see my friends having fun with that multi-world randomizer bullshit.
Alright, this one's
And
specifically
the
for
structure's
Gunla.
there for it. The,
I'm reading the chat, so I can answer that.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, alongside Cadillac being like one of the first levels I made, basically being the first level I made actually for Ring Racers, Operators Over Space was a little bit before that, but it's the only level that kind of got directly ported from V1 to V2 since it wasn't finished. I had wanted to try toying with having that level have some sort of like TA, using sneakers in TA in some capacity. So, if people are able to utilize it, I think that's very cool. But that level, there have been many iterations of the shortcuts on that level. There was one where, like, instead of having what was it? Instead of like that section with the first item set in race, technically the second item set, there was a physics cut there where you would go through like the wall, and there was a TA sneaker capsule there. But that section was just so much of a mess that it did not survive to initial release.
shortcut design's a tough one. It's so sensitive to overall game balance. Like maps.
I've definitely gotten a lot better at it.
Maps with powerful tripwire cuts play so differently than maps where you're required to drive main road the entire time. Especially now that like catch-up has been tightened up a little bit, so that like reaching first after a rough hit is no longer a foregone conclusion for strong players in the way that it used to be.
Your words are probably nicer than mine.
Are they?
You just talk really fancy, which I like.
Yeah, they are.
You talk like you've made this game.
I think the maps that don't have shortcuts are a lot. They are generally, in my opinion, less of a. I don't think they're as interesting, especially now. Dang, I cut the whole air with that one.
Yeah. Oh.
No, because I'm trying to decide whether or not this is my opportunity to complain about Sonic Crossworlds end cuts.
Go ahead. Your floor is yours,
like,
buddy.
If you are on social media trying to make an us versus them wedge out of, like, Crossworlds versus Ring Racers, you are doing us harm, and I need you to stop. However, Crossworlds came out at a very opportune time for me in terms of, like, kind of taking in the feedback from the 2.4 release candidates and doing the final tuning. Because it was the exact right game to arrive at that time for me to remember that what we were doing was worthwhile. Because Crossworlds is a very, very arcadey game where upsets to your final position are so prevalent that, like... So I made a spreadsheet, alright?
The spreadsheet?
And I was tracking, like, what position I was in at the start of each lap versus what position I ended up in at the very end of the race, what position I finished in. And the average difference between my lap 3 position and my final position was 3. And 3's like... 3 doesn't seem that large intuitively, right? Well, if you take a random pair of numbers between 1 and 12 and take the difference between them, the average difference is 4. That game is a fucking roulette wheel up front. And experiencing that going like, I'm having fun with this still. The driving is fun, the super arcadey, juicy feedback on everything is great, the music is just barely more hits than misses, and like, they got Miku in it, so how can I complain too much, right?
I sound like a fucking
Don't look at the price tag, it's fine.
I sound like a fucking boomer, but man, I when I talk about new Sonic music, man, I hate it. Not because I don't think it's like good, I just don't like it. I'm sorry, man, I can't.
Look, the odds of them putting in Arl or Orta into Cross Worlds are certainly low, but they aren't 0. But they might as well be 0.
You should put a Kira.
And so I'm enjoying this game, and I'm really glad that it exists, and definitely, like, people who don't fuck with what Ring Racers is putting down are naturally gonna, like... I bet they'll like that a lot. But, like, it was the right game for me to be playing during the 2.4 Aftermath, like, the release candidate Aftermath, and going like, wow, I sure am glad we built Ring Racers the way we built Ring Racers. Because something other than this should exist.
Somebody said... So what was the idea behind the bonus stages? Like, were there other ideas to get the emeralds? Or is that like a...
Regarding, because somebody says bonus stage, and I think immediately of, the Prison Break stages.
I guess the question would be: is it emerald? Is it special stages or like
special stages? Yeah.
Bonus stages in GP?
Because if it's the special stages, then like, while I did the music for them, and I'm like really glad in the hand that I had in them, the locale and the like gameplay design is not my brainchild. I think a lot of the like the visual setup and guidelines and like a lot of the asset work was spearheaded by Cherub.
Yeah.
And I think like at some point basically every single mapper had their hands in a special stage, right?
I think in total we had around 10 or so of the main mappers were involved, because I know there was a couple people that did too, myself included. Yeah, it's mainly from visual standpoint with Cherub. Audios would be you. I'm not entirely sure about the coding, but it's like a pretty. It's in the credits.
A lot of the programming is written on. Like, so, and the reason I bring up that attribution is to say that I don't want to take credit for more than I did, and that, like, they're not really my gameplay idea, but I did end up doing a lot of tuning on them. And one thing that I will share is that, and we've talked about this before in development leaks, is that they were originally intended to have a beam chasing you as well, so that if you got too far behind, the stage would just immediately be over. And I think the technical work required to do that ended up being, like, it couldn't make the cut, but I do think it would have been nice to eliminate some of the, like, longer feeling losses. And I think, like, when tuning them in the current state of the game, my approach has been to, like... The catcher is such an interesting adversary because you push and it pushes away. It's been set up so that, like, timed overtakes and abrupt speed changes are the best way to make progress to the stage, which to me feels very in theme with, like, the nature of how, like, good driving in Ring Racers works.
Ooh, get fucked, loser! That was a cliff round right there.
And so my personal work on it was mostly just making sure that the speed curves associated with it created, like, unintuitive lose-lose situations where you hit it and it flies away, like, well beyond your ability to cover. That and the carryover damage mechanic, which is a very, like, arcadey design feature that I think was honestly a bit of an overcorrection to difficulty complaints immediately after release, but, like, did get people out of those stages more reliably. And I think in the state of the tuning we had, where way too many people were seeing the stage relative to their skill level, it was probably better to get them to move on than to, like, be particularly uncompromising about the level of difficulty. But definitely because those are, like, they're very endgame challenges with, like, completely optional rewards. So I think a lot of the mappers and like the gameplay designers on the actual mechanics of the catcher felt comfortable like loosening up and exploring like the ways that the mapping systems can be used, even if they shouldn't necessarily be used that way in like a player-to-player context. Since there's such an isolated environment, it was freedom to create some really interesting set pieces, and also to like very explicitly mess with the player's expectations and design things
funny.
that were unfriendly and counterintuitive.
I like how the quick kills work in them. It's pretty fun.
Behold my quad Orbonaut.
Guess what I'm bagging for Orbonaut? It's Orbonaut o'clock. Probably the most that enemies had, you know, culturally in a while, okay? So, you know, I am okay, you know, giving Orbonaut his flowers, you know, for being the first Sonic enemy to have spike balls around him. It's a very important integration. I'll have you know, what the fuck is happening? Help! Help me!
I did an initial draft of this song's intro, and Sack, the mapper on Deco Park, was like, I don't know about that one. I don't know if it works. And the second draft that I sent in the Discord was exactly the Baby Park intro. Because I was like, fuck it, man. And Sack went, I really didn't want this, but we should definitely use it. And that's the story of this track being of the game.
That was... Do you see that stagger manage right there?
Yeah.
I should play this on stick. Maybe I'll do the next cup on stick. That'd be pretty funny.
On stick.
I gotta start sandbagging in new player lobbies and play with like an upside down leverless.
Do it on like what am I? I'm trying to think of like the. Oh, you play on the Wu-Tang controller.
Oh my god. The battering.
Yeah, dude. The fucking controller that looks more like a weapon of war than it does. Yeah, doing well on these actually matters for the Emerald too, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, that sucks. That's gonna be tough for me. Only because you have to learn these layouts pretty well, I think. Well, it's not too
the
bad.
time requirements are a lot looser on intense difficulty than anywhere else. So, I mean, like obviously, it's like I think on relaxed the time requirements are set like unbelievably loose because they just kept going up every single time Freya failed a prison stage in GP.
Ah. Thank you, Freya.
It's like, all right, it's tuned a little bit too high, and it goes up, and it goes up, and it goes up.
How do I get up there? Oh, I see.
That's what mine.
This is a great song.
Should be able to do it.
Oh yeah, this is easy. This is free. You know how easy this is? They call it Easy Street O'Clock. Yeah.
Easy Street O'Clock. Is it a location or a time?
The Diamond Square. That's another SRB2 joke right there.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's clever. New shape.
Man, that's an SRB2 cart lobby that you hosted joke. I was a part of that moment. That and Virgil Mario. That's the other one. Which I don't think I could do that voice again, but I definitely did say "Where's your motivation?" in like a facsimile Mario voice.
I'm remembering this now, and
You're laughing. There's nothing funny about it. Foolishness, Tyron. Oh! This cover fucking slaps, by the way.
I do think it's a pretty fun prank to put this stage as like one of the most recognizable locations in the entire game. So deep into Row 2.
No, it's godlike.
It's not too deep in Row 2. It's like in the second or third cup.
I mean, like, Row 2's deep though. Like,
oh well, yeah.
In terms of like making sure that new
part.
players see it, we just didn't care. I got like I got a housemate who like loves Adventure 2 who just didn't know that City Escape was in this game.
It was one of the most. I think it was the most requested on that survey we did so long ago.
Yeah, but it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like this to me is probably
ridiculous adaptational work.
Still the best first stage in a Sonic game ever. And you know, it may not be the best Sonic game, but the best first stage in a Sonic game, yes. This shit lived rent-free in my brain the rest of my life. It really is... Hey, did you grab that, asshole? What the fuck? There we go. Like, when I played Sonic Adventure 2 as a child, I was just like...
Here goes.
Oh boy. Okay, that's one way you could do it. Uh-oh.
Oh fuck, dude, no! It was working
It's
kind
okay,
of
Light
good.
Snake's gotcha. The trick panel mechanics, those getting a speed-related tune-up late in development. The infinite tether range off of voltage is like... I don't know if I would do it again given the opportunity, but it is very...
Oh, software renderer!
Oh yeah. Congratulations, you're looking at the back side of an untextured wall.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? Did you see that? It was like a fucking line with...
I think I did.
Oh.
Okay. Your rifle fucking died. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh no!
That's fine. My rival did not get first, so it's okay. I think my score should still be pretty good. I don't think it's gonna be... Oh! Dude, I remember when I remember when it used to fill up, and like it would just stop just shy. And do you know how sad that made me? It would like fill up.
Yeah, we don't even show that bar until you meet the requirements for the first time. Good work, Joss. You can do it! Yeah!
Oh!
Love those funky little guys.
Where is it? Did it go this way, or...? Oh, it already went, huh? It's been so long since I've done these, but... they are still so cool.
One of the big changes here, in addition to, like, damage cracks visibly on the thing so you can see your damage progress, was supposed to be in launch, just missed it, is that we lowered the threshold for contact damage pretty significantly. A lot of the technical work on the dynamic required threshold made that, like, pretty straightforward and obvious to do. So it's a little bit easier to rough up the catcher with just, like, straight up contact damage from speed now. It has that tendency of getting away from you unless you push all at once, though.
I got it. I love these. When you get good at these, they're so fun. See, look at that. Cliff got through it. Cliff got a Chaos Emerald! Ah! Sentence.
That jingle wasn't even meant to be for this, by the way. That jingle existed for, like, Emerald victories in battle mode. And just got, like, slapped in here because it was the most obvious thing in the world.
Such a fun game, man. I'm glad we finally got to do this. Wow. I got an S rank for that? Crazy.
Yep.
Insane. You should have given me like a D and said try again. Oh, Violet!
You got the 1 CC. Easy Street.
You know what? I'm down to keep going if you're down to keep yapping. I have nothing else to do tonight.
Yeah, keep the viewer questions coming. I'll dip out for like 5 seconds at some point to grab a snack.
Because we've been looking forward to this for a while. Because this has been long planned. Because I was like, I need to get you on more streams anyways, because you've been down to do that. And I was like, well, this would be a really good fucking way to do that again. Just randomly. Right. With the game you were no-lifing because you made it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I kept talking about, like, sometimes your favorite game is frustrating. Because, like, a big challenge as a designer is, like, I think I'm pretty damn good at ring racers, but I know I'm not better than everyone. There are, like, some community players that I am, like, that are unambiguously as good as me or better. And so when I'm in an even, it's pretty rare that I'm in an even match, and when I'm there, it's like, oh, getting confronted with the fighting game feeling of like, oh, it's stiff competition, and like, my best wasn't enough that time. You get a strange predicament as a designer. Is what just happened to me a problem?
Yep.
Where, like, you try really hard not to nerf entire mechanics because one specific strong tester beat the shit out of you with them. But, like, and God, are you glad for that specific tester, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God there's somebody in the room who's willing to, like, push the mechanics far and, like, showcase potential problem areas before they become live problem areas. But, like, this game inevitably produces that, like, the flashes of, like, fighting game frustration sometimes, because it's built asking so much of the player. So you get that feeling as, like, a designer, and obviously we'd be completely fucking helpless if we didn't have designers on the team who were, like, strong players. But at the same time, we'd also be completely helpless if everyone in the tester pool and all of the developers were strong players, because, like, people like to simplify it down to, oh, you can't balance around the top level, or, oh, you can't balance around bad players, but, like, you can and you should and you shall.
Yep.
Balance is for everyone.
You want to make
just drive.
What?
I was commenting over the Whippler.
Oh. All I do is play plus R. Nothing else.
It's wild because people, like, completely, like... I feel like a lot of the late game design and gameplay tuning was me and Oni. And we identify very different types of things as, like, in need of attention, or, like, we triage them in kind of opposite ways sometimes. Where, like, if it was up to me, you wouldn't be able to pass tripwire without items at all. I'm not strongly attached to that stance, but it's definitely the way I would have done it if I hadn't heard input from other people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because that, like, the dynamic tripwire threshold thing is, like, it's an unbelievable amount of assets work, and it's, like, a conveyance problem, and it presents, like, tuning discrepancies, versus just, like, hey, Lamau, what if we just made Ringbox so fast that it doesn't need to take tripwires? Which, like, has its own obvious set of problems, but you do have to make a judgment on, like, what set of problems you think is the best fit for the situation eventually. Because it's all compromises.
Yep. Ugh. You get to watch me experience all these maps again. It's kind of fun.
Oh yeah.
The driving being like that little bit better does help a lot. Like that.
Yeah, neutral drift and, like, some changes to the handling response curve at high speeds, and, like, especially this is a nasty one. This one was really frustrating to me, is that we actually had an additional tick of latency in the game due to a camera prediction bug where, like, your inputs would get processed by the internal server or by the remote server in, like, the wrong order. You can take that tripwire while you're ghosted, you know.
Oh right, fuck, I forgot.
I always forget too, it's not your fault.
Yeah.
It's just a situation that happens so rarely. And the reason that's set up that way, by the way, is because, like, we noticed that, like, lining up to take a shortcut and then having the item you take the shortcut with stolen was, like, unbelievably whelming, especially for a lot of the older shortcut designs where they didn't have good bailout routes and you had to, like, set up really far in advance. My solution to that in my old V1 mod, my SRB2 cart V1 mod juice box, was just that when your item gets stolen, you immediately forcibly use it, in addition to a copy of it getting placed in somebody else's item box. So people would just use Eudoro on you, and you would just fly away if you had a sneaker, with, like, no control.
That's
because,
great.
like, number one, it's significantly funny, and number two, because if you were already lined up to take a shortcut, it would allow you to take the shortcut that way.
It's a pretty creative solution, nonetheless.
And so, sort of the same, like, I think that set of design stuff, like, very few of the actual solutions made it into ring racers, but a lot of the same design philosophy did.
That was kind of a crazy drift. I don't know why I did that. It wasn't bad, it was just like...
This particular course, I feel, is like... It's a big one for, like, people getting to grips with brake drifting and, like, managing speed that they're not prepared to handle yet. It's like, I sort of wish we had the opportunity to teach brake drifting in, like, an explicit way. And a lot of the motivation behind my, like, taking down the speed a bit in relaxed difficulty is basically so that we don't need to.
Oh yeah, and then you have like the... Yeah, it's tricky. So you've watched me play this wordlessly so many times, now you get to actually tell me about all this shit that you were making while I do it.
Like this map.
Oh, music is so relaxing here.
It's this is based off of the Gems collection, which was only, I think, released in the US and Europe. And all of the, like, the assets for this are like a hodgepodge of what I had from Regal Ruin, some stuff I had for Palm Tree Panic. This was made even before Palm Tree Panic was like an actual proper, like, race level. I initially did not plan to adapt it into Ring Racers until later on.
Oh.
And then some stuff for South Island from Sonic the Fighters.
Ooh!
No worries.
I spent a lot of time with those, the time gain system for, bonus stages. In particular, the Master Mode time requirements are basically, like, set as tightly as I could set them while still being able to, like, actually beat Hydroplan.
Oh, this track is really cool looking. I always remember, like, wondering what the hell the aesthetic was. Super interesting.
So this is based off of a level from SRV2, and the original was made by Lat. There was an adaptation for Cart, and then this newer version is a combination of my work, some work from Sherb, and some textures used from various locations. Like there's some recolored Green Hills textures. There's some stuff I think from Vanta Black Violet.
Please don't ask about my lines, they're very normal.
It's okay, dog. I'm not here to judge you on your gameplay.
No, I mean I'm taking some very strange turns that are working.
I have become so used to shutting the hell up when I watch people play this game, because I need data and I can't get data if I let my, like, if I let my explanations and impressions color their play experience. And so I have a bad habit of shutting up even when people need me to speak up.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm still in, like, initial design exploration mode. Like, not everyone's a tester.
I think I picked up on it decently fast, but, you know, this is, again, after months of not playing. But it's nice, it's actually fairly easy for somebody like me to jump back in, but I'm you know.
Yeah, it's... I set the targets for relaxed low enough that I think most people can jump in without too much friction, even if they're not totally comfortable with driving. But, like, we've said for a while that, like, the game is only complex if we tell you it's complex. Where, like, without, like, trying to expect people to retain all of the mechanics up front in, like, the limited time and available resources we had in terms of constructing, like, the narrative tutorial. It's like, it's kind of better to let people flounder for a little bit. But, like, they do need to know some stuff, though. Like, the game functions significantly worse if you don't at least know about rings. And you would be surprised. Like, earlier... This is just such a small toy example, but, like, getting people to notice that Prison Eggs are dropping CDs for alternate music. There have been, like, 4 or 5 separate times where we've, like, increased the feedback when a Prison Egg drops a CD, where now it darkens the screen, it spawns a, like, edge-of-screen flash and a unique glint, it plays, like, a totally unique sound that's used nowhere else in the game. it like the arc of the CD is up and then down, so you have an opportunity to see it no matter where the capsule is placed, and it scales up and then down. We make it as big as possible to make sure that you can see it when it spawns. And you missed one in the last bonus stage.
Yep. I'm big chillin'.
It's just the demands of a player's attention are like so hard to model and predict and account for. Like, getting players to look at things or read things or understand what's going on in front of them without literally putting a hand on their chest and stopping them from moving forward is like, god damn, dude.
Yep.
I mean, all you have to do is listen to one Valve developer commentary note and be like, well, we noticed that playtesters took this critical item that was required for progression of the puzzle and immediately threw it out of the window into the only non-reachable area of the map.
Yep. What?
Good night. Good night, dude.
Good night.
What even happened? Oh.
I didn't even see. I just looked up to the vault.
I think I clipped through the floor. You'll have to,
There are a couple of places where the collision is, like, pretty...
Whoa! See, I don't need a guide.
Gamer shit, dude.
We're fine, dog.
I think the most famous one right now is that there's still a couple of locations where dropping from a high enough height onto a sloped floor can, like, clip you into the floor. Where we do have an we do have an unstuck handler for that, where if you bonk something too many times in a short period of time, it respawns you. But, like, again, working in a real 3D engine instead of a 2D game with the concept of height grafted onto it like a skin transplant. Like, we have to program height into every object manually and individually. The reason Lightning Shield would hit people who are infinitely high above them
Infinite height.
is because, like, fucking Revenants are infinitely tall, you know?
Well, I remembered that time.
Yeah, tough entry, though.
Yeah.
You still got the check. That's what matters.
Oh, fuck. Almost.
Good night.
I'm playing a little aggressive. It's okay. Ah! Oh, I did it.
Right over.
Oh, man. Okay, here we go. What the fuck was that voice? Who the fuck was that?
That was Fang.
Does he really
So
sound
I
like
forget
that?
who exactly it is, but Fang. I'm pretty sure it was Jack Jims who gave the suggestion for using like a Thai character, or like a set of the Tasmanian Tiger characters for.
Oh my god. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. What? No!
Oh,
No, the fart cloud!
Oximister's gonna be an interesting item going forward.
Okay.
Oximister and Stone Shoe both being introduced, like, unarguably overtuned is just it's a nice encapsulation of the way that we design things, where we start with fun and then tune for balanced.
That's a new one? You've never heard somebody call it the fart cloud? You must...
The one I've heard it referred to most is just COVID.
That's fucking certainly a leap.
COVID cloud.
Every airborne bad thing is COVID. Predator missiles are COVID.
Cliff IIDJK is in fact COVID.
It's certainly a bad thing.
I gotta make it about him, but he is on the screen. Whoa! Hit stop! I hope Motobug has that exact amount of hit lag in Smash. When it's a stage hazard. Not a playable. Wouldn't that be funny?
Hitstop is such an interesting, like, I think I still occasionally see online servers that, like, disable hit stop.
What? We've turned off
But
fun.
for the most part, like, despite all of the people who complained about it in, like, when it was showed off in pre-release material, I think people have, on the whole, warmed up. Definitely some of the situations where it was being applied incorrectly at high values have been cleaned up. It's just like, play a Sakurai game, please! Somebody post the Magneto combo with no hit stop.
Oh no! Every time.
No, you need like a game mechanic that's like Bardock level 3 in Fighters. You can have like somebody make a video where every time it happens, the video gets faster. Have you seen that video? It is
Yes.
an all-timer for me. I love
God,
it.
it's... I have a deep hatred for garbage time mechanics that I've talked about extensively on the Advent Calendar.
What's that?
Where, like, if the game is placing players in a situation where nothing they do impacts the result, then, like, it'd better be deliberately for a pacing break, because if it's not, it's garbage. If you create it on accident without the intent to give the player, like, time to reset, then, like, I habitually find it really agitating, and have tried to avoid that where possible. And I guess Ring Burst is kind of the ultimate expression of that, because now even the famously long loss of control states that happen to you when you get fucking comboed by the entire Yakuza in this game still provide you with, like, some type of resource.
You fucking asshole.
Some type of decision to make.
I can't believe it swung around me like that. Cliff is overheady, yes. Because that was who I played a lot of, but I also thought, like, the gameplay fit. Because the way I looked at it is that, like, rings are like meter, right? And what does Cliff do if not use meter for damage?
Rings are like meter. My ass adding fucking barrier blocking to battle mode.
See, I'm right. This...
Battle mode is probably, like, the best possible example of, like, these mechanics are borderline unteachable, but we, like, made them exist anyway. And when I say unteachable, I don't mean that, like, it's impossible to convey or impossible to learn, but, like, by the standards of, like, how much of the game should players understand in their initial moments interacting with it, it, like, fails every test that makes other kart racers what they are.
Yeah, this one always had very uncanny music. Oh. Why is it so haunting?
What is this music sourced from? I actually forget.
Also, somebody mentioned an alternate music pack. I'm wondering if it would be possible to apply that strictly to Encore mode. Because I like the idea of Encore mode having its own soundtrack.
There's support for it in the code. It was one of those things that I wanted authors to have access to, because I also did the reference to Sonic Mania Vape Mode, that dummied out feature that slows down music in Encore.
We love Vape Mode!
Because Encore is kind of all about, like... I mean, even in its source material, it's about getting a lot out of asset reuse.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting there's CDs here. I'm just so locked in on breaking all these. I'm not... It's not happening, I'm sorry.
Happens.
It's what I focus on. It's the same way sometimes...
Like when I...
What's up?
When I observe that, like, players are single-celled organisms, it's never like, okay, it's almost never with like a moral judgment. It's just like the reality of the way people interact with video games is a certain way, and it pays to be aware of that.
Yep.
And it's like, it's not like I can't blame people for missing stuff in this game. Like, it does kind of bug me when people who are trying to advocate for ring racers pull out the skill issue card. It's like, this is not good advertising. You are not being, like, convincing or persuasive or kind to anyone when you do this. Like, you can try to lift people up without, like, legitimizing the idea that, like, Grand Prix was tuned to be impossible by sadists.
It was.
There's a middle ground, you know?
But yeah, like, it's like when I'm playing Guilty Gear and I go burst bait, and I'm baiting my own burst because it's the other player's burst, because, you know, you switch sides every now and then online. And I'm like, oh, that was not the other player that had burst, it was me. I just stopped my combo.
Garfield.
I hate how often I do that in fighting games, even as, like, somebody who's reasonably experienced.
Yep.
Like, just reading the wrong super meter is, like, it's not common, but it's definitely not rare.
This is another reason why Robokai is a little weaker, because he can't even hit people with the getting their meter wrong, because his meter looks different. You never have to think about it.
It's a joke, but all, like, the smallest things in terms of mental stack are on my mind when I build stuff like this. Like, the position of the roulette, and how, like, looking up to the corner of your screen in order to, like, check what space you're on is, like, an intended mental stack type of thing. And that runs real close to, like, the types of difficulty that people are willing to consider legitimate. Like, the other thing that people get really shitty about in terms of games is, like, number one is violation of expectations, number two is repetition, and number three is, like, testing skills I don't value. Where, like, people are real comfortable with calling out, like, the fake difficulty card.
Oh yeah.
If things have not been designed to be as minimally, like, as streamlined and straightforward and player-favored as possible.
Ah, you ass! Oh, fuck off! What was it?
Bound to happen.
349? I bet.
Let's see it.
Okay, that's not as bad. I'm fine with that. I actually would have been more upset if it was like 349. There should be an achievement for that, though.
Can you imagine?
I don't want to.
People went fucking ballistic over the old Pulseman challenge, where you had to get the CPU to SPB you and then shock it with the lightning shield.
It was a little rough, even if it was like the
New Jack. Fuck me.
the first time I cup, I think, right?
Boing.
Let me double check. No, it's the second in the cup, which probably did not help.
Oh, I tried to get right through. I tried to thread the needle. I did it in the tutorial. I wanted to do it again.
I forget if
Repetition
that's
is
just a pure
definitely-
damage sector or not.
Repetition is such an interesting one because, like, the original 2.0 progression structure ring racers is like, hey, we have, like, significantly more courses than, like, any commercial racing game. So, probably we can afford to, like, make people repeat some stuff sometimes if it means that they, like... Because a significant part of the burden in these sorts of games is, like, learning courses and learning to read ahead. And so, like, providing players with a familiar layout, like, guiding them to go back and repeat a course with knowledge of its layout so that they can focus more on their driving is, like... That struck us as a pretty reasonable way of helping new players learn. And, like, okay, people will forgive the repetition because, like, they're just, like, we already offer so much fucking content even if we block large portions of it. And, that was a fucking lie. And so we loosen up a little bit. We allow people to progress cups even without like meeting that second loop requirement of like completing a special stage or completing an ambitious. And we run into the opposite problem suddenly. We've swung in the other direction, or maybe both problems existed simultaneously, where people refuse to leave a cup until they have high ranked it.
Yep, like
Even
we're seeing,
when they are
like we saw.
Hey, no,
Even when they're nowhere near prepared.
That was me running it back after the
I was gonna say,
incident.
literally you.
Listen, but I haven't done it since. It was just because of the way that one ended.
And it's like it's one thing to like, I think I can do better on that on a second try. Let me go try it again. What I'm talking about is people posting screenshots with the Infinite Lives script that was going around at release. Which is like, to be clear, we explicitly support the usage of that. We just didn't offer it as a cheating game because, like, I don't know, because it would work. Like, if you're modding the game, you do whatever you want. We gave you the keys to the Lua scripter for a reason. But people are posting GP screenshots with the Infinite Lives mod on. And I know they have the Infinite Lives mod on because they have 70 continues on a cup. And they're saying, like, I tried this 15 times and couldn't get it, so I started using the Infinite Lives script. And 70 is, like, not even an exaggerated number. It is the real number that I saw in some cases.
That's really fucking crazy.
And it's like, what do I do to get you to move on as a designer, you know? Like, there's really only so many ways forward, and all of them involve some amount of, like, fucking controls in terms of visibility of information. You have to lie a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
Like, the not just the science, but the practice of improvement is, like, pretty reasonably well studied and understood in, like, competitive communities that progress past a certain point. Where it's like, I think people kind of understand now, or at least, like, the knowledge is beginning to permeate across these gaming communities, that, like, you do actually need to sleep in order to get better at things. That, like, stable sleep and good overall health are possibly more important to your improvement than, like, your ability to grind out another 7 games in League of Legends. And that when you do choose to grind out another 7 games in League of Legends or whatever, that, like, the things that you're thinking about in the context in which you practice are, like, critical. And so when you want to provide the player with an on-ramp to mastery, when you're thinking about, like, okay, we want easy to learn, hard to master, and we want to provide a path to turn easy to learn into hard to master, to put people on that road. And, like, saying that Ring Racers was designed to be easy to learn is perhaps a misunderstanding of our priorities. But it wasn't a 0% consideration. Like, we do try to put teaching tools in the game and shit. We do care a lot about, like, conveyance so that when things happen to people, they, like, have some indication that something happened and can at least seek out, like, information or pattern recognition about what happened. Oh my goodness!
This is a fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
I think Pro is probably one of the points where the game starts to... It was a question that came up a little bit earlier, but I would say this cup is probably the point where things start to get more noticeably difficult on Row 2.
And so what you're doing when you fucking design a game like this is like, okay, if you have decided to care at all about the way that the player approaches this, then what you're trying to do is fight against the player's nature, effectively. They're like, I want to grind, I think I'm close, I just need another run, And you as a designer are trying to get the player to play patterns that help them, like, build skills long term, and, like, genuinely could save them hours of their life and, like, measurable frustration if they step away from a challenge that they're not prepared for, practice somewhere else, and then come back.
Was Encore being
But if you tell people that outright, they lose their minds.
Was Encore being scrapped ever on the table, considering how many maps there are?
No. Encore maps are very easy to at least set up. Obviously, it's more difficult to make a really good Encore map, but we have enough people in the... Yeah, tape is right there.
Oh, you're a palette enthusiast. God fucking bless you. The best shit about Sonic Mania Encore mode. I remember people calling these colors ugly.
They did a very good job. Both with followers, with Encore palettes, with all sorts of stuff. With battle...
Wait, how the fuck do I get outside? Oh, over here. You...
Good night, brother.
Ooh. Sorry, what? Was I saying something? My bad. No, surely nothing happened.
The bonus stage dual specific hazards are like a little bit of a war crime. I think about the hazard setup in places like Death Egg's Eye, and just I become speed every time. There's so many hazards and they're so disruptive. And it makes, like... I don't want the single player to disappear from the game when people get moderately good. I told myself I was gonna wait on, like, difficulty changes for a later release. But as I realized the later release was more and more in question, I wanted to do it this time, and so Master became harder, and everyone went question mark exclamation point. Ring Racers is too hard and has too many mechanics, so they made it harder and added more mechanics, idiots.
See, I don't know what I was thinking. It's okay.
Watching
Good
your
night,
Discord
brother.
stream, like, die while this is happening, and it's just like, your brain is being delivered to me through dial-up internet.
And then... That's what learning the layouts is all about. It's only natural if you haven't played after a while to get back into it. I'm so happy he's Australian for some reason. That's beautiful, and he sounds like that.
I only have my hands in one character, and I sure am glad I put Karin Kanzuki in the fucking Z80 blender for Heavy Magician. I think that voice ended up working beautifully.
Oh god. I'm glad I get to play the fighting game character that changed my life in this game. Like, not even like being ironic, but like, Plus R definitively improved my life. I think...
Regarding Fang's voice, it's because I'm pretty sure most of the dev team did not want it to be TF2 Sniper.
Was that? Oh god. Oh.
I'm pretty sure I was the only person who found it funny.
Yeah, it just reads badly, right? Like, that voice is way too recognizable. It's always gonna be Sniper instead of Fang.
Ugh. I fucking read that as Nova Scotia for a second, and I went, huh? I hate when some asshole rear-ends me on the road. Oh, this track is so fucking awesome to look at. What? Oh god, that's a pit, I see.
This specific turn, getting bots to not careen off that every single time
God.
they took it was like a weird amount of the bot tuning. There were a couple target problem maps, and I think like if I start explaining the list, it probably won't surprise people who are currently grinding Master. Basically, Collision Chaos, Zoned City,
Okay, I can't skip over that
and
water.
Storm Rig.
I definitely can't. I wanted to try.
There are a couple problem turns on other maps as well. They tend to interact a little bit strangely with conveyors, and you need the extra friction in order to make that sudden right angle.
The TF2 sniper, it's too easy. It's too obvious. It's not like super funny. I mean, it is funny in the sense that it's the sniper from TF2, but oh god. You're thinking it's hard to make the bots not Korean off that turn? I'll give you one better.
Yeah.
This isn't the cup they wanted me to learn to use the brake for. Granted, it was after that other one, but you know.
Yup.
It does read really funny to me though. Even though I understand why. I completely understand why you had to do that. I'm not saying I don't get it, but it is really funny that it's like, yeah, you gotta learn how to brake.
Oh yeah. Because of course it's not enough. The Ring Racers has two types of braking, and then it has an auxiliary action you can do off the second kind of braking. Like, we do have a threshold for this. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Blink.
It happens. I'm holding on to this for very good reason. I think there's a tripwire coming up that might be relevant. Fuck me! Oh, I wish I could skip that water so bad, man! Like, come on, this would have been so sick. Oh yeah, it didn't matter.
Now might be a good time for that popcorn, actually.
You know, yeah.
I need, like...
We've been here a while.
I will not... I will not get another cider. I will not get another cider.
Get some real ass food.
What the fuck is real food?
I just ate some real food.
It's like, I'm not that far away from my breakfast anyway. I had, like, big old breakfast, bacon, eggs, and toast. Like...
You were really excited.
Not too long ago.
You were really, really excited to do this. You DM me first, which is pretty unusual when I'm organizing this kind of thing. Not that I mind. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm
I
like,
did
oh,
want to
yeah.
make sure.
No, it's good. I was super tight. I was down with it too. I was like, oh yeah, that's today. I'm excited for it. Been looking forward to being able to play this game again. With some good vibes.
So much of the difficulty of Ring Racers is so fucking course specific. Like, I'm thinking about the time that you're having right now on Nova Shore, which is like, the way hazards have been organized on this map would, like, send a Crossworlds mapper to prison.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
more
we're
just
using
like, oh, I gotta get used to it. That's the way it is with every track in this game, I find. I usually have like a really shit first run, and then my second and everything onward is...
Yeah, one thing I didn't realize is that apparently my ability to enjoy things is just significantly above curve compared to the average person, because the advent calendar, like, broke my brain and replaced it with, like, the gore mirror.
Yep, and you know who else works on that with you? So go fucking figure that I'm just like, yep.
Right? It's just, if you play fighting games, your tolerance for things being shitty is so high automatically.
Certain things, at least. And it depends on which ones, too. I thought I could nudge past it.
Yeah, it's like, the game has incredibly punishing disadvantage states that require highly specific counterplay. Seems fine. Game has, like, mildly irritating net play. Refund?
Yes. And, you know, I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'll be momentarily back.
Oh, when you re-pick up a bumper, does it refresh the health on it? That's kind of interesting if it does, because that means you can, like...
You can't hit it your first time around, so it's like if you say you get it, you hit someone with it, ownership changes over to the person you hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they can pick it up and it refreshes.
That's really interesting. All stolen music? Ah!
Max Booster.
A CD. See, sometimes I remember. Sometimes my brain's like, yeah, it's a CD. Bud! Oh, fuck! I thought that hit it for sure. See? I don't want the CD anymore. Look what it does. That's the fucking CD's fault. Oh, I think you mean... I don't think you mean to spell it like that, do you?
I would say it's a hydro atrocity.
Do I wait for Tyron to come back?
That's all I gotta say on the subject.
Guess what? It's Hydro City, so thank you for putting a space between the ifs. That's my thought. Oh, I like that you're not using any of the Sonic 3 music just because, you know. Or is that not part of why?
It might be one of the old musics.
Oh yeah, I know it wouldn't surprise me, because the CD's unlocked. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing!
You're going fast.
Oh, one day I'll unlock the secrets of Slip Tide. There's actually a tutorial on it now, so maybe it won't be one day, it'll be when I get to that. Fuck. Okay, the bots are having trouble. What is the HUD doing? Ooh. Yo, why did the in-game HUD YouTube poop itself? I mean, I'm a big fan of it, but it's kind of wiggling around.
When you go over a fan while you're in the trick state, it will extend the timer before you use the trick.
The Sonic 3 Air is so good. I know I mostly play it on Origins with the Ultrafix mod these days, but man, the amount of stuff for air modding is so nice. You have all sorts of interesting features. I like the D-pad mural, by the way. The D-pad mural.
Those are very cool.
To inform you of the trick. These turns are evil. I'm so foolish. What the fuck was that? Oh, Freedom Planet character, let's say?
Yeah.
If it sparked the electric jester. Oh, almost.
No. Oh.
Don't be talking about Arlo. Not in front of me.
Don't be talking about Arlo.
Not in front of me. Don't do it.
Not after last time, bro.
Did you tell them about what I said?
No.
Well, I'm gonna tell them about what I said.
Alright.
You know what I said about Arlo? I said Arlo hates that motherfucking Miles character in Metroid Prime 4 so much because he hates a character that sounds like him. I'm gonna stand by that for the rest of my life. I feel that way in my heart. Nobody likes mirrors. How's that for a statement? Oh, oh. And I'm right, too. Yes! That's what I said! I said that guy in Metroid is so annoying to Metroid fans because they finally hear what they sound like to me. It is remarkable. They finally understand why I hate them all. They know! Now they know! Now they know this is the voice that I fucking give you every time you talk. You say anything, that's what I hear. Oh god. Oh god! I keep getting Fang. Oh fuck, I forgot it did that. Oh, you like Pikmin? I'm sorry, dog. I think there are still okay Pikmin ambassadors, but not the blue one and not the Arlo fellow.
It took me a second to realize who we were referring to.
Yeah, you probably thought that's interesting, and then you thought about it again, and you went, oh, T. You can't be saying that in joke. But if it was an out joke, it'd be bad. So, you know. I mean, Arlo is a blue one, but he's not a Pikmin. He's not like an actual like thing you pluck from the ground. Oh, da 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 da. Oh. I respect the courage so much of Sonic to have a character named Jaws and not worry about the James Bond movie suing them. I had to hold that for just the right amount of time, and I almost hit a landmine. That would have been really funny. But after all that, I would just hit the mine anyways. We lose all that beautiful, beautiful speed. You prick! Oh. That person put me in hit lag. I'm tethering. That was close.
Back with popcorn, which means I got a little bit more in me.
That's right. A little bit more what? Popcorn in you or like time?
Both, I'd say.
Yuck, 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 yuck. That's not what you would say, because popcorn tastes quite good.
Depends on what kind of popcorn it is.
I love those stairs, because you know what it reminds me of? Have you ever played James Bond The Duel on Genesis? You know what it sounds like when James Bond goes up a staircase in that game? It sounds like a fucking nuclear bomb going off. Fuck.
Why the fuck do you know about every shitty Genesis game?
What?
Why the fuck do you know about every shitty Genesis game?
It's a platformer, and if you recall, there was a project I was doing.
Oh god, jump into conclusions, yeah.
Yep. So like that's one of the games I played. That's a James Bond game with amusing sound design and Matt Furnace music. So you know.
So you know it fucks.
It does. The music fucks, and then everything else sucks. As
Matt Furnace is a genius.
They call him Matt Furnace because he's always cooking.
I was thinking a little bit about popcorn, and I'm realizing that since we're going to Frosty, we'll get popcorn bear and popcorn again.
Yeah! I have to watch my friend get fucking spiced out by it though. What's the James Bond game called? That is James Bond The Duel on Sega Genesis. Actually, I can get the stair sound. I can boot it up on I might do that before the night's over.
God.
There are things I mentioned. What the fuck, dude? Whoa!
I gotta look up,
You gotta look up what?
Hugo versus Oni.
Oh, Hugo versus Goken. Yeah, we can watch that. Maybe after this cup.
Okay.
I would. It'll be the talking and shitting around, but dude, I'm having so much fun with a fresh file of this game.
Don't you love Diamond Dust?
I do. I actually love this track. Does that make me a bad person?
No.
Good.
But this was as I mentioned before, there was initially the first version of Diamond Dust that I made is way back at the end of the game in one of the recycle cups, and I kind of just made this on a whim of like, I know I can do better. But it is a funny and very chaotic map.
You should have made it so that you have to get all the flickies to make laps.
My favorite part about it is...
Yeah, what?
Back.
You don't like my great game design ideas?
Not always.
No, see, like, they're spite-powered in a way that you can only admire. Like, safely. Like, in a hazmat suit.
There are so many, like, entirely spite-based ideas that didn't make it into the final cut of Ring Racers. The one that I keep bringing up is that we're going to make your proximity voice distance higher if you had a higher rating. So we make people who are bad at the game quieter.
That's funny. This is really funny. So, Hugo versus Goken.
The answer is Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic 3D Blast
about,
soundtrack. You know what?
Yeah.
I respect that take. I kind of agree.
Like, I think outside of Rusty Ruin on Saturn is like crazy.
Oh my god, the hit lag messed up my item.
But I think Genesis just has more consistent bangers.
Oh my god, I forgot!
Flame Shield!
This thing is so fun. Oh, I missed the tripwire.
Every time I see that shit, I become glad that we made bumpers punchable. Thank fucking god. It was always a technical challenge, not a design one.
God damn it.
I'd say Saturn for 3D Blast over Genesis, but only because of, like, first play bias, it's close otherwise.
Come on. Okay, there we go. I was like, come on.
In general, I just feel like CD audio is significantly less interesting than Yamaha's shitty little fucking ladder effect bullshitter.
Dude, getting your Game Boy Advance game to sound good is awesome. If you can do that, you're god. Thank you,
Game Boy
Sonic.
Advance is really funny, actually, because, like, do you know what sound hardware the Game Boy Advance has?
None.
It's got a left channel and a right channel. It's got 2 raw bit streams of PCM data. Fuck you.
Yep.
Makes it on the CPU.
No dedicated sound hardware. That's why Sonic Advance 3 fucking rips, dude. How the fuck did they do that? There's technically more impressive games, but when it comes to, like, games I've played, that one's soundtrack fucking...
Yeah, so much depends on the sound driver, where, like, Nintendo provided, like, code for a good sound driver and, like, reference implementations of it. But you can always tell what games, like, have a good sound driver versus don't. Because games with good sound drivers sound like Fire Emblem, and games with bad sound drivers sounds like Konami Crazy Racers.
Konami game? Bad music? That's such a sin.
I don't even think it's bad music per se. I don't mind the arrangements. It's just that they're done almost entirely with the Game Boy Color backward compatibility hardware.
Oh yeah.
With, like, only the drums as sampled, which is the saddest way to do things.
Because, I do remember the special stages in the other version being a lot easier to get to. Like, just generally. Even before you got your first one or whatever.
Yeah.
Which, when I was good at the game, I didn't mind, but I can definitely see why you would change that. Because they are sort of, like, more of an extra than...
Yeah. It's hard because a lot of the things about 2.4 involve, like...
Where the fuck am I
To an
going?
extent, they involve where the fuck am I going, correct.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I kind of fuck with that, honestly. Maybe it's a more interesting sentence than the one I was working on.
Yeah, oh.
A lot of that is Diamond Dust.
2.4, a lot of it is about, like, where at least in name, we're taking players' toys away. It's like, okay, catch-up is more difficult in these ways, it's harder to get into optional content, etc., etc. And so, like, given that studios that I respect a lot consistently struggle with the reception of, like, okay, we can't ever, like, nerf anything or the player base will riot, our reception for that has been better than I expected.
Yeah.
And I think it's because, like, the new players just don't know, and the players who survived, who stuck around, have that get good virus in them. It was extremely funny, though. Like, I don't ever want to make light of, like, people having a bad time. Because, like, people will never really be able to understand, like... I won't speak for every developer everywhere, but I do, like, take negative feedback very seriously, and when people are having a rough time on stuff that I create, it, like, I try to put a lot of time into, like, deciding whether there's like, legitimacy to the complaints, and what I can do to address them without, like, undercutting the core appeal thing and all that. But it was, like, quite funny to see a bunch of complaints about how the EXP system made comebacks impossible in builds of the game where the EXP system was not enabled by mistake. Where, like, it provably did nothing if you read the code.
I feel like,
That was a really good time.
I feel like it doesn't really, though. I get, like, what it's doing, and I know it does cool it, but, like, impossible feels like such a stretch. I think it's just more that, like, it is more bound to, like, good item usage and, like, racing good.
Yeah, it's like, comebacks aren't inevitable in the way that I feel like they were in 2.3. And I think, like, high player count lobbies can still be a little bit of, like, the drowning machine. Which is why we've, like... I mean, I've talked about how I feel about that before. But Sakurai said, like, I designed Air Riders for 6 because I think it's the maximum that it can support. And I took a deep breath out and then added the crowded game warning to anything above 8 players in Ring Racers. That was, like, same day. Because supporting 16-player as, like, something that the engine allowed, but that neither Ring Racers nor SRB2 Kart have ever been really designed for, but because of online social systems and incentives, usually the most popular servers are 16 or 15 player servers, because it means that the games that are started on them are most resilient to people leaving or dropping out or crashing.
Yeah.
It left us in a bit of a bind because, like, we didn't feel like we could remove high player counts entirely. People would be like, why are you taking the toys away? In a way that's, like, very, very tangible and obvious. But, like, they are very difficult to design for because the contention of, like, an item racer with a comeback system is the idea that, like, we want to preserve the feeling that at any time you can both lose everything and win everything, right?
Yeah.
While at the same time keeping positions stable enough that players feel like they're rewarded for making intelligent choices and driving well. And those things directly contradict each other in, like, the most literal sense.
Oh god.
But the contradiction is manageable in smaller games, and it becomes extremely difficult in larger ones. This is a mug in Main Street, by the way.
Yeah. the camera's really hard in that section, I find.
You got your jumpsuit, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, the tilting is actually, like... I think it's, like... Obviously, it makes the game look cool and dynamic, but I disable it for myself, and I think the software renderer struggles a little bit with it.
It makes me a little nauseous, so I have it turned off.
It makes the game feel very different with it gone, but it's the way I play it in SRBG card as well. Even when like screen tilting started showing up in third-party builds.
See how much this helps. Oh god. Oh, that's weird. Ooh. Oh, that's so weird. Kinda...
Right?
Whoa.
It's like a dimension of feedback about the slope that you're on is like very different now, huh?
Oh. This looks kinda cool though, like this. I'll mess around with it and see if it helps. It just seems like the camera, it's just the software render is sucking ass. That's like, there's not really much else I could say.
And like...
Like that.
The challenges... yeah.
Put me in the wall.
The challenges that Eidolon has run into with regards to the new hardware renderer are so deranged.
Because that's still being worked on,
like,
right?
I'm always torn between telling Eidolon to stop working on it and then, like, begging Eidolon to drop everything for it. But then if Eidolon drops everything for it, we don't get features like voice chat, which is a fucking fantastic thing to have in this game. Because I want all work on this game to be in a purely do what you want to basis from now on, because we've left it in a state that's good enough that we can just leave alone. But, like...
It's actually going to take me time.
Technological improvements... It's a tough time. I only understand the, like, broad outline of the problem, in a sense. I'm not, like, a graphics engineer or anything. But the bulk of it is that, like, the software renderer in Ring Racers genuinely does support, like, kind of a ridiculous amount of stuff that basically no other, like, Doom derivative does with all of the, like, requirements that we have. Like, the combination of, like, visual portals and accurate sprite clipping is on its own, like, a really tough visual problem to solve. Also, while you're outside in that section, the number of times that fucking precipitation or the weather system generally has caused horrible nightmare crashes.
Ooh, okay, I think that's how you make those turns now. I think I got it.
Yeah.
Like I said, just 1 or 2 tries on a track and I usually figure it out. That music made me lock in.
I feel that even in games that are really, really good about sight reading, you still do need the first play.
Yeah. It's not fun if you can do it all in one try good, in my opinion. Because then there's no reason to do it again.
Just the requirements for being able to, like, drive it perfectly in the first try is that all of the turns have to be incredibly forgiving and formulaic. Like, if the track has any sauce to it, then, like, it should catch you at least a little bit off guard the first time, you know?
Yep.
Like, there's obviously push-pull to that. There are ways to build an environment to better support the challenge. I make sure that people feel more prepared the first time and even more prepared the second, but...
The single player does feel really polished.
That's good.
But go on, sorry. Huh.
I do feel that the idea of the perfect sight read is kind of an unreachable standard for this type of game.
Oh yeah, no way. Like, I'm trying to think of how that would even happen, and the end result is, like, it would have to be something, like, boring. Oh, fuck. It's like, what was that map with the... Wish I remember the name of it. It's has the Sakuzio music, I believe. It just makes me fucking lock in whenever I
Withering
play it.
Chateau?
Withering Chateau?
Yeah. Probably one of my favorite maps in the game. And the music just makes me focus on playing well.
It is changes. And he did
Help-
a
help
crazy
me!
good job at it. Good night, bro.
Alright, lock in. Welcome to the ending.
This is like a fucking Bomberman Hero stage. Oh my god.
Chrome would fucking love to hear that.
What did I do? Made a sound. It reminds me of like those little like snowman things. I hope I'm like sounding sane when I say that, but like you know what I mean. It feels like those Bomberman Hero fucking snowboarding levels.
Man, I don't know fucking shit about Bomberman, honestly. I played Power Bomberman for a weekend and had a good time.
That game
like
is so
outside of
awesome.
that, it's like I occasionally see Bomber Girl characters show up on social media. And that's basically it.
Oh, I heard somebody die. Oh yeah, after this cup, we'll do the closing ceremony, which is that we watch stupid YouTube videos, as is tradition. It's not really, but
Good interview.
yeah, I had a good time.
It's been fun. I appreciate the space to just like
Yeah,
yap my head off about this stuff.
on a stream that isn't your own.
I know I have a little less to yap compared to...
You've been fine. You had a lot to say. And you fucking listen. My personal experience with you is that you have laboriously slaved over this game in a way that I find admirable and beautiful. So I felt like not giving you the opportunity to talk about it would be a waste.
Thank you.
Considering I've
Everybody getting 2.4 over the finish line is a superhero.
Yup.
But, like, watching Gunla basically systematically fix every single map in the game in order to conform with, like, modern mapping standards and anti-exploit stuff is, like... I look at Zone Builder and I want to cry.
guys out here like
I think programming is a fake discipline for idiots, and I think if you, like, practice it for any reason, you might be a moron. But, like... I don't actually think that, but man, does programming get me fucking tilted sometimes. So programming is a necessary evil to make the things I like. But at the very least, it has, like, good tooling. Because software people build software, and so when software people build software for software people, things go great, because they understand what they need. And then when software people build software for artists, it's a nightmare.
Thank you.
Yeah, just get up the stairs, man.
I do appreciate it. The game actually understood exactly what I wanted it to do at that very moment, which is just move me up the damn stairs. Where am I going?
Yeah. A lot of those looking behind the wall situations are because we raised the default FOV post-release. And so some tight spaces just kind of don't support the farther away camera in the same way.
Yeah, it's like the game gave me for a set of pity there, but I'll take it.
Speed Highway is so fucking crazy, dude. This is like so bombastically above curve in difficulty for the usual Chenji map, I feel. I think it's cool though.
This is awesome. I mean, it feels like it should. Like, this is like, again, it's like the level in the original game, right?
Yeah, it's one of those types of adaptations for sure.
Where, like, it's not the layout outright, although there are some, like, direct one-to-ones. It's more just, like, the vibe of, like... Because Speed Highway was all about a lot of this, like... intermittent, like, chunks of, like, you are just fucking rip-roaring. And you would stop a couple times in that level, maybe.
This ending section became, like, the center of some exploit talks more than once.
I like the arrow telling me go forward. Oh, those are ow. Okay. Wanted to be sure I couldn't break that or something. Ooh!
The overhead pointer for wrong way is another one of those Ring Racers over implementations. I think it's like, is it a 16 angle?
Yeah, it is. I wanted to specifically point out Speed Highway, if you've ever looked at it in the map editor, the way that that ending section is done is so cool. Like, that is just something I would recommend people just to take a look at to see how impressive it is and how good of a job Shenji did with translating that.
All right. Somebody says, do you have anything to say? Any advice to aspiring game designers, Tyron?
Ooh, that's a broad one. So, like, I think the thing that comes to mind immediately when I hear that is that, like, don't imagine that a feeling of competence or confidence will come with the things that you've created, that, like, you just, like, need to get something out that functions, that, like... Because clearly some people think that I did alright on this. And to those people specifically, I want to say that I still feel like a hack every day. And that, like, you've got to push through anyway. Develop your taste is, like... So many other things can slide based on, like, experience and observational focus. But one of the weird blind spots I see in designers is, like... This is going to sound like an insane assertion, but it's the inability to notice when you're having fun versus when you're not. And that seems like such an insane claim to make, but it's the only way I can tie a lot of things together that I've noticed over the course of my life to me. And, like, I can only assume it's because people just don't step out of their comfort zone enough. Like, you want to make games, like... Play games, absolutely. Play games with a critical eye, absolutely. But don't just play brilliantly polished AAA masterpieces. Don't just play things that correspond exactly to your specific set of brainworms. Play ass. Play, like, a lot of ass. Play things that frustrate you. Play things that are, like, wildly outside of genre scope. And, like, pay attention and do your best to understand them, to speak with them, because... I feel like you leave a lot on the table if your media diet is as narrow as most people who play video games seem to have one. Taste is the important thing. Everything else follows from that. Also, don't release video games. It's terrible.
I have to find good Hugo versus Goken footage that... Oh, yeah, okay. I think this is perfect. Oh! Yeah, okay. Alright. So, you know, Ring Racers is a good game. Did you know that? It's a pretty good game.
I hope so.
I was supposed to force and stick, but... I have 18 keys. You know, where's Dynamite Heavy? It's gonna guess who's in
We give out so many fucking chow keys.
Oh, you can't do all the big ones, can you?
You gotta excavate them first. You gotta do all the small challenges adjacent.
Aw. Do you want, like, a really funny, Anton! His fucking name is Anton? What a nerd. Handheld? What? Oh, a Game Boy. Took me a second. Hot Robo. He's hot. Oh, I'm sorry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Woo! Alright,
You unlocked Barren Badlands.
And... Yeah, Barren Badlands. Yeah, nice. Barren Badlands is an A, so...
Oh, wait.
You did not unlock Barren Badlands.
Do I go back to the... Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, do I have to press escape on... No? Where's the... Hold on. What? No, that's not what I hit. There we go. Wait, is there no fucking option to just quit the game, or do I have to... There we go!
There you go.
That took a minute.
I can only imagine how your controls are set up.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Nintendo controllers and the way they present to PCs. They cause me untold pain.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Alright. Well, it's time for the fun part of the stream. Just kidding. This is the less fun, but still fun part, where we watch stupid YouTube videos. Like Goken versus Hugo, just Street Fighter 4.
I am pretty curious about how bad this actually is.
Okay, so, well, I've got some great news for you. It's pretty bad, but that's okay, it's part of the fun.
We got that OG Xbox Live Net player?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, this doesn't, it does not get better offline. This is not a matchup that, like, substantially improves. I should point out.
Alright.
You can see it, right? Perfect. I'm just gonna change my thing to say
I see a static frame.
Goofy, yep, it's not running yet. Goofy.
I grow even stronger.
This is PC, technically. It's not a video game, but it is a video on PC. Hold on. Oh, streaming is such a blow up. Can I please click the source, OBS? Thank you. No, don't make it bigger. There we go. Alright. It's in French, too. That's why it's perfect. We got some European net play from quite a while ago.
Alright.
Alright, yeah.
This dude was a tournament veteran in French.
Yeah.
Alright, good start.
Alright, it's time. Let the fun begin. Oh, so Hugo has to try and navigate.
Oh no!
Yeah. So yeah. You can't jump.
I
in.
am beginning to understand.
Yeah. Oh,
He's in.
oh yeah, he's out. We're leaving.
This is. No.
Oh wait. Oh yep. EX Tatsu reversal. Okay, now you're back full screen, and you gotta. You gotta get in.
Rough life.
Anti-air fireball, also an anti-walk forward fireball. Hugo's life is so hard, dude.
Oh
no,
there,
really?
dude? Yeah.
That was the read.
He fucking. Hold on.
That was the read that was supposed to get him in.
Let's do that again. Can really see the. Like I knew you were gonna do that, right?
This is the read. He armors the fireball with the move that's supposed to get you in this situation.
Now, and then you think, oh man, we're good, right? Life is great. Perfect jump, right? Like he doesn't get hit in the air, and he's crouched. And then he's pushed all the way back. And you can't tell what
Fireball goes back in these games. Oh no!
Oh my god!
You can't be serious. Let's watch it.
Nah.
Oh my god!
I just didn't know, dude.
Yeah, no, it's so. He got a combo off that. What?
He's got multi-hit fireballs, right?
No! This is a fucking. He confirmed! Watch! Watch, anti-air fireball, DP. And then
no.
he gets to walk full.
I mean, like, what are you even supposed to do? Because it's not like you can just fucking. You can't just focus in because he's got the fucking charge fireball from Mirrorless.
Yep, and then like the EX.
Even at full ass screen, you can't focus in, and then you just have to hold this.
Oh my god, dude. And Old Sagat
That's
versus
fucking
Cammy is also good. I can find that. Hold on. I gotta find that. I think shitty matchups should definitely be the thing we watch for the rest of the night before we stop. Because it's so funny. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. Have you seen?
That's what I mean about like. These games are venerated in the fighting game community, and they include shit like this, you know?
Have you seen New versus Tagger? Oh, we did watch that. We did watch that one.
Oh yeah, no, I got a clip of that in the advent calendar write-up.
Oh man, here it is. This is the legendary 1 minute video. I fucking love this video. This is an all-timer if it's the one I'm thinking it is. Oh, here it comes. The round is over. He can't do anything now. Yeah, okay, yep.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, man.
The difference between like
Dude,
Fierce and jab
man.
tiger shot is so cruel.
Come on, dog. Look at that.
Sure.
Ooh, yippee.
This is a venerated game that went on to like lay the foundation for basically all of 2D fighting. And it has this in it. I think fighting games are incredible.
Oh, I need like, hold on. We got like a video on bad matchups in fighting games. I gotta know. I gotta just find some dog shit ones. Can you think of any off the top of your head? I think just watching videos.
If we're watching ST, I was just gonna post Damn I Never Feels Helpless.
That's a godlike video.
Because I just never miss an opportunity to post about Claw.
Dude. I mean, have you seen the Zod? Like, have you seen the Injustice 1, Tyron?
I have. The one I always think of.
Zod versus Lex Luthor Injustice.
Have you seen this?
I'm pretty sure it's, what is it?
No,
it Tigger versus New?
Yeah, that one's on the advent calendar. This one's godlike though.
The game is over.
This is the greatest video of all time. All right, get in. You have one mission. You have one shot.
Please. Oh god.
It's actually so good, dude.
NRS is tasked to design a single non-irritating projectile.
It's great that NRS accidentally like reinvents Cabal every other game. It's just like
Every once in a while somebody does this with like, oh, we gave the ground fireball reasonable frame data, and we gave the air fireball better frame data, and we gave the air fireball no height restriction. Also, like, no fireball limit.
No, dude, this is actually...
You can't even, like, walk forward while it's flying.
This is how you fight Castlevania bosses.
We have no idea how to commentate this. It could be so instant. Oh. Yeah, guys. Like,
And, of course, after the down, you start at full screen again.
It sucks so much ass. I can't watch this. Oh, hold on. Can I find a post? Worst matchups in fighting games. I don't want to watch a video from a content creator because I don't trust any of them. We need Whoa, Zangief versus
worst
Seth.
matchup is them?
That's an AI overview. Get out of here. But fighting game characters. BF5. These are
This
all
is about mirrors again?
new fighting games. I mean, the Cliff Mirror. The Cliff Mirror is pretty bad. Okay, Event Hub.
It's a 6-4 mirror.
Human wrote that. That's a video. Whoa, Seth versus Zangief Vanilla SF4. Is there footage of this?
I don't know shit about Vanilla Seth, actually.
Broken.
Hardest AI.
Okay, can we get some... is that vanilla? That looks like vanilla. Yes, it is.
Versus Aqua. Hell yeah, dude. Put it on.
Oh, that 4-3.
Oh,
15
yeah.
years ago.
Okay.
Man, you got this.
Alright, you can tell it's authentic footage because the commentator audio is only in my right ear.
Yep. Something up and down with that fierce.
Oh my god! Oh, he's a camper, dude! Did you see that?
He's a genius. He's a genius. He is a fucking genius. Kill him.
Okay, wait.
Kill him right now.
No, oh no, you're out. Look at how much time you get for that DP. The lariat trade. Okay, wait, he's real. Dude, no way, dog.
Right?
You're mashing DP on hit. I hate you. Oh, I fucking forgot Zangief had Fujin in this game. That's an invincible reversal. That's just straight invincible.
Yes, sir.
They gave Zangief Fujin. He still
EX
loses
Green
this
Hand is so
matchup.
fucking good.
Oh, you're done.
This hit him with the fucking Inuyasha feudal fairy tale.
Oh my god.
That's exactly how that looks to jump into.
What the fuck, dude? The Lariat Masher? The champion?
This guy with EXDP every time. And like, meaty focus?
That same jump!
No kidding.
You know, it's only 2 buttons. You gotta do it. Hold on. There's gotta be a video of this matchup actually being bad, right? Am I fucking cooking? Am I wrong?
It's another Aqua Silk video.
This guy's the GOAT. I mean, like... I mean, there is the Chin versus Iori thing.
The round start, right?
Yeah. X-Men Next Dimension? What?
Which version?
Oh. Wait, is that in this video?
When playing fighting games,
Oh, this is the best of Ben video. You know what? Does it have this? Alright, well, we'll watch this. I'm fine with hearing this guy talk.
I'm fine with hearing this.
This guy's alright.
Seth Killian is a fantastic human.
I don't care
Boss of
about
Street
that.
Fighter 4.
Here we go.
Seth Sniper Rifle. And just really good
Okay,
mobility.
okay.
This character was built to destroy grapplers like Zangief. With amazing space control and keep away options, Zangief just doesn't get many
Just Lariat.
opportunities to
Just
start
be
his
better
Oh
with
no,
Aqua
dude!
Silk.
Did you see where that hit? Oh.
Mhm.
Hold on.
That's a beautiful smear frame, by the way.
Yep.
And even when he can get inside, Seth has so many ways to escape grapplers like Zangief.
Okay, hold on.
With amazing space control and keep away options, Zangief just doesn't get many opportunities.
Yeah, so that would hit Lariat.
To start his offense. And even when he can get inside, Seth has so many
3
ways
hits.
to escape. With
Yes,
his
sir.
teleports, DPFA DC, or even a reversal SPD of his own. What's a Russian bear fighter supposed to do? Injustice
You know, I completely
1,
forgot that he had
Zod
SPD.
versus Lex. I mean,
Okay, here we go. This is what we're here to
X-Men
see.
Next Dimension, Sabretooth versus Gambit. This one was submitted by commentator
I didn't know
Ketchup,
shit
and it's a
about
doozy.
actually like how to
As a
structure
grappler in
punishes in this
X-Men Next
game.
Dimension,
Oh.
Sabretooth has access to a few chain throws, one of which being his air throw. However, there's a wild glitch where Sabretooth can input the command for his air chain throw anywhere on the
What? What?
Oh boy. Oh.
You what, dog?
This.
anywhere on the screen, and it will actually teleport their opponent into the grab animation. And since this attack knocks down your opponent for so long, he can just chain this forever, giving him a full screen infinite. What makes this so bad for Gambit in particular is that for some reason he's
It's like
the
one of
only
those
character
fucking
in the game
edited
that
like go
loses the
immediately to the
ability do
windscreen
anything
after
before
landing
rounds
your
2
key
and
move.
Wait, you want to say that
giving him
again?
a full screen infinite. What makes this so bad for Gambit in particular is that for some reason he's the only character in the game that loses the ability to do anything before rounds 2 and 3, giving Sabretooth enough time to launch Gambit into his chain grab infinite. Welcome to 10-0 hell.
What?
So you just can't move at round start. Oh, the Iori Chin one is so good, dude. Oh.
It's stage specific, but boy is it pretty. Yes, sir. Should have fell faster, idiot.
Oh. Okay, Thorsten versus Kim Marie.
Jackie Chan's Fist of Fire, with many pointing to things such as his fast backdash, amazing pokes, and great damage output as some of his key strengths. One of the more powerful tools in his arsenal, however, are his full-screen, almost fully invincible teleports. They're incredibly fast and give Thorsten access to a nightmarish keep-away game, especially against a character like Kim Marie, who relies on staying close to her opponent to be effective. All Thorsten needs to do in this matchup is to get and maintain a life lead, and then teleport his way to a timeout victory. We'd cry too, Kim.
Damn.
We'd cry.
That's fucked up.
Anyway, play Jackie Chan and Fist of Fire.
It's true.
Just like play it with good characters. Play Admiral.
Oh.
Admiral's fun as hell. You want to do crouch and kick into stuff? Play Admiral.
All right. Well, I think that's about every video I had in my mind. I think we've gone on for a pretty good time.
I should at least like we got to put the new versus Tager video on.
You know what? Fuck it. You're right.
If the
You're
people-
right. You're
For
right.
my culture.
Give the
For
people
my
what they
culture.
want.
The people need to know.
They do. Was it Galileo Tagger versus New 13? Aha, here it is. This is the greatest video ever made. There's some say I had this as my pre-stream footage one time. Because it was just all right.
It's so crusty.
Oh my god, is it only coming out of my right headphone? I've just realized it's only in my right ear.
Oh yeah.
That's the way it is.
This shit is fucking 16:9, letterbox to 4:3, letterbox to a larger 4:3, letterbox to 16:9.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Oh, dude, I love it.
Nope. There will be no reads here. There's actually so much pushback on that sequence, too. Like, if it was just you have to hold this, it'd be one thing, but, like, this guy is not moving forward any faster than this. This is what he's got access to.
You know what's great? Yeah, is that my friend BG says it's okay, both these characters are ass now. But do you imagine this matchup plays out in the exact... It'd be really funny if it was similar, but I don't think it is. I don't know what the new Tagger matchup looks like now. Why? Why is it a fucking combo? Fuck you! I hate you!
Yeah, that and her fucking unbeatable charge burst checkmate.
Oh my fuck. That might be the worst
Where you
part of this
super
video.
run up charge burst.
Dude, Arxis.
And we're on that Dark Evil pack.
I played CT for so many hours in the Advent Calendar and still could not, like, break my muscle memory for bursting early. And it's so bad in that game. It's like incomprehensibly bad. Like, okay. You have lost access to barrier block, and now anyone can just do anything to you, because the air is no longer a safe place.
Oh my god. The fucking... He has Spark Ball, so New can't do anything, but Tagger also can't do anything. It sucks so much ass. They bursted. There's one round where this almost looks like a matchup. I think it's when he gets in once.
Now this is gameplay. It is! Charge burst, baby!
It sucks so much ass! Why? Why, dude? Is there any footage of that we're in? Oh, this is it. The Gapper. And okay.
Yeah.
Well, he actually has a life lead, so he's kind of chilling doing this. He's not taking shit.
Yeah, like something has to happen. Although I do appreciate how Magnetize just did not help in this situation at all.
I will never feel an atom of pity for a grappler. Fair. However, I think
it's important to the ecosystem that, like, idiot killing fucking knowledge check grapplers exist in fighting games.
So my
serve an
take
important function.
is that if they have to be dog shit teams, then they're awesome. But when they're good, it's not fun. I don't like when they're good. Because usually it just means they're not grapplers anymore. Oh shit. Oh!
It's like they...
No!
Yep. Look at the life rate, though.
Like, Strive Potemkin right now might be the worst thing I've ever seen. It's really bad.
Is he good right now?
He's top 1.
Oh shit, why?
Because he gets hit, and he builds meter, and this wins the game, because if he hits you, you die. And it really is that stupid. Because you can't like safely run offense. They gave Potbuster armor.
Oh, fuck. Rook!
They fucking took the Kara cancel away, right? And then everybody was like, well, Pot sucks now. And then they gave the Kara, then they gave it armor instead. And then instead of just removing the armor and giving him the Kara cancel, they gave him the Kara cancel and then they kept the armor.
Oh, fuck. People are doing armored Kara Buster
Basically,
over, like,
yeah.
anything.
Yes, and Pot players whine so much. So basically, I just think grappler players don't deserve anything. I've come to this conclusion. I respect.
I think anyone who thinks they understand where they stand on grapplers should have to play a full set against Rook Fantasy Strike, who is my favorite grappler design of all time.
Oh my god, dude. Sleep mode apparently DM'd me.
So what's your core mix-up? Well, it's between throw, and strike.
Oh, throw. The throw mix-up sends me.
Again!
No! For the record,
There we go.
Galileo would never play Tiger in Blaze Blue again. He switched to Lychee, I believe.
He did.
Which...
And then he eventually won Evo.
Yeah! You know, true GOAT story. This is like... The
moral of the story is to play good characters.
Alright, we have a Twitter video from X the Everything app. Oh my god, it's loud.
Whoa.
Okay, that's... Okay.
No,
I
work out.
love Samurai Showdown.
Okay, this is the last one of the night. Okay, I don't know, I don't understand Vanilla 5, so I guess I'll have to... Okay. Like, what's the problem here? What am I looking for? Yeah?
I love Samurai Showdown.
Yeah? What am I...
Okay. So are they
Basically,
waiting
Guido
on
has
each
a
other's
fucked
timing,
up
or is
command-
the cab malfunctioning?
Gedo
Yeah, we
has
gotta
a
control
fucked
that
up...
malfunction.
You know, Guido has a fucked up command grab, and Yoshitora has an infinite he can land off a back hit. Oh, so...
So the costs of trying to run offense are so high.
This is actually Smash 64 without movement. This is... If you looked at Super Boom Fan Fight Anyone, this is what it looks like. With like, if you took every dash dance out and replaced it with crouching. Dude, they're playing 1 second Galaxy Fight after 40 seconds. Is the whole video? There's no way. He just backdashes to the corner.
Please tell me it's the whole video.
Oh, I know why now. He's going to the corner because he can't get behind him. So there's no back turn infinite. But there's
We gotta add this to Ring Racers. I don't know what that means.
yeah, I was
but
gonna
I'll
say, how do you have
figure it
like a
out.
back hit infinite that you can like prevent? Maybe like you should have like an achievement where if you charge Insta Whip with another player charging Insta Whip for like 30 seconds, you unlock something. But neither of you fire.
This is why they started adding corner cross-ups in the 09er era.
Yeah, you know, honestly... He's the GOAT! He's the GOAT!
I wonder how many times you have to play that matchup before you just decide to not play that character ever again.
Oh my god, dude. Alright, who are we gonna raid? Let's see.
We love 100,000 second Galaxy Fight.
There is somebody playing Ring Racer. Wait, there's a Ring Racers channel.
Oh, is it Dual Ring Racers?
Yeah.
That's a 24/7. It's spectating a dual server.
Nothing is happening on there right now. All right, I'm gonna leave.
Shout outs to Dual Channel though. That's been like fucking mealtime entertainment for the last couple of days for me.
I am gonna leave it to you. Do you have a streamer that's on right now that you think would be fun to rate?
Uh,
Oh, look, it's
let
in a
me
book.
click this.
And please don't
and
say me.
see.
It's funny. You could say that because Twitch will feed you that I'm live, but
I got no one.
it's okay.
There's this guy called TTTTTSD.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude.
Weird ass name.
What's he playing? Stupid Sam Show videos.
Some fucking dog shit game called Ring Racers. Yeah, I got nobody. Sorry.
No way. You're kidding.
I basically don't follow anyone.
Oh. Oh,
You should open stream and raid yourself. I'm going anywhere but here. I gotta get my headphones off.
Yeah. I mean, what would you even stream? Is there like a channel where people post Ring Racers streams? Like,
Thanks to all y'all for coming out, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
While I try to figure out how
Longer
to
than I thought it was
navigate
gonna be.
this. Oh, I had a great time too.
Yeah.
It is always a good time to yap about the stuff that I worked on, and I am slowly feeling the stress come off my shoulders now that 2.4 has been out for a bit, and for the most part, there are no gigantic fires I need to put out. It's like, hey, turns out if you do 9 testing releases, then you catch most of the critical bugs.
Yeah?
That never happens, right?
No.
Including the critical bugs where, like,
Okay.
the linchpin feature that makes the entire update function doesn't do anything. Haha.
Can I point out Twitch is suggesting I collab with myself?
Nice.
Have you considered taking that opportunity?
What does that mean? It says knock. You cannot call in to join your own stream. You fucking telling me to do that! Oh my god. Twitch's UI people just being drunk as fucking shit. Alright,
Just gotta make the interface a little bit worse and then never fix anything.
is anybody else there's nobody else on Ring Racers? You're kidding. At 12 PM Eastern? No way. Oh, I'm struggling here. Alright, let's raid Gamma Chris. He is doing a charity. He's playing Brawl Subspace Emissary. God bless his heart.
Oh shit.
He's doing it for charity. So you know what? Go help the charity. I am gonna go lie down. But y'all have a good night. Thank you again to my guests.
I'm gonna do the same.
Thank you very much, Gunla.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
It's been
for
good
having me as
fun
well.
just getting everything out in the open here.
Yep.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Have a good evening, y'all.